Stop talking about division.
Mr Speaker, the Chair of the Scottish Affairs Select Committee speaks with her characteristic wisdom and authority on these matters. It seems the only output that is rising on the SNP's watch is the number of statements being issued by solicitors on behalf of their high-profile clients.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I won't be overly effusive about the Secretary of State or the Minister because it might not be helpful for them in the next few days. In a previous change of Prime Minister, Mr Speaker, as soon as Anna Soubry stood up and said that I had done a good job at the Scotland office, I knew I was doomed. But does the Secretary of State, will the Secretary of State make clear to the Right Honourable Member from Makerfield that devolution in itself is not an answer? It's how it's used. And we've seen that in Scotland, most recently, where the Scottish Parliament voted in favour of another independence referendum and against an inquiry into SNP finances.
Mr Speaker, I'm not sure if it will impair my prospects by paying generous tribute to the question and the wisdom thereof. Of course, devolution provides you with the tools, but one of the great tragedies of the last 2 decades in Scotland is whether it is the education system, where we used to be the envy of the world, whether it's the National Health Service, whether it's the capacity to build or operate ferries. All too often, Scotland's gone backwards on the SNP watch, and there's a pretty basic explanation. For them, government is simply a way station on the route to independence, so they're not interested in delivering truthfully for the people of Scotland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Regardless of how we divide on the referendum, I wonder if colleagues on the SNP benches will find it in their hearts to put political division aside at 8 o'clock tonight. I did, Mr Speaker, I did not come of age. Mr Speaker, I did not come of age in time for the 1966 World Cup finals, but the older boys in my primary school were all nicknamed after the England World Cup squad. So we had Nobby Stiles and Charlton in our Scottish playground. That's a Hebridean example of respect and rivalry. And does the Secretary of State agree with today's Daily Record editorial, which says there's always room for friendly rivalry with neighbouring nations, but bringing politics into football does no one end?
Come on, Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, there's a serious point to start the answer, which is I've always believed to be pro-Scottish, you don't need to be anti-English. We should be bigger and more generous than that. We're all immensely proud of Steve Clarke, of Andy Robertson and the achievement of getting to the World Cup. But I think we could look across the North Sea to Norway for a demonstration of grace in circumstances in which they left the tournament. Be assured, I wish our friends, our neighbours and our sometimes rivals well this evening at 8 o'clock.
So, Secretary of State Andrew Barr.
Mr Speaker, can I welcome the Secretary of State's reassurance on the Constitution? The people of Scotland do not want another divisive, distracting and damaging referendum on ripping our country apart. That being said, this Labour government do have a bit of a habit of changing position on certain issues, 25 U-turns in only 2 years. So can I ask the Secretary of State, whatever else changes, whoever else holds the keys to Dover House this time next week, will this be the one? And even if it is the only one, the one thing they stick to, no referendum, no consideration, will they dismiss out of hand immediately any move towards the breaking up of our United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
Yes, Mr Speaker, ours is a politics of solidarity, of cooperation and togetherness. We had a manifesto commitment not only opposing independence, but opposing a further referendum, and we stand by that mandate.
Susan Murray, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 54% of Scots now back nuclear power, and the SNP tell them they can't have it. In May, over half of the Scots voted for 57% of the Scots voted for parties committed to the Union. Now, I know some parties might describe that as nearly 60%, but it's definitely a majority. But the SNP's answer, as we're hearing, appears to be another referendum. And there's a pattern where a majority of Scots disagree with the SNP, the SNP decides the majority is wrong. So will the Secretary of State back the single transferable vote so that Scots get what Scots vote for?
Mr Speaker, it's now almost a matter of ancient history, but in the forgotten referendum that took place under the last Labour government, I was proud to campaign alongside her party's former leader Charles Kennedy in favour of the alternative vote. And in that sense, I think there are ways that we can improve the working of our democracy within the United Kingdom without separating and leaving ourselves from the United Kingdom.
Laura Bard.
Mr Speaker, can I welcome the honourable member to her place and congratulate her on a recent by-election victory. This government's focus is to make the existing devolution settlement work effectively. For too long we've watched centralisation of decision-making taking place at Holyrood, pulling powers away from local communities across Scotland. It's time that changed, and I would remind the SNP-led Scottish Government there's actually a nation outside of and beyond Holyrood. It's called Scotland.
Laura Bard.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Devolution appears to be all the rage at the moment, and the Secretary of State will know fine well that the Scottish Parliament recently voted to devolve energy powers back to Scotland. So in this new spirit of renewed cooperation and trust that we are apparently about to start to see, can I ask the Secretary of State when the UK Government will respect the vote of the Scottish Parliament and devolve energy powers back to Scotland?
Mr Speaker, the SNP seem to respect every vote apart from the constitutional referendum in which 84% of the Scottish people exercised their democratic choice. She says that that devolution is all the rage. Some of us, with respect, were early adopters. I campaigned for, voted for and supported the Scotland Act in this House, arguing for a two-parliament solution to Scotland's effective governance. Energy policy is one of the areas of policy that is held here at Westminster, albeit there are important planning considerations in Westminster. But on the substantive point that the centralisation of powers in Holyrood needs to be reversed, I certainly do agree. The honourable lady seems to have no comment on that. She's obviously replicating the pattern of behaviour of a certain former First Minister.
Lillian Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For 23 years I proudly served in Scotland's NHS, working alongside dedicated, hard-working, brilliant nurses. Yet under the SNP government, those very nurses are paying higher income tax than colleagues anywhere else in the UK. Does the Secretary of State agree, instead of demanding more powers, the SNP government should use the powers they already have to concentrate on delivering better public services and better value for Scotland's taxpayer?
Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member, my honourable friend, for her question. I couldn't agree more. My own mother worked for many years in the NHS in Ayrshire at Crosshouse Hospital. The Scottish Government is, alas, letting those dedicated NHS workers down. After 19 years in power, it must account for its record on public services, from NHS waiting lists to declining school standards. We used to have an education system that was the envy of the world. The priority should be on delivery and not division.
Secretary of State Underbuck.
Mr Speaker, we famously haven't heard very much from the Right Honourable Member from Makerfield and his plans for government, although we do know that he seems to be a fan of devolution and its job-creating opportunities for him. Well, I can tell colleagues from experience devolution ain't everything it's cracked up to be. In Scotland, we have had 20 years of SNP mismanagement and a pervasive and deeply damaging devolve and forget mentality in London. So can the Secretary of State confirm Labour will not be devolving any more power to Edinburgh?
Mr Speaker, I hardly think that the mismanagement of the SNP that he rightfully describes should damn devolution in the eyes of everyone in this chamber. It is perfectly possible to drive a Ferrari into a ditch, which is pretty much what we've seen over the last 19 years.
And Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, we've demonstrated that we are unafraid to step in and act when decisions are being taken by the Scottish Government that are to the detriment of Scots and Scotland with the Gender Recognition Act a few years ago. So will he today commit to urging the new Prime Minister to think long and hard about how devolution in the hands of the SNP is failing Scotland and Scotland's economy, and examine how on this government's watch SNP ministers have been able to jet around the world on taxpayer jollies, allowed British civil servants to draw up plans to tear Britain apart, and spent countless hundreds of thousands pursuing a narrow, divisive agenda focused on pulling Scotland apart rather than growing it together?
Mr Speaker, I think an awareness of all of those issues is not simply that for the incoming Prime Minister, but anybody who reads a newspaper in Scotland. It is a travesty of the potential of devolution, what we've witnessed. Not simply the distraction of focusing on issues that are not devolved, but their abject failure in policy after policy area that is devolved. Ferries, hospitals, schools, the list goes on.
Question number 6, please.
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, GBE Nuclear's technical study that was recently published confirms that Scotland possesses land areas with high potential for new nuclear development. Such projects could deliver significant investment and thousands of high-quality, unionised skills jobs. As a government, we remain open to discussions with the Scottish Government on deploying these technologies, both to boost Scotland's economic growth and energy security.
Irene Campbell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. New nuclear in areas such as my constituency of North Ayrshire and Arran could bring much-needed skilled jobs and investment to the area. Yet again, Scotland is losing out. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the Scottish Government should review and consider its stance on nuclear, given the findings of the report by Great British Energy Nuclear, which shows the potential for new developments, including in Hunterston in my constituency?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr Speaker, whether it's Hunterston in my honourable friend's constituency or indeed Torness in my own constituency, Scotland has a proud history of harnessing that civil nuclear power to bring jobs and growth to Scotland. Alas, the anti-scientific approach that the SNP have adopted of denying us that future of carbon-free energy is one that will also, unless it changes, deny us the high-skilled jobs and investment in North Ayrshire and Arran that is required, and indeed across Scotland.
John Lovell.
Mr Speaker, many of my constituents work at Torness Power Station and are deeply disappointed that the SNP government are blocking new nuclear development in Scotland. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that the nuclear industry provides highly skilled jobs and it's a grave mistake by the SNP government to block them coming to Scotland?
Yes, Mr Speaker, on that there is cross-party consensus. I can attest to that as the constituency Member of Parliament in Lothian East, where we've had decades of not just sustainable power that is carbon-free, but really high-quality jobs, excellent apprenticeships and stimulus to the local economy. I know of the contribution of his own constituents to the work in Torness. We want to see life beyond 2029-2030.
Gordon McKee.
Number 7, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 7 and 12 together. City, region and growth deals are having a visible and transformative impact on regional economies across Scotland. Built on more than £1.5 billion of UK government investment, the deals play a vital role in fostering enduring economic growth, unlocking private sector investment and improving infrastructure and job opportunities.
Gordon McKee.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer? Cities like Manchester and Liverpool have benefited enormously from the regional devolution. Glasgow, 30 years ago, Greater Glasgow was split up into more than a dozen local authorities. So can I press the Secretary of State, when he meets with the Scottish Government, to press them to devolve power out of Edinburgh and into Glasgow?
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, in the words of the incoming Prime Minister, we're up for it. As far as devolving power from Holyrood is concerned, alas, many of the powers do rest with the Scottish Government, but we need to end the grinding centralisation that I described in my speech to the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities last autumn and see a renewed focus on the city regions of Scotland.
Douglas McAllister.
Mr Speaker, West Dunbartonshire is one of 8 local authorities which makes up the Glasgow City Region deal, and the local authority is delivering an ambitious project to create a major industrial and commercial development on the former Exxon Mobil terminal site on the Clyde. The enabling works are funded jointly by the Council and the Glasgow City Region deal to the tune of £45 million. So does the Secretary of State agree that to re-industrialise every part of our nation, this government must help unlock the economic potential of the site and bring much-needed, well-paid, high-skilled jobs to West Dunbartonshire?
So, Mr Speaker, let me assure my honourable friend that we are committed to bringing economic opportunity to every part of Scotland, unlocking the economic potential of sites exactly like the ExxonMobil Bowling Terminal is how we can achieve this for communities and deliver those high-skilled jobs that people want to see. West Dunbartonshire is presently benefiting from over £500 million through the Glasgow City Region deal and money from our new local growth fund. This government is working hard with local partners to deliver that long-term prosperity.
Romeo.
Number 8, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was delighted to meet with key farming stakeholders at the Royal Highland Show, where we discussed the structural pressures facing the livestock industry in Scotland. This government absolutely recognises that food security is national security, and while there has been a decline in herd sizes, we've seen higher productivity and changed genetics. So we continue to work closely with departments across government to champion our producers and use Brand Scotland to promote Scotland's export potential globally.
Jerome Mayo.
Mr Speaker, Scotland's beef breeding herd is in trouble. It's down 373,000 in the last decade. There's also declines in the dairy, cattle, pigs and chickens. It shows an industry in distress. Now, the Minister, in her response, says that food security is national security. So why does she and the Secretary of State let the SNP use devolution as a shield whilst they strip Scotland's larder bare?
Mr Speaker, it is not a question of using devolution as a shield, it's a question of proper accountability where it sits. Farming is a devolved matter. The Scottish Government, the SNP Scottish Government, has not delivered for Scotland's farmers. Just take the Scottish Government's Future Farming Investment Scheme. In some areas, rejection rates for ineligibility were as high as 94% under the SNP, a very typical example of the overly bureaucratic nature of their policy.
Mr Dougan, we don't need an ongoing shouting match from your senatory position. And the next.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, by ending Tory austerity and increasing the settlement to the Scottish Government by nearly £12 billion, this UK Labour Government has provided adequate funding for the SNP to properly resource Scotland's rural economy. Does the Minister agree with me that it is time that Scotland's rural industries were properly recognised and got the support that they needed from the Scottish Government?
With my honourable friend Moore, our farms and farmers are absolutely vital to this country as providers of food, guardians of our countryside and significant contributors to the economy, and it's time the SNP Scottish Government recognise that fact.
That concludes Scotland's questions. Before we move on, may I extend a warm welcome to the Speaker of New Zealand and the House of Representatives and his delegation who are with us in the gallery today. Thank you. That helps. We now come to the final Prime Minister's questions of this term, and indeed the final Prime Minister's questions for the Right Honourable, the Member for Holborn and St Pancras as Prime Minister. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his public service, his international leadership, particularly in his steadfast support for Ukraine. I am sure members will wish to join me in wishing him and his family well in the future. And let's hope this Prime Minister will be bringing home a winning England World Cup from the church. On that note, I'm going to call Graham Stewart.
Question 1, Mr Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, can I thank you for your kind words? But I must start by saying I'm truly horrified by the murder of Anne Widdecombe. She was a distinguished politician with deep convictions, whose vivid and fearless character captured the public imagination. My heartfelt condolences go out to all of her friends and all of her loved ones. Mr Speaker, it is chilling that during my time in this Parliament, 11 years, 3 serving or former MPs have been murdered. I look across at the shield for our dear friend Jo Cox and the shield for Sir David Amess that sits behind me. Mr Speaker, I know this is a House matter, so this is my personal view, but I do believe it befitting for the House to consider a similar tribute to Anne. We thank the police for their work, and the integrity of their investigation must be protected. Mr Speaker, you have been instrumental in defending the safety of every member of this House, and I believe we must do more to defend our democracy. I've tasked officials across government to identify the best mechanisms for taking this work forward so it can move as quickly as possible, and I hope the whole House can unite behind that in the months ahead. Mr Speaker, let me also pay tribute to the courage of the Hillsborough families. The Hillsborough law we passed in this House last night is not only a law for them and the 97, it is a law that ensures the state serves millions of working people and always gives a voice to those who fight for justice. A law for everyone, delivered by a Labour government in the best traditions of the Labour movement. Mr Speaker, this morning I have meetings with ministerial colleagues and others, in addition to my duties in this House, I have an important appointment with the television at 8 o'clock this evening.
Graham Stewart.
May I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about Anne Widdecombe? Take this opportunity to thank him for his public service and wish him and his family all the best for the future. Most of us, Mr. Speaker, can only dream of playing the role of Jude Bellingham, scoring the winning goal, leading our team to victory. Yet the Prime Minister did it. But politics, like football, is a ruthless game, and he's now been handed a red card by the 400 dodgy referees behind him. What advice, Mr. Speaker, does this Prime Minister have for the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield to ensure that he, unlike himself, doesn't end up with an early bath?
But, as Mr. Speaker,
I think that's the first and sadly probably the last time I'll be compared to Jude Bellingham. But I thank him for that. And on the question of red cards, I can't tell him how much incoming I had a week ago Monday after President Trump intervened for their red card, for me to get the England red card adjusted. Just for the record, Mr. Speaker, I didn't attempt. But for my successor and for the England team, I won't give advice. I will simply give my wholehearted support. And, Mr. Speaker, just for the record, I don't care what the score is tonight, as long as we win.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I take this opportunity to thank the Prime Minister for his many years?
Come on, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise for the third time. It was an honour to march with people from across Watford on a peace walk in my constituency recently, because earlier this year we saw an attack on our high street where a fire was lit at a Jewish-owned shop and sprayed with anti-Semitic graffiti. Additionally, mosques in Watford have been subject to Islamophobic attacks and intimidation. So I welcome my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's additional support to deal with anti-Semitism and anti-religious hatred. And does he agree with me that this House must come together to stand united against those that would seek to divide us?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank him for his question and for his hard work? And he reminds us that an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. Anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hatred are a poison. We ripped anti-Semitism out of the Labour Party. And I've worked as Prime Minister to root it out of our country. And that's why just this week, Mr. Speaker, we invested a record £250 million to protect our Jewish communities. And we're using the new powers we introduced to designate the IRGC, going after those who incite violence on our street. Everyone deserves to live with security, dignity and freedom. And that is a fight that I and every Labour government and across this House will never give up on.
Kemi Bennott, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, can I start by thanking the Prime Minister for the way he responded to the murder of Anne Widdecombe last week. This is the first opportunity I've had on the floor of the House to commemorate her life. A lot has been said about how she died. I want to focus on celebrating the life she lived. She was a woman of high principle, profound beliefs with a wicked sense of humour, a wonderful combination of being a serious person who did not take herself too seriously. She changed her faith from Anglican to Catholic and from the Conservative Party to the Brexit Party, but she always remained part of the Conservative family. You may not always have agreed with her, but Anne Widdecombe was a woman who said what she meant and meant what she said. Hers was an honesty that made our politics better. Her wit and forthrightness sat alongside a deep humanity and decency. She had wonderful turns of phrase. She said, we need less political correctness and more political courage. She said, if we deny our culture, become nothing and everything, that weakens us. And finally, Mr. Speaker, she also said, "It is a truth universally unacknowledged at Westminster that there is life after politics." So with that in mind, I turn to this Prime Minister's final questions. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make sure that I got the tone right today. So I looked back at his final questions to Boris Johnson, and luckily for him, I plan to be much gentler than he was that day. Week after week, the Prime Minister and I have clashed at this dispatch box and rarely agreed on anything. But there is one thing I did admire. When President Zelensky was attacked in the White House, the Prime Minister showed leadership and invited him to Downing Street. That was the right thing to do. Ukraine is on the front line in the battle for freedom. So does the Prime Minister agree that cross-party support for their cause must endure?
Prime Minister.
Can I start by joining her in a tribute to Anne Widdecombe? I know that the hurt is keenly felt across all her friends and family, but it is particularly keenly felt by political colleagues in the Conservative Party for many years and in Reform as well. And that's why one of the first things I did on Friday was to phone the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader and Deputy Leader of Reform to express my condolences and to try to act in a cross-party manner, because I knew how much this would hurt them and their parties and many people in their party. And I thank them for taking that call in the spirit that they did last Friday. I thank her for her comments about Ukraine. We have stood united on Ukraine in this House. We supported the last government in the approach that they took, and we've taken that approach on. That meeting with President Zelensky, the day after he was evicted from the Oval Office, he left alone. He got a plane. We got him to come to London, and I asked him to come to Downing Street straight away. And I walked out to meet him. I gave him a hug, and then I showed him what was in the street, which was many people who had come thinking that he was visiting Downing Street. And the moment he got out the car and hugged me, they cheered on the top of their voices, the British people, to tell President Zelensky exactly what they thought of him and the way that he had been treated. And that was a really emotional moment, because it was the first human contact he had effectively had outside of his immediate team since he left the Oval Office. I had a meeting with him to tell him that in this country we will stand with him and Ukraine, and I didn't let him leave alone. I walked him out to his car, because we don't let people in Britain walk out of our buildings alone. We escort them out.
Can we bed? No.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for that answer? And no doubt he will be disappointed that he won't be emulating his hero, Harold Wilson, in winning multiple elections. However, we all hope that he may be about to emulate him in another way, by being the Prime Minister when England win the World Cup. That is something that every single one of us in this House should get behind, especially the SNP. Mr. Speaker, as leader of the opposition, the Prime Minister led his party to a landslide after a historic defeat. I fully intend to do the same. But if you want to lead this country, you should set out your plans to do so. We have. But one politician intends to spend the summer avoiding scrutiny, refusing to set out his plans. So does he not agree that what the country deserves is a televised debate between Nigel Farage and Count Binface?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they intend to spend the summer arguing with a bin. My advice to everyone is put your vote in the bin. Mr. Speaker, can I just say that I'm delighted today that we are joined in the gallery by some of the people I've met across the country in opposition and in power. And these are the people in the gallery today who are in my mind's eye. People like Trevor and Lewis. They worked together at JLR for over 30 years, and I visited them just before we got the deal with America when tariffs were threatened, and I faced the entire workforce that day who were very, very concerned that they were going to lose their jobs because the tariffs would not be possible for JLR. When we went back, when we got the deal, I took the call from President Trump at JLR in Solihull so that they could hear the deal and they knew exactly what it would mean for them. The only mistake I made was putting it on loudspeaker, which of course is always a slightly unpredictable thing to do when you've got President Trump on the other end. But luckily he agreed the deal and the cheer went out. But these are the people across the galleries who are here with us today that are always in my mind's eye.
Okay, Ben.
Mr. Speaker, I know how much the Prime Minister has come to enjoy our exchanges. In fact, in the King's speech last month, he told me that on difficult days, my input was always a ray of sunshine. He might not have answered many of the questions I asked him, but at least he turned up. It is important to respect Parliament. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that his successor should come to this place and answer questions rather than scurrying away for the summer?
Yes. Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as Prime Minister, I've participated in over 60 PMQs. Always a pleasure, always something to look forward to. And I've answered, or at least given answers, on 2,800 times. And I'm sure she will question my successor in the same way. And I'm sure she'll forgive me if I just mention one or two others who are in the gallery who have been affected by the decisions we've made, because Billy, who is sitting in the gallery in front of me, was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2023. She was there, Mr. Speaker, when we launched our plan for change, and she's been a tireless advocate for better cancer care. Billy joins us today from the Special Needs School where she works in London, and I'm pleased to tell the House that Billy's cancer is in remission.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for that answer and paying tribute to so many of the people who he has been able to help. In fact, I remember when I started this job, the Prime Minister was very helpful to me, saying that I wouldn't last the year. Life comes at you fast. He spent a long time laughing that I'd lost control of my party. I think he should have been paying attention to his backbenchers instead of mine. But everyone in politics would do well to remember how quickly political fortunes can change. I know that he has been asked and he's being diplomatic, but on that note, does he have any advice for his successor?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will give my wholehearted support to my successor. I want this Labour government to be a success. I want our country to be a success. I shall give my support privately if asked for, not publicly when not asked for. But, Mr. Speaker, I also, if I may, wanted to draw attention to Pooja, who's with us in the gallery today with her daughter. I first met Pooja in a cafe at the back of Euston Station, and she told me about her son Ronan, who was murdered when he was 16, having just done his GCSEs. I have to say, as a father of two teenagers, I found that very hard to hear. His killer, who was also a teenager, collected a ninja sword and a machete from his local post office. He bought them online using a parent's credit card, a fake name with no ID checks. And when I heard that, I said to Pooja that I would campaign with her to get the law changed and make a commitment and a promise to her. And that's why we passed Ronan's Law, driven by Pooja's inspirational campaigning. And today I'd just like the opportunity to thank her for that.
Mr. Speaker, that is a lovely statement that the Prime Minister has just made to Pooja. I'm sure the whole House will agree. I think the whole House will also agree that he gave a very diplomatic answer to the question I asked him on advice to his successor. And having heard it, I say this to Labour MPs with as much goodwill as I can muster. We have been where you are. Changing Prime Minister is not a silver bullet. Indeed, it may be that the Labour Party's troubles are only just beginning. Solving the fundamental problems in this country will require difficult decisions. And you also need to know how to get things done. The Prime Minister once said that when he pulled the levers, nothing happened. Why did he think that was?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we did pull the levers. We pulled the levers to stabilise the economy, and we've stabilised the economy. We pulled the levers to strengthen our public services, and NHS waiting lists are coming down at the fastest rate for 17 years. We pulled a big lever on child poverty, and this government will be doing more on child poverty than any government ever, including previous Labour governments. We put the biggest investment into defence and security, and our international standing has been restored. But, Mr. Speaker, we also pulled the lever on the individual cases that matter, including individuals like Carla, who's in the gallery today. It was one of the parents that came to see me about online harm and the harm it can do to our young children, and that's why we banned social media for under-16s. And Daniel, who's also here with his son, who spoke to me many times about the struggles he's had with the cost of living and the need for a safe and secure home for every family and every child to grow up in. They're the people, Mr. Speaker, that matter more to me than anything else, because it's their lives that I think about when we make decisions in this government.
Final question, Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So for my last question, the Prime Minister may not think so now, but it is a tribute to him that not a single sitting Labour MP could beat him. Not the member for Ashton-under-Lyne, who couldn't count her taxes, not the member for Sheffield-Heeley, who couldn't count how many phones she'd lost, and definitely not the member for Ilford North, who couldn't count to 81. This is my last exchange with the right honourable gentleman, and I know how much his wife and children mean to him, and that they are in the gallery today. As everyone here knows, our families make a huge sacrifice for our choice to enter public life. So I hope he will allow me to draw our time together to a close by thanking them for the love and support they have given him throughout his time in office.
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her very much for that? It is the last question I'll face from the Leader of the Opposition, and so let me wish her well and her family. We have had robust exchanges across this dispatch box, but she has extended kindness to me privately at very difficult times, including when there was an attempt to burn down our family home, which deeply affected my family. She reached out to me. And when my brother died of cancer, she reached out to me privately, not across this dispatch box. And I thank her for that and the tribute that she's just made to my wife and children, who mean the world to me. I do thank her for that. She knows this is robust, and it has to be robust, and that's the way politics is done. But the kindnesses that sit behind it privately are often just as powerful, if not more powerful, and I thank her for that. I also stood at that dispatch box, Mr. Speaker, for 4 years as Leader of the Opposition. I know firsthand it's the most difficult job in politics, and that is what she is doing. When I did so, Mr. Speaker, we had just lost the 2019 election, which nearly broke my party. It was the worst result since 1935, and we were found to be institutionally anti-Semitic. And, Mr. Speaker, I picked up our party, I turned it round, I made a promise to rip anti-Semitism out of my party, and I did. I turned my party to face the country, and we won a landslide Labour general election. And after 2 years, we've stabilised the economy. We have invested heavily in our public services. We put better protections in for children, particularly on child poverty. We've strengthened our defence, and we've enhanced our international reputation. I'm proud to leave this country in a better shape than I found it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an emotional Prime Minister's question time today, and I really welcome the tone that has been struck and think we should hear more of this more often. Last year, I convened a roundtable of stakeholders in my constituency to explore joined-up solutions to tackling the scourge of violence against women and girls. And I've been really pleased over the last 2 years the Prime Minister has made that central to his government's mission. He has ensured that spiking and sexual deep fakes have been criminalised, that police forces have been mandated to have rape and sexual offences teams, and it has embedded trauma support for victims across all services. Does he agree that the government absolutely must stick to the pledge that the Labour Party put in its 2024 manifesto to halve violence against women and girls over the next decade?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I do. Can I pay tribute to her campaigning on this issue? Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was with John and Penny Clough, who I first met nearly 16 years ago. They lost their daughter to domestic violence of the most extreme sort in appalling circumstances. And in many ways, my journey campaigning on violence against women and girls started with them 16 years ago this year. I pay tribute to them and everybody else who campaigns on this. That's why we set the mission to halve violence against women and girls in a decade. Whatever role I do next, I will continue to campaign for that for as long as I've got breath in my body.
Sir Ed Davey, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with so many of the Prime Minister's comments today, but particularly his remarks about Anne Widdecombe? She devoted her life to public service, and her murder was truly horrifying, and I support his campaign now for a memorial in this chamber to her. Can I also thank the Leader of the Opposition for her tribute to Anne, and to remind the whole House and the whole country that we need to remember Anne for the way she lived her life. I have to make a confession. I've always been slightly jealous of Anne for appearing on Strictly Come Dancing. Mr. Speaker, but can I join the whole nation, and hopefully every nation, in wishing England well against Argentina tonight, after their superb win against Norway? And it's the last job of the Prime Minister to make sure we win the World Cup. But can I also pick up on a remark from the Leader of the Opposition about the by-election we're about to see in Clacton? I have to tell her I cannot back joke figures with ridiculous policies, which is why I'm supporting Count Binface. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister finds himself with more time on his hands, can I recommend the new Toy Story film? For those of you who don't know Toy Story, its main character used to be in law enforcement, but was mainly known for being a little wooden, but was replaced by a shiny new action figure from far away who thinks he can fly, and the name Andy on everyone's lips. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Prime Minister should give that a miss. But does he share my fear that when it comes to Britain's national debt, the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield's plan is to infinity and beyond?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I first? So it's a very. He's clearly angling to go on Strictly Come Dancing, and no doubt he'd be very good at it. And I've some good news for him, because he is, fittingly, the Right Honourable Member for Chessington World of Adventures. And I'm supposing he talks about the economy. I'm pleased to tell him that thanks to our summer savings, his family can save nearly £20 when they visit this summer.
Sir Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, can I invite the Prime Minister to join me at Chessington World Adventures? And we haven't always agreed across the floor, but can I pay my own tribute?
Yes, you have.
I've disagreed on Europe, and I've disagreed with you on Europe. So shall I say to the Prime Minister that although we've not always agreed, I've always admired the way he has led his party. I've always admired the way he's been a true patriot, and I always admire the way he's worked with so many people across this House to do the best for the national interest, and we thank him for his public service. And Mr. Speaker, one of the Prime Minister's qualities that people most underestimate comes from his experience as a carer. He's spoken powerfully about looking after his mother through her battle with Still's disease, and the love and care he gave to his brother Nick. And I know the Prime Minister agrees that we can and must do more for family carers. So as he leaves number 10, will he join with me and other carers across this House to speak up for family carers, to be their voice and to get them the support they deserve.
Yes, and can I thank him for everything he's done in relation to social care and the importance of providing care. And he does it with very real human experience that we all know and we all respect. And no doubt he will continue to champion that, as everybody should. He asked me about joining him at Chessington World of Adventures. I will. Can I suggest 12 noon on the first Wednesday in September?
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before coming to this House, the Prime Minister and I attended the launch of my uncle's book. It was entitled Fine Lines and Distinctions. And clearly, sometimes we've had those differences, but I genuinely wish him and his family well for the future. But before he places his pen down, I understand there's a tradition to leave a note for your successor. And in wishing all honourable members the very best of summers, I ask that he asked his successor, the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield, to enact my legislation to licence short-term holiday lets and ensure that we can protect our communities from family houses turning into party houses in our residential areas and ensuring we keep those housing costs down.
Prime Minister.
I'm not sure about notes for success. I think we left one in 2010, which didn't work too well. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that my successor will look at our private members' bill, and I'm proud to have overseen the biggest boost to renters' rights in a generation. We've kick-started the biggest boost to social and affordable house building, and wherever people live, they deserve a safe, secure home that they can call their own.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst his own MPs may have sent him off without resorting to VAR, I have some good news for the Prime Minister. Yes, under his tenureship, 76% of England football matches have been won, which is the greatest, most successful record of any Prime Minister in history. So will he commit, in his remaining days in office, to carrying out whatever meetings, reviews, motivational talks to ensure his greatest legacy on Sunday is that finally football is coming home?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for this? I mean, I'm a massive football fan, so forgive me for being a nerd on this, but we've won 22 out of 29 matches since I've been Prime Minister of the England team. We have got to get that to 24 over 31, which means we will win on Sunday, and I wish the team well. And of course, Mr. Speaker, it's only under Labour governments that we win the World Cup. And in that spirit, I'm sure the whole House will get behind the team.
Julia Butlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Watching the Prime Minister secure his legacy this week with the NATO summit and the Hillsborough Law, I wondered if he wanted to make it a hat-trick and support Shrewsbury College's bid for a new construction skills centre. As the main post-16 provider in the county, our outstanding college trains over 10,000 young people and adults, both A-levels and vocational qualifications. But this year's applications are up by 15% and our buildings are full to capacity. In a rural area like Shrewsbury, with limited alternatives, hundreds of people could end up becoming NEET. Will the Prime Minister support their third attempt to secure capital funds and meet the growing need so we can open the Construction Skills Centre in September?
You've got it, I've got it, you must.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the college in our constituency has made a bid to the Post-16 and Construction Skills Capacity Fund to expand their provision. I've also set a target for 2/3 of young people either to go to university or to a gold standard apprenticeship, because I think we need to rebalance. We rightly applaud and put on a pedestal those that go to university. We need to do the same for those that are apprentices as well, and have a bit of rebalancing.
Can we just speed up questions, because there's some people I really do want to get in to help everybody. David Chadwick. Good day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, the news leaked that Powys Teaching Health Board is considering taking the beds out of all but 2 community hospitals in Powys, and 2,500 people have already signed my petition against those cuts. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that taking beds out of community hospitals is not a solution for the crisis in social care, and why didn't he prioritise fixing social care when he had the opportunity?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind him that when his party was in the coalition government, they didn't do anything about social care. They simply cut all our public services, and we had to pick up the results of that. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't know the details of the particular case he refers to, but I'll make sure he gets a better answer than that in writing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Olivia is a young constituent in Darlington. Her testimony was instrumental in securing a ban on stranger contact for under 16s. She has the letter that the Prime Minister sent her framed on her wall. Olivia and millions of young people across the country will be safer because of him. And his commitment to hear the stories of ordinary people and the injustices they have faced and then to take action has delivered real change. Given that social media has, for better or for worse, played such an influential role on our tenure in this House, I wondered if the Prime Minister might share with all of us any of the viral moments that have had cut through in the Starmer household.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I need to tread very carefully here. I got into a lot of trouble in a primary school when an 8-year-old encouraged me to do the 6-7 thing, and the whole class joined in. It went viral, and when I left, the head teacher told me sternly that it was against the school rules. And I have to say, I was totally pathetic. I'd simply said, I didn't start it. It must be
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like others, I have always respected the Prime Minister as somebody who was in politics because he wanted to give service to his country, and he's earned our gratitude for that. In my constituency, those who volunteer as Coast Guard rescue officers also do so from a wish to give service to their community. So in the time that remains for him in office, will the Prime Minister ensure that the money paid to them properly reflects the respect that they earn for their service?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for this really important question? I start by wishing him a very happy birthday. But this is really important, and I want to pay tribute to every volunteer. They show incredible bravery, putting their lives at risk to save others. Our guiding principle is making sure we respond to this complex case by properly recognising their vital work. Ministers will continue to work with all parties, the Coast Guard Rescue Service and volunteers, to respond to their concerns and to get this right. And he's absolutely right to raise this very important issue. We'll be on it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I pay tribute to the Prime Minister for his steadfast leadership in the face of two major conflicts. My right honourable friend's efforts to successfully marshal international support for Ukraine and his work to ensure that our armed forces are not sucked into an aimless and dangerous war with Iran could prove, in fact I believe will prove, to be his most important legacy. Does the Prime Minister share my view that we must now use every diplomatic tool at our disposal, including sanctions against networks and enablers, to crack down on hostile states such as Russia and Iran?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for that? And I'm proud of the fact that we pulled together the coalition of the willing, Mr. Speaker. We did so because the usual frameworks, the UN wouldn't work to do that. The EU was blocked by Hungary, and NATO wasn't the vehicle because Ukraine is not in NATO. So we put together a coalition of the willing, led by the French and the UK, and now the Germans. I'm honoured that we're joined in the gallery by the Ukrainian ambassador today, Mr. Speaker. Let me say to him and all Ukrainians, we are united in this House against Russian aggression. That work began before I was Prime Minister. It will continue afterwards because Ukraine's security is our security, and this House is proud to stand with you.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his service? He is a good man, and I wish him very well for the future. But, Mr. Speaker, politics is not a joke. And every other party in this House, except Reform, has put forward as their candidate in the Clapton by-election a comedian with a dustbin on his head. Mr. Speaker, it might be, if they would listen, it might be that a man with his head full of rubbish is a fitting representative of the mainstream parties in this House. But the Prime Minister, I think the Prime Minister did endorse the bin man. But could he clarify that? If he won't put up a Labour candidate in Clapton, who does he actually want to win?
Mr. Speaker, I know that Reform believe in recycling politicians. I wonder if he really thought spending his summer arguing with a bin was what he had in mind when he defected to the benches up there.
That's sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Monday will mark 10 years to the brutal rape and murder of my constituent Samia Shahid in a so-called honour killing. Can I first thank the Prime Minister for all his leadership on the agenda for ending violence against women and girls? And can he join me in reaffirming the UK's commitment to end this abhorrent killing in the name of so-called honour, not just here in England, but across the world?
Well, can I pay heartfelt tribute to her for everything she has done to campaign and draw attention to this issue, and the very powerful and personal way in which she argues it. And when she spoke in this House earlier this year, it was compelling for all of us, for all the right reasons, and I thank her for that, and I know she will continue to do so for many, many years to come, and right so, and thank her.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put on record my appreciation for the hard work of the Prime Minister's ministerial team in DEFRA in tackling the absolute failings of South East Water. But last Friday, 1,200 pupils at Downlands Community School in Hassocks were sent home because they had no water. For those children, for their parents, for their teachers, it was another reminder of South East Water letting communities down. I'm sure the Prime Minister would agree that something as basic as turning on the tap should never be in doubt. So, before new housing developments are approved, does he agree that water companies should be compelled to confirm that they have the capacity to provide a reliable water supply to those new homes?
Yeah. Well, this incident is completely unacceptable, and every customer deserves reliable, resilient services, particularly during extreme heat where there's a risk to public health. The Water Minister has met the company's leadership to demand improvements and will follow up in that way.
Whereas, Mr. Speaker, even GB News is now admitting that with small boat crossings down more than 40% this year, the Prime Minister's strategy to smash the trafficking gangs is working. With the costly fiasco of the Conservatives' Rwanda scheme long behind us and our relationship with our nearest neighbours and friends in France rebuilt, does the Prime Minister think that now is the time to establish a safe and legal route between Planet Sigma 9 and Clacton?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased that net migration is down 82%. Small boat crossings are down 40%. The asylum backlog is down. We're closing asylum hotels, and we deported 70,000 people with no right to be here. That's what this government's delivering.
Mr. Speaker, books are going to be written about how a mayor of Manchester has managed to outmanoeuvre a sitting Prime Minister with a 170-seat majority and take the keys to number 10. The Prime Minister appears to have been brought down by an inability to articulate a plan for government. So it must be tough, Mr. Speaker, it must be tough to be replaced by a man who refuses to say whether he's even got a plan. So as the Prime Minister bows out, done in by his honourable friends, does he argue with me, does he agree with me that in a few months' time we'll all be missing him?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the economy has been stabilised. We've got stronger public services. 500,000 children are being lifted out of poverty. We've got biggest investment in defence and security since the 1980s, and our international standing has been restored. That's not just a plan; it's a plan being delivered.
Can I congratulate the Prime Minister yesterday on being recipient of a Légion d'honneur medal, and also on the Public Office Accountability Bill? Would he agree with me that all those scandals that will never happen again because of this, I include Grenfell and Windrush, sometimes the media have twisted the knife a bit and made the pain harder for the victims' families. So could he not revisit some of these same principles, accountability and justice for the gutter press?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that we delivered the Hillsborough Law yesterday, and it is important to recognise there's always been an initial injustice and then a further injustice otherwise after it when the state doesn't acknowledge and get to the truth. We're putting that right with the Hillsborough Law.
Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After 16 years of Conservative administration, Shropshire Council's finances were left in a disastrous state. Now, after an LGA peer review praised the Lib Dem administration for making significant strides since last May, that difficult financial situation remains. The Right Honourable Member for Makerfield has promised Manchesterism for the rest of the country, but will the Prime Minister join me in urging him to remember that the rest of the country doesn't all look like Manchester and rural areas need a fair deal too?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, she's right to raise rural areas, and that's why we put record investment into our local authorities and into our NHS across the country, including in Shropshire.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent and Scottish football superfan, Craig Ferguson, has just returned home after working for 108 days across 3,000 miles in the United States to raise funds for Scottish Action for Mental Health. He's raised over £1 million. I know this is an issue the Prime Minister cares very deeply about. Can I thank him for his leadership? And will he join me in congratulating Craig and everyone who supported his actions to raise money for mental health?
Well, can I join her and praise and pay tribute to Craig? I believe there's a famous Scottish song about walking 500 miles and then another 500, but to surpass that is an amazing achievement. We all pay tribute.
Forster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've all enjoyed watching England's success in the World Cup in the last few weeks. As his last act as Prime Minister before he leaves office, will he agree to grant us a bank holiday so we can celebrate England's win?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've been careful not to tempt fate and jinx the result, and I'm a passionate Arsenal and England supporter, and I've watched many games, agonising moments. But, Mr. Speaker, on the question of a bank holiday, he should ask me again on Sunday.
Mr. Speaker, second time. The Prime Minister won't need reminding about. The Prime Minister won't need reminding about Arsenal's success in the Premier League last season, and my right honourable friend, the member for Makerfield, won't want reminding that Everton, unfortunately for him, came 13th. But what neither of my right honourable friends may know is the UK finished 20th in the Corruption Perceptions Index, well within the relegation zone. At the Prime Minister's request, last week, the Ethics and Integrity Commission produced a comprehensive set of recommendations to tighten up rules around lobbying. In light of recent stories around the leader of Reform UK, does he agree with me that these recommendations...
Well, can I pay tribute to the Commission and their work? The work of strengthening our democracy will and must continue.
Susan Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to wish the Prime Minister well in what he does next. The future of communities like mine in Mid Dumbartonshire is uncertain, where hyperscale data centres are set to be built. These large data centres in Scotland's planning system could demand more power than the whole of Scotland needs at its winter peak. Can the Prime Minister assure my constituents they won't find they're fighting for electricity during the cold winter days?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we have all the resources we need to provide the energy we need and to bring the price of energy down, and that is what we're doing.
Right, final question, Caroline Harris.
Oh, I can do this. Can I thank my right honourable and very dear friend for everything he's given to our party and our country. There were few who believed we could make the changes needed to bring in a Labour government after the general election of 2019 when he became leader. But today, because of his service and his leadership, children are growing up in a fairer Britain. We stand tall on the world stage, and every day we've seen his decency and his courage shine through. Can I thank him and his wonderful family on behalf of me and my family for their cherished friendship, and I am certain everyone will join me in wishing him and his family the very, very best for their next chapter.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for her question, for her support and friendship, to me, to Vic and to the kids. Whatever the challenge, she has always been there for us, particularly Vic and the kids, and I really thank her for that. Mr. Speaker, this will be my last answer from this dispatch box. Every Prime Minister knows when they take up the torch that the day will come when they have to pass it on. That day has come for me. This is the end of my political journey. In 6 years, went from historic defeat in 2019 to historic victory in 2024. And in 2 years in government, I leave the country in better shape than I found it. Yeah. I am proud of everything that we have achieved. Mr. Speaker, can I just take time to say to you, Mr. Speaker, and all those who work for the House and in our constituency offices, thank you for all your hard work. Yeah. To our civil service, thank you also for all your hard work. To my political team, many of them here today, who came on this journey with me, thank you so much for everything you have done and being prepared to walk through fire for me. To my colleagues on these benches, I am proud of all we have achieved together and proud of each and every one of you. To my successor and each of you, I will give my full support. To all colleagues across the House, can I wish you good health and happiness. To all those in the gallery whose lives have been changed or improved by this Labour government, and all across the country who struggle to be seen or heard, you're the reason I came into politics. To my wife and children, I love you. Goodbye.
Can I just say, as the curtain has fallen, this House quite rightly cheers out the Prime Minister. I'm sorry we're still clapping. We don't do clapping in the House. We cheer. We hold our order papers up. That is the farewell that we should always give to a Prime Minister. We now come to the next stage. If the front benches change over. Right, we now come to the urgent question. Show Secretary of State, Claire Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Control room operators at the National Energy System Operator have the life or death job of balancing our electricity supply and demand. If they don't get it right...
And gentlemen, say, just ask the question, then we'll come to the speech.
Oh. Oh, sorry, what?
Just ask the question. Now.
Just ask the urgent question.
Minister, come on.
I have the question here, Mr. Speaker, don't worry. On the 7th of July, the Shadow Secretary of State wrote to the Government alleging practices of poor information handling and interference in operational decision-making in the control room. Let me say, Mr. Speaker, the Government takes this issue incredibly seriously. Since the allegations came to light, we've been engaging with NISO and Ofgem to establish the facts. Both myself and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, have spoken to the Chief Executive of NISO. NISO has now appointed an external legal firm to conduct a full investigation into the claims, with a report to be delivered to the Board's Head of Risk and Controls and to Ofgem in the coming weeks. The legal firm will interview members of the control room without any other NISO employees being present. NISO has already responded publicly that all operational decisions are taken solely by authorised operational control room personnel, and that NISO does not instruct employees to avoid retaining records. We will work closely with Ofgem to monitor both the progress and the outcome of the investigation. However, it would be wrong to preempt that outcome, and the investigation must be allowed to run its course. I do, however, Mr. Speaker, want to make it very clear that during this period of unprecedented extreme heat, the Great British grid remains stable, no customers were impacted by tight electricity margins, and NISO had a number of tools available to them to ensure our energy security. Great Britain has one of the most resilient energy systems in the world, and the Government works closely with NISO and the wider sector to ensure that this resilience is constantly maintained. Market notices such as those that were issued by NISO during the heat waves are standard operational tools that can be used to support energy security, and these were used successfully to maintain grid stability. However, it is important to acknowledge that extreme heat events such as those experienced this summer are likely to occur more frequently as our climate continues to change. My department will continue to work with NISO and Ofgem to identify any lessons from these events and to work to ensure our electricity system remains resilient in the future. Ofgem, as the independent regulator, are also working with NISO to initiate a formal review of events during the June heatwave. I welcome this important transparency and look forward to working with NISO, with Ofgem, to take forward the lessons learned. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Control room operators at the National Energy System Operator have the life or death job of balancing our electricity supply and demand. If they don't get it right, we will have blackouts, and in blackouts, people die. It is that serious, which makes what I'm about to say all the more extraordinary. I've been approached by multiple whistleblowers within our grid operator. The allegations are that first, on the 23rd of June, the operator failed to meet the grid security standards put in place to prevent blackouts. Second, that the corporate affairs team interfered with operational decisions. That is not something that the Minister denied, putting the reputation of the operator above security of supply. And third, that operational decisions are being recorded in live documents with no audit trail. Again, something the Minister did not deny. I first raised questions on the 2nd of June. Since then, we have had 3 public electricity margin notices, warnings to the market that we may be short on supply. I cannot stress enough that this is completely unprecedented. Multiple whistleblowers have now come forward. This too is unprecedented. I've raised this twice now in the House, and despite the seriousness of the allegations, shockingly on both occasions the government dismissed me as scaremongering. Considering the consequences of blackouts to people's lives, this is nothing short of a disgrace. The NISO has now agreed to do an external independent investigation. This is positive. However, whilst the government washes its hands of this situation, the investigation that has been set up is a complete sham. It will not look into whether or not the grid is being run securely or whether there was a breach of security standards on the 23rd of June. It does not grant anonymity to any control room operator who wants to come forward. Those who are not selected by NISO management will have to ask those managers to participate if they have concerns. And remarkably, the chief executive of NISO on an all-staff call on Monday prejudged the outcome of the investigation by calling the allegations false, while senior management said the whistleblowers had let them down. Let me be clear. The whistleblowers who've put the national interest over their own careers should be celebrated for their courage and their integrity, not denigrated. So will the government finally get a grip on this? And can the Minister guarantee that every single control room operator who wants to share their concerns will be given the opportunity to do this anonymously?
Can I just remind the front bench, nothing personal, far from it, but you've only got 2 minutes. And please, we can try and stick to the rules. It's very hard when we can't. And thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, can I just reiterate what I said at the beginning of the statement, that The Shadow Secretary of State raised these concerns, whistleblowers that have been in touch with her for the first time at Desna's oral questions. I responded to her in that oral question session to say if she had details she should share them with the department. She did that, and we have subsequently from that taken this matter incredibly seriously, and a process has been put in place to conduct an independent review to take into account the information that she has shared. If there is more information she has from other subsequent whistleblowers, I'm sure she'll share that with us. We take this very seriously, so nobody is washing their hands of this matter at all. What I have said to her before, though, is that she is conflating two things, I think willfully, in fact, which is firstly to say that there are questions to be raised that have been raised with her by whistleblowers, which we absolutely will now investigate. But secondly, she then suggests that the electricity grid was in a state in which blackouts were imminent, which is simply not the case. And I would just gently say to her that it is absolutely irresponsible in this place and on social media to suggest that our energy system was at risk in recent periods. Electricity margin notices are a standard tool. I don't have time, Mr Speaker, in my answer to read all of the dates at which electricity margin notices were issued under the previous government, but I can tell you they are a standard tool that has been deployed a number of times in the past. And I think we all have a duty to be careful about our words in this House, and ramping up the rhetoric doesn't get to the facts that we both, I think, share an interest in understanding. So I say that point, first of all, Mr Speaker. Secondly, can I just share the comments she made at the beginning about the absolutely critical role that the operators in the NESO control room play every day. I was privileged to visit the control room in this role and to see the job that they do. They have an enormous amount of responsibility on their shoulders. That is partly why we should recognise how seriously they take their role, and partly why this investigation that is being taken independently from NESO is so important to uncover the facts. I would just say the terms of reference have been published and are available on Ofgem's website, and it states very clearly interviews with power system managers and other control room personnel who worked on shift during that period of time will be interviewed. It is right and proper that that is the case. If there are other personnel that have an insight into this, it has been confirmed that they will be able to come forward and be part of that interview process so we can establish all of the facts. But, Mr Speaker, I would just finish this point by saying we take these allegations incredibly seriously, but it is right and proper, as I think everyone in this House would expect, that we then wait for the outcome of an inquiry, which will take a matter of weeks, to establish the full facts of this matter so that we can put in place any additional learning from it, but also so that we can continue to ensure that the country has confidence that our energy system is resilient. We met the electricity demand on every single one of the days in question. I don't for a second doubt that it was difficult on some of those days, as it was across all of Europe. The answer to that is to invest further in the stability of the grid and to tackle, I have to say, fundamentally, the question of why our temperatures are rising year after year after year, which is climate change. Those are two fundamental issues that, if she genuinely believes in the long-term impact of what's happening, I hope she'll change course herself and support the policies that would tackle this. But in the meantime, we will take this issue seriously. We will investigate all allegations that come forward to us to ensure the confidence in the energy system and that it's operating exactly as we would expect it to do.
Bill Esterson, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Energy Select Committee heard from Claire Dictor, who's the Director of Strategy and Policy at NESO last week. She told us that operational decisions are taken by authorised trained personnel only. Her comments were confirmed by Alistair Martin, who's the Chief Strategy Officer at Flexitricity, in the same session, who said, "I do not think the idea that the head office at NESO told the control room what to do is plausible." Does the Minister agree that it is really important for public reassurance, especially in a time of threat to energy security, that the line is not crossed in any way between what is properly evidenced security on the one hand and conjecture on the basis of rumour, which is verging on scaremongering on the other?
Minister.
Well, I welcome my honourable friend's comments. First of all, I would just, as I said a moment ago, reiterate the fact that they are incredibly skilled staff who work in the control room 24/7 to make sure we are balancing our electricity demand and supply across the country, and have done so without any disruption to that supply whatsoever. And I pay tribute to the work that they do. What I commented on in the past in terms of the Shadow Secretary of State was not that the allegations that have come forward today are somehow scaremongering. If whistleblowers have raised concerns, it is right and proper that we fully investigate those, and we will absolutely do that. But it is scaremongering to take to social media and in this House and to somehow imply that we were close to blackouts, which is simply not the case. And I do think we have a responsibility in this House not to simply ratchet up the rhetoric in order to get some retweets on Twitter, but to take seriously the job of balancing our energy system as we did every single day, and NISO has confirmed that.
Will Forster, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These allegations are extremely serious. If it is true that NISO bosses instructed control room staff to conceal evidence of grid instability from public scrutiny, it would be a shocking breach of trust from a taxpayer-owned body. The investigation must be genuinely independent, and its full findings must be published openly, not quietly filed away. But let's also be clear, this is not a verdict on renewables, as much as science-denying climate change sceptics wish to push. It's a warning sign that our grid is straining under record heat. Ageing gas plants are failing, and years of underinvestment in storage and capacity. The government must get very serious about grid resilience. Will the Minister guarantee protection for those who've come forward and fully commit to a genuinely arm's-length investigation and guarantee full transparencies on its findings?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises a number of important points. The terms of reference are available on Ofgem's website for the inquiry that NISO has commissioned an independent law firm to carry out. They will carry out interviews with staff who were in the control room that day to get to the bottom of the allegations that have been made, because it is right that we take those incredibly seriously. Transparency will be important as part of that. But I would also say that if there are lessons to learn, it's also critical we very quickly implement those lessons to learn. NISO has already said, and the inquiry will discover further detail on this, but that corporate affairs staff are present in the control room at a number of times, but that they do not interfere in any way with operational decisions. I think obviously this inquiry will get to the bottom of what the operators' views are on that, but that is the point that they have made in recent days. On the wider point he raises, I agree with him. It is important that we recognise grid stability is absolutely foundational to everything in our energy system. That's why we're investing record amounts in upgrading the grid so that it is resilient for the future. It's also why we're looking at how we, as he rightly says, invest in things like storage so that we're able to store renewable energy that we're generating for when we absolutely need it, so that we have more tools at our disposal at moments of tight margins like this. But I would just reiterate the point that I said in a number of my other answers, Mr. Speaker, that although at times frequency moved outside the normal operating range, it never moved outside of the statutory limits. We met demand for all customers. There was no disruption for customers at all. And that is an important fact that's borne out by all of the data that's already been published. But that doesn't take away from the fact if we have lessons to learn from those instances, we will absolutely learn them.
The environmental audit, Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I commend the approach taken by my honourable friend. He's absolutely right that these allegations are incredibly serious, and that it is crucially important not only that there is a full investigation, but that it is seen to be independent and that people can have confidence in that investigation. But he's also right to express the difference between the concerns that are raised by those whistleblowers and any suggestion that our grid is currently about to lead to blackouts. Does he agree with me that whilst it is absolutely true that one of the terrible legacies this government got from the previous government was a grid that had been woefully underinvested in for a very long period in time, and there is a substantial need for investment in the grid in order to achieve the energy ambitions that we have, but that shouldn't be allowed to be conflated with the suggestion that the lights are about to go out. And so can he give confidence to my constituents going into this summer that NISO have given him all the assurances he needs that there will be no blackouts?
Minister.
Yeah, can I thank my honourable friend for the question and the way that he's framed it. He's absolutely right to say these are incredibly serious allegations, and we take them with the seriousness that they should be taken with, and any lessons learned we will absolutely take on board. But I would also just pick up the other point he made around the importance of grid investment. We did inherit a grid that was in dire need of investment, but also one that had not been built to the full needs of the generation that had been built for many, many years, but not connected. And therefore, we're currently constraining renewable energy that's been built over the past few years because it hadn't been connected into the grid. So we are doing that work to make sure the grid can continue to do what it needs to do. On his final point, let me just say, Mr Speaker, very clearly that electricity supplies were maintained throughout the June heatwave. No customer demand was disconnected. Statutory frequency limits were maintained throughout the whole event, and the largest credible loss that could have occurred was also covered. And it's worth just being really clear around what we mean by the margin in this case. The margin represents the cushion of spare generation above the peak demand that is maintained by NESO, and at no point did we come close to breaching that. It did not indicate any kind of emergency situation. Demand was met, and those are the facts, Mr Speaker.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When I was in government, we conducted one of the largest exercises ever called Exercise Mighty Oak, involving more than 4,000 people, testing the effect of power outage. And it demonstrated this cascaded very rapidly and affected very rapidly water supply, transport and other public services. Can the Minister confirm that he has had the opportunity to read the findings from that and update the House on where the government is in implementing its recommendations?
Can I pay tribute to the right honourable gentleman and all those who were involved in Operation Mighty Oak? It was an incredibly important exercise. I wasn't aware of it at all until I came into this job and read the full report, but also the breakdown of all the actions that had been started under his time in office and continued by officials now. It's a really important exercise, and he's right, the cascading impacts of a national power outage are extraordinary and very quick. And that's why we are, first of all, investing in the grid to make sure that that remains a very low risk on the National Risk Register, but secondly, taking forward all of the actions. I don't have the detail in front of me, but there are very few of the actions that remain open. Most of them have now been completed. And what we're also doing across government is continuing doing on a much smaller scale exercises to make sure ministers are prepared and that we continue to keep on top of the actions, because these are not one-time events. The water industry that he rightly references have to continue to look at preparedness. That is the wider work we're taking forward on resilience, but it's a really important exercise.
Billington.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for coming to the House and providing that clarity and reassurance that these allegations will be taken seriously. But does he also agree with me that alongside transparency of this process also comes along the need for responsible reporting and a responsible opposition? Because actually the electricity margin notices are a standard tool that NESO has used for many years, including when the opposition was in government.
Yes, I agree with her, Mr Speaker. At risk of repeating myself, electricity supplies were maintained throughout this period. Tight margins were caused by unprecedented warm weather, as I think we can all testify, having lived through it in that week. And we were not alone in this. Other European countries were facing similar challenges and similar pressures on their electricity system because of the extreme weather. I would just gently say our aim as a House should surely be to try and do everything we can to prevent that extreme weather becoming even more frequent than it is at the moment, and I hope we'll rebuild some of the consensus on that. She's right to say that the margin notices are a standard operational tool. It means that although there is enough generation available on the system to meet demand, NESO would like to have an even bigger cushion on that generation. That's what the electricity margin notices are for. They were withdrawn because that generation was met, and at no point were any customers disconnected.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There is complete chaos at the National Energy Systems operator. Complete chaos. Whistleblowers are phoning politicians expressing their concerns about blackouts. Independent investigators have had to be appointed, and they had to cut the interconnector for exports without notice in order to guarantee supplies. I wrote to the Chief Executive, Fintan Sly, 2 weeks ago. I've had no reply to my detailed question. There's an arrogance and complacency by the Minister. Can he guarantee there will be no blackouts? Does he have complete confidence in the Chief Executive? Absolutely. And will this independent investigation be published for us all to see?
Hear, hear. Minister.
Well, first of all, look, Mr Speaker, it is right and proper we're here talking about this issue, but I can assure him there's absolutely no complacency in the part of me or the government. I take my responsibilities incredibly seriously, as does NISO and as does Ofgem as the operator. And I think he should just be careful of his language on an issue as serious as this. And he shouts from a sedentary position about blackouts. That's exactly the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker. This is irresponsible language. We're not in a debate across the House. It is totally irresponsible. I'm not sure how much more clearly, Mr. Speaker, I can say to the House, but I could point the honourable gentleman to some reading material that's been published on the nature of what happened during that week. I've not denied at all that it was an extreme weather event that caused pressure on the grid, but at no times did frequency move outside of the normal operating range. At no time did we not meet demand across the country. At no time were we close to disconnecting anyone from the system whatsoever, far less any potential blackout, as he frequently likes to share on social media. We have a robust and resilient energy system that came under pressure and it responded exactly as it should do. The allegations that have subsequently been made about how decisions were made that day are serious and will be taken seriously in the investigations, and we'll learn any lessons that come from that. But it doesn't detract from the fact that we met electricity demand in every single one of the days it was under pressure, and he can dispute that all he wants, but it's a basic fact.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is right that an investigation into these allegations has been confirmed, and I welcome reassurances that the grid remains stable. As an electrical engineer, I have always been in awe of the work of our grid and the challenges it faces: climate change, electrification, the demand of renewables, the demand of AI, cyber attacks. Could you set out what steps the previous governments took in their 14-year tenure to invest in a more resilient grid, and what steps this government has taken?
Minister. Well, can I thank my honourable friend who frequently in the past 2 years I've had the privilege of having this job has shared her experiences as an electrical engineer, and she's right, I'm also in awe of the grid and the work that the operators of it do day in, day out to make sure we balance an extremely complex job of balancing supply and demand, as they do 24/7. Look, I'm not going to get into what the previous government did or didn't do, but they didn't do enough. I'm not saying they had no interest in this whatsoever, but there was clearly a long period of not enough investment in building the grid we need for the future, of maintaining the resilience, investing in ensuring that the grid was able to cope with these kind of weather events that we know are going to become much more frequent. There had to be that increased investment. That's why we're driving forward the biggest upgrade in the grid we've had in generations. But the work that the operators do at NISO is also a critical part of that. The system is becoming more complex, and that presents opportunities for us in terms of decentralised energy and much more renewable on the system, but it's more complex to manage as well. I'm absolutely confident they're able to do that, but this is a lessons learning exercise and we'll learn the lessons from it.
Sir Julian Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really worried about this question. We sat here last night talking about honesty for public servants, and we voted on a bill. But as we've seen from my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, and from the honourable member for Skegness, there are serious questions that have not been answered. We've got a chair of NISO who is paid the equivalent of £230,000 a year. Can I ask if the Minister has met him recently? Could I ask about the whistleblowers who apparently were told by the Chief Executive yesterday that they had let down the company? And on the question that my right honourable friend asked about record keeping, what discussions has he had with NESO about whether she is correct?
He asked me a number of questions. On the point around the governance of NISO, I do engage with the chair of NISO, but also with the government's independent director on NISO. And NISO is also regulated by Ofgem, who have responded in the last few days to their role scrutinising and governing the outcomes of this inquiry, as we would expect Ofgem as the independent regulator to do. On his wider points around documents, I'm not going to comment on a process that is now underway to establish the truth. The version of events that I've seen is that that is not the case, but clearly we're now doing an inquiry to establish if that is actually true or not around version control and sharing of documents and everything else. That's one of the key questions in the terms of reference. I would say to me he's right to highlight the point around the bill that we voted on yesterday. Transparency is important, and I'm not seeking in any way to suggest we shouldn't be transparent, but I am suggesting we need to let an inquiry run its course to establish the facts before we pass judgment.
Stal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Stoke-on-Trent Central are used to just plugging something in, switching a switch, and there being electrical power. But I think we can all accept that with the extreme weather becoming a bigger pattern in our yearly living, that these events may be more frequent in the future. So can I ask the Minister what conversations he's having with colleagues across government about those public education programmes to work out how we as consumers can do our little bit to help reduce demand at peak times, much like the water companies do when there's extreme heat. And given that we have discussed this and the speculations, and the whistleblowers who have come forward rightly do so, on the floor of the House, can the Minister commit that once that independent inquiry has completed, that report is also brought to the House so that we can discuss the outcome with the same prominence as we've discussed the speculation?
Can I thank my honourable friend for both his questions? On the first, he's right that it is a good thing that the vast majority of the public don't think about the electricity system at all when they switch whatever it is they want on or off. That is the system working as it should do. But he's also right, these extreme weather events are going to become more frequent in the years ahead, unfortunately, and we do need to respond to that. So that's partly why we're investing in the grid. But his wider point is around how much we talk to the public about resilience. We're quite an outlier in Europe in not engaging with the public regularly on the question of how people can have personal and household resilience, whether it's in floods or in storm events or in any other incident. We're going to take forward work as a government to make sure we are talking to the public much more about that, so that people are prepared for these circumstances. They can take some control of being able to respond if it did occur. And on his final point, I will just say, when the report comes forward, it will be published, but I will absolutely commit to making sure that the House has a copy of that as well.
Matt Martin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm curious about this mantra that there haven't been any blackouts. Over the past 6 months, businesses in the St John's area of Tunbridge Wells have complained of blackouts. I surveyed my constituents who live in that area. 60% of them said that they had experienced some blackouts, obviously not long-term ones, but intermittent blackouts. I wonder if the government could engage with me on this particular issue and maybe give some guarantees to my constituents that this situation will be improved.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we're probably slightly speaking at cross purposes. I suspect when the Shadow Secretary of State refers to blackout, she's meaning a national power outage rather than supply disruption, which does happen. I can't give a guarantee that there will never be some supply disruption, because there are faults in the system and things will occur which leads to temporary loss of supply. I'm very happy to work with them, though, if it's a recurring issue, so that we can make sure the local DNO or the transmission owner is looking at particular faults. If he writes to me with the details, I'll follow up.
Lucy Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are some very serious allegations, and it's right that they are investigated independently, and I think all of us urge NESO to have full candour. Grid stability is really important, and the recent heatwave shows the challenges that climate change brings and the importance of our clean energy transition. So does the Minister agree with me on the vital role that nuclear plays in providing stable baseload energy in supporting that grid stability?
Minister.
Well, I congratulate my honourable friend on getting a question about nuclear into this, and she's absolutely right, and I agree with her 100%, as does the Shadow Minister, I hear. It is one of those rare areas where I think we do have complete consensus, maybe not complete consensus, widespread consensus across the House. Nuclear is going to play a really critical part in our future energy needs. It provides that stable baseload power that runs on the system 24/7 for decades. Nuclear power that we build today could well be still operating by the end of this century. It is an extraordinary technology that we should be supporting and investing in as much as possible. That's why we're taking forward Sizewell C in Hinckley, but also why we've unlocked the SMR programme and are delivering that at scale, and why we'll take forward the reforms in the Fingleton review to make sure we can build things even faster in Britain.
Sir Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just point out that the very fact that he's at the dispatch box answering this urgent question is itself an indictment of the confidence that not only the public but also people working in NESO have in the resilience of the system. Can I also point out that there have been commentators for a decade or more warning about the risk to the security of supply because of the over-reliance on intermittent renewables. And yet, while we have learnt that lesson in the Conservative Party and are determined to have a much more robust and secure electricity policy, why is the government doubling down on the risks they are creating by rushing ahead with renewables, vastly expensive grid investment, which would otherwise be unnecessary, and of course these absurd and obscene constraint payments paid to wind farm operators who cannot feed their electricity into the grid and get paid for it anyway, costing billions of pounds to our customers?
Minister.
Well, there's a lot there, Mr. Speaker, but I'm sorry he's not happy to see me at the dispatch box. I'm very happy to see him in his place. This is an important question that I'm very happy to be here to answer. On security of supply, look, let me just say, first of all, yes, renewables are not going to be the entirety of our mix at all times. That's why nuclear is important as well. It's why storage is important, so we can store it for when we need it. It's why our interconnectors to Europe are a critical part of this as well. But he said in his answer two things that I think show the problem with the logic of the Conservative Party at the moment. On the one hand, he's hearing a question about the resilience of our grid, saying we shouldn't invest in the future of the grid, the very thing that would lead to more issues with grid resilience. The honourable gentleman just did. If you read back, I think you'll see he did. And the second point he makes is rightly a challenge about constraint payments, which we should not be paying. But I would gently challenge him that if we hadn't built renewables without strategically planning where they were and the grid to connect them in, we wouldn't be paying that money. And I'm sure it's his party who might want to reflect on exactly why that happened. We're fixing the problems we inherited. That involves investing in the grid.
Chris Spence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish you a belated Happy Yorkshire Day for yesterday. You didn't hear me, sorry. Can I thank the Minister for his answers so far and for the Shadow Minister for bringing this forward. This is a really important debate issue, and one that we, members of my constituency of Harlow, will be keen is obviously dealt with. I think we would all reflect that as we move towards more and more of reliance on technology, that grid connection, that grid resilience is hugely important. So I wondered if the Minister could talk to me more about what he's doing to ensure we have grid resilience in Harlow, in the east of England and across the UK.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thought I'd almost got my honourable friend at not mentioning Harlow in a question, but we got there. I'm afraid I can't give him a specific answer on the work we're doing on the grid in Harlow, but I can confirm we will absolutely be investing in ensuring the grid is as resilient as it can be for all his constituents in Harlow. And look, there are two things we are doing with the grid that really matter. One is recognising the scale of investment that is necessary, not just to connect renewables, but actually to connect the economic opportunities, the growth projects, the demand projects that need electricity that we need to be able to connect. We need the upgrade of the grid to do that. But secondly, we're also reforming the grid so that it works much more efficiently, reforming the connections queue, which got completely out of control under the previous government, so that projects can connect, so that businesses and households in his constituency can benefit from clean, cheap, secure, homegrown power.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I've some sympathy with the Minister's situation because this is a highly technical issue and presumably he will have been briefed to deal with this urgent question by the senior management at NISO themselves, or at least they will have briefed the civil servants who briefed him. What's bothering me is the lack of independence in this process. It appears that the senior management made an all-staff call in which they denounced the whistleblowers as having let the company down. From what the Minister said, it appears that the firm that is going to conduct the inquiry is an independent legal firm that is going to be paid by the senior management of NISO. Would it not be better, from the point of view of objectivity and transparency, for Ofgem to engage whoever is going to conduct this inquiry, not the very people whose own careers will be on the line if the whistleblowers are vindicated?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I'm not going to comment on leaks from internal conversations that may or may not have happened. I wasn't in the meeting, so I'm not going to comment on that. On his point about the independence, look, I don't know Evershed Sutherland, but I'm sure they would challenge his view that they're not independent. They've been They've been asked to carry out an independent review. The findings of that will report into the independent director on the NISO board, and it will be shared with Ofgem, and I've committed to sharing it more widely. If, as a result of that, there remain questions that that process hasn't answered, then clearly we will look at what further investigation is necessary. I take this incredibly seriously, and at the bottom of all this, it's not about trying to conclude some process, it's about trying to understand the concerns of the whistleblowers who have shared their information with the Shadow Secretary of State, but not with me, and all I've seen is a summary of those points in a letter, a one-page letter from the Shadow Secretary of State. I haven't seen the detail of these allegations, and she hasn't shared those with the government. But we take it seriously. We have to get to the bottom of this and find the truth, and whatever is necessary to do that, we will do.
Jill Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I perhaps should remind the House of my register of interests. I've been a member of the GMB trades unions for 30 years, where I was greatly supported as a whistleblower, and I've just joined the board of Whistleblowers UK. So with that in mind, what is the Minister doing to actively protect whistleblowers who come forward with serious concerns about both public and private organisations, and will the government heed Liberal Democrat calls to establish an Office of the Whistleblower to better help and protect these individuals? Minister.
Well, first of all, whistleblowers are protected under legislation, rightly so. That is important, and we have reiterated that to all those involved in this particular incident, that they are protected in law from their employment, from being able to come forward with allegations. That has clearly now happened, but the inquiry should also protect their ability to speak about their engagement in all of this without any other NISO staff present, so that their evidence can be compiled into the inquiry report without management being part of that process. So I take your point very seriously. On the second point about the Office for the Whistleblower, I'm afraid it's not in my portfolio, but I'll certainly pass it on to other ministers.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. This is a really worrying situation that perfectly highlights why we need an energy mix in our grid. And in that energy mix, we need to have nuclear, it was mentioned before, but we also need to have gas to provide the inertia into our grid. So the people of Aberdeen South understand that. So does the Minister understand that? And is he concerned with the lack of inertia in our grid as we move to more and more intermittent sources?
Firstly, no, I'm not concerned, because there are other tools that can be deployed in order to ensure that that is met and that is being taken forward. But secondly, I would also say, if he looks at the disruption caused by the weather, he would also see that a significant part of the issue was caused by gas power stations not being able to operate at full capacity because of the heat. So I'm afraid it's not quite the silver bullet he suggests to the House that it is.
Mark Garnier.
Madam Speaker, can I associate myself with the comments of my friend from New Forest East, when he talks about the management of NISO creating a hostile environment for technicians in the distribution centres. I too, like him, have met these individuals in the control rooms and have nothing but admiration for them. So for them to be condemned as being enemies of the company by being whistleblowers is profoundly wrong. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard from other members, in particular the member for Tunbridge Wells, who was talking about a small blackout going on in his constituency, and the Minister brushed it off as being a little local problem. The reality of it is, at the moment, we're using about 36 gigawatts of power. During the winter, we use around 45 gigawatts of power, and that's before we've electrified transportation, and it's before we've invested a huge amount into data centres and artificial intelligence. These are indicators that the grid is not working. A small blackout in Tunbridge Wells is an indicator that there could be big blackouts in the future. So what is the Minister doing to try to resolve these problems?
Minister.
First of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, I didn't brush anything off. I gave a very serious answer and said I would follow up with the individual distribution owner to resolve the issue. I said what I hope would be pretty obvious to everyone, that there are faults on the system now and again that lead to temporary disruptions to supply in households and streets that are corrected by engineers who also do an incredible job and who I have huge admiration for to fix things. That's the nature of the system. I don't think we could ever have 100% in every single part of the system operating. I wish we could, but I didn't brush it off in the slightest, and I'm happy to look into the issue in his constituency if he wants to raise it with me. Secondly, he references, and I don't know where this has come from, a hostile environment and enemies of the company. I haven't said anything of the sort here. People have come forward with allegations, and we're going to investigate them very seriously, because we do appreciate the fact they have an incredible skill and knowledge of what's going on in that control room, better than any of us, frankly, from the job they do day in, day out. An independent inquiry will now interview them to establish the facts, and we should should wait for those facts, I think, before we jump to conclusions.
Christopher Sharp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Balancing the grid is really important, but why is the cost of so doing rising from about £1.5 billion a year to £10 billion by 2030?
Well, first of all, there is investment that is necessary in order to bring down the costs in the long term. We are currently paying to constrain the renewables that are generating electricity day after day, often much, much more than we're able to actually get to homes and businesses. Instead of doing that, paying to both turn off wind and turn up gas somewhere else in England to fill the gap, we should be building a transmission system that brings that clean power to households and businesses across the country. That requires an initial investment, but that investment is repaid by the money long into the future of the virtually free fuel that comes from solar and wind. We built many, many projects under the previous government. I'm very happy, Madam Deputy Speaker, to champion those projects. The problem is they didn't connect them.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's response so far amidst these shocking allegations that staff covered up the greater risks of power blackouts during the recent heat wave. But it's not just heat wave and climate change that is increasing demands for electricity. Artificial intelligence data centres are expanding rapidly across the UK and internationally, bringing with them significant demands not only for electricity, which is estimated to double globally by 2030, but also for water for cooling, land construction and infrastructure. Will the Minister set out what steps his department is taking to ensure that the rapid expansion of AI infrastructure does not compromise our energy security, increase the risk of supply shortages or blackouts, place unsustainable burdens on local infrastructure, or leave local communities bearing the costs while others reap the benefits?
Well, you asked a number of important questions about the role of data centres in the future of the country. I'd say, first of all, there is a real opportunity if we get this right, and I take his challenge around properly planning where they go. Data centres actually are an opportunity to soak up some of what we're currently constraining, which will actually bring down bills. If we can deploy them in the right places, we get actually a greater customer base for the electricity rather than consumers paying to switch off. So that's the first thing. The second thing I'd say is, look, AI is a huge opportunity for us as a country to have the sovereign capability here in the UK is going to become increasingly important. And in the energy space, there is a real opportunity to utilise AI to actually run the system in an even more efficient way. So he's right to say we have to get this absolutely right so that local communities get the benefits, not any downsides. We are working through that in a data centre strategy with my colleagues in the Department for Science and Technology, and on the energy side we're working to make sure we're getting the best possible locations for those for the benefit of the energy system and for consumers.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister, as always, for his answers and for his solution-based responses as well. My constituents in Strangford watch the developments with absolute dread when everyday families and vulnerable pensioners are facing skyrocketing bills. The very least that they deserve is the truth about whether the lights are going to stay on this summer. Minister will know this, given that the National Energy System Operator recently signed a major partnership with the System Operator for Northern Ireland to deeply integrate our grids and balance system resilience. A crisis of integrity at the top of NESO is a crisis for the whole United Kingdom network. Can the Minister guarantee that these allegations will not undermine the energy security or the grid stability in Northern Ireland? Thanks so much.
Well, can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm disappointed. In a Westminster Hall debate today, I heard the honourable gentleman was involved in rapping some of his speech. I'm disappointed he didn't do a rap in his question today. He's a man of many talents, but he's disappointed me in this final week before recess. Can I say, first of all, he knows my answer, which I hope he never takes for me to mean I'm disinterested. My answer always on the grid in Northern Ireland is that is a transferred power because there's an all-Ireland grid. But he's right about the connections with NESO, and our interconnectors with Ireland and with Northern Ireland are an important part for balancing across the system. And when there was storms in Northern Ireland recently and generation was switched off, those interconnectors were vital. It's a really important partnership we have, and the partnership between the two system operators is really important, so I'll take his points away.
And that concludes the urgent question. Points of order will be taken after the message from His Majesty. Order, order. The Vice-Chamberlain of the Household.
I am to acquaint the House
that I have a message from His Majesty the King to this House, signed by His Majesty's own hand.
Straight.
His Majesty requests that consideration should be given by the House of Commons to the provision made by Parliament for the financial support of His Majesty and other members of the royal household, and to the arrangements to be made for the continuation of such support in the reigns of his successors. His Majesty desires that the hereditary revenues of the Crown for any period for which such support is provided should be at the disposal of the House of Commons. In commending these matters to his faithful Commons, His Majesty relies on their attachment to his person and family to adopt any such measures as may be suitable for the occasion. Point of order, Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The leader of Surrey County Council wrote to the Department of Transport on the 27th of March with serious concerns about the future funding arrangements for the A31 corridor scheme in my constituency. Despite my writing twice to the Secretary of State for Transport, and despite being told in response to a written parliamentary question on the 18th of May that the government would respond as soon as possible, nearly 4 months later, neither I nor Surrey County Council have had a response. Can you therefore advise me, Madam Deputy Speaker, what further avenues are available to me to secure a substantive response from that department so that my constituents, Surrey County Council, and all those affected by this scheme can finally receive clarity that they've been waiting for?
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. It is of utmost importance that ministers provide timely responses to members. The government front bench will have heard his concerns, which I hope will be passed on to the relevant minister. The honourable member may also wish to raise this with the leader at business questions tomorrow, who I know take these matters very seriously. Point of order, Freddie Van Morello.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to seek your advice on whether the honourable member for Edinburgh South may have given an incomplete answer that risks being seen to mislead the House. In a response to a question on cuts to funding for the Science and Technology Facilities Council, the Minister noted that funding for STFC has not been cut. Yet it is only true that there are no cuts if you exclude funding for time-sensitive projects. This has led to confusion amongst my own constituents who are affected by the cuts. Madam Deputy Speaker, could you advise me on how one may seek to ensure ministers communicate clearly on matters of such importance?
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. He will know that ministers are responsible for the accuracy of their words in the chamber. If a mistake is made, I am sure a correction will be forthcoming. If the honourable member wishes to probe the matter further, he may wish to seek alternative opportunities to question ministers directly. The clerks in the table office can advise him further. I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that the King has signified his royal assent to the following acts: Supply and Appropriation Main Estimates Act 2026, Taxation, Energy and Vehicles Act 2026, Steel Industry Nationalisation Act 2026, Cheltenham Borough Council Markets Act 2026. We now move on to the presentation of bills. I'll give the House a few moments for the front benches to change over and settle.
It's all right.
That one.
You have to strike, man.
Yeah, I know. We now move on to the presentation of bills. Presentation of Bill John Lamont.
Energy and Digital Infrastructure Planning Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 12th of March 2027.
Friday the 12th of March 2027. Presentation of Bill Richard Bergen.
Thank you. Members of Parliament, Prohibition on Second Jobs Motion Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of October.
Friday the 16th of October. Presentation of Bill, Rebecca Harris.
Sale and supply of blue traps prohibition bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of September.
Friday the 4th of September. Presentation of Bill, Daisy Cooper.
General Medical Council Fitness to Practice Rules Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 15th of January.
Friday the 15th of January. Presentation of Bill, Daisy Cooper.
Access to Elected Office Fund Report Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 15th of January.
Friday the 15th of January. Presentation of Bill, Daisy Cooper.
Street Works Penalty for Utility Companies Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 15th of January.
Friday the 15th of January. Presentation of Bill, Daisy Cooper.
Chalk Streams Sewerage Investment Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 15th of January 2027, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 15th of January 2027. Presentation of Bill, Neil Duncan Jordan.
Hunting Act 2004 Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 19th of March.
Friday the 19th of March. Presentation of Bill, Freddie Van Mierlo.
Home Cooling Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 4th of September.
Friday the 4th of September. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. I call Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House that leave be given to bring in a bill to permit stillbirth to be registered remotely in England and Wales and for connected purposes. I'm grateful for the opportunity to introduce this bill to the House today. This is a modest proposal. It's not about changing the legal definition of a stillbirth. It's not about creating a new bureaucracy or imposing additional burdens on public services, but it is about making a small change to an existing process that would make a meaningful difference to families experiencing one of the most devastating moments imaginable. Every parent looks forward to welcoming a new baby into the world. No parent prepares themselves for the prospect of registering their child's stillbirth. Yet every year, around 2,400 families in England and Wales experience that loss. On average, around 7 babies are still born every day. Behind every one of those statistics is a family whose future has changed forever. The inspiration for this bill comes from my constituents, Cassie and Ryan Claydon from Chadderton and Oldham, who are here in the gallery today. They experienced the devastating loss of their daughter Matilda at just 36 weeks. And like every bereaved parent, they carried hopes, dreams and plans for their daughter that were suddenly taken away. They spoke to me about the grief they experienced in the hours, the days and the weeks that followed, and the grief that remains with them today. But alongside that grief became something that need never have happened. Like all parents of stillborn babies in England and Wales, they were legally required to attend their local register office in person to register Matilda's stillbirth. That requirement may seem administrative, it may appear routine, but for grieving parents, it can become another source of trauma. As Cassie described in her petition, the in-person requirement meant sitting amongst new parents, blissfully registering their baby's births. There, in a waiting room filled with celebration, we were engulfed in a contrasting wave of sorrow. This compounded our trauma during what was already the worst moment of our lives. Now, my constituency office is based at Chadderton Town Hall, and for many, they will experience the most significant moments in their lives in that building because it acts as the registrar's office and the main council venue for weddings and for citizenship ceremonies. It holds an important place in the story of thousands of lives in our borough. I hear the joy from reception rooms and waiting visitors for weddings and to register the birth of a new arrival. but I also recognise that for some, it's where they'll have to register the death of a loved one. But that's quite different than the loss of a child, when you're sitting in a waiting room with other newborns and their parents. I know that no law can remove the grief of losing a child, but surely the law should not make that grief even harder to bear. The change that this bill proposes is straightforward. It would allow parents the option of registering a stillbirth remotely, either by telephone, by secure video appointment, or another approved electronic process. More importantly, this would be an option, not an obligation. Many parents may still wish to attend in person, and they could continue to do so, but for others, they may wish to remain at home, surrounded by family and loved ones, rather than travelling to the registrar's office at one of the darkest moments of their lives. Now that choice should be theirs and theirs alone. And I should say this is not an untested innovation. In Scotland, parents already have been offered the option of registering stillbirth remotely. Registrars can conduct appointments by telephone or online while maintaining all of the necessary safeguards and processes that are required. And the system works. It protects the integrity of the registrar's process while giving bereaved families greater compassion and flexibility. And if it can work in Scotland, there's every reason to believe it can work in England and Wales too. Indeed, the principle is one that the government has increasingly embraced in other areas of public administration, with now many services moved online by design. In fact, the COVID-19 pandemic, Parliament recognised that requiring bereaved families to attend registrars in person was neither necessary or appropriate, and so temporary provisions were put in place to allow deaths and stillbirths to be registered remotely, with information being provided by telephone and other methods. Those temporary changes demonstrated the system can operate effectively without insisting that grieving families attend in person. And if remote registration was considered sufficiently robust during one of the greatest public health emergencies our country has faced in generations, then surely it can work today. The pandemic showed us that when government needs to be flexible, it can be. The bill simply asks that we show the same flexibility, not because of a virus, but because of compassion. This bill simply asks that bereaved parents are afforded the same consideration at all times. And in preparing the bill, I've also been struck by the work of organisations such as Sands and Tommy's, who for decades have provided practical advice, counselling, support for families who are affected by pregnancy and baby loss. They also work tirelessly to improve bereavement care and maternity services across the UK. Their work reminds us that support following baby loss is as much about that care and compassion as it is about clinical care. It's also about every interaction with families that go way beyond hospitals and local authorities and government in itself really mean that we have to put people first. Because we rightly talk in this House about trauma-informed public services, but it's important that this registration process also reflects that. And more broadly, I hope that this bill prompts us to reflect on how the state interacts with citizens, because too often people are expected to navigate processes designed for another era that do not put people first. And I also hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it shows something quite special about our democratic process, because Cassie and Ryan first raised this issue with me in a constituency advice surgery at Royton Town Hall. They came as grieving parents who believed that something in our law could be kinder than it was today. And because of our parliamentary democracy, constituents who raise those issues can see them being raised on the floor of the House of Commons and forming the official record here today. And I think there's something profoundly important about that. It demonstrates that Parliament is at its best when it listens carefully, responding thoughtfully and seeking practical improvements to people's lives. Now, this bill has cross-party support, and I know that not many 10-minute rule bills make it into law, but I do hope that it's something that government can listen to and may well take forward. For the sake of families like Cassie and Ryan, and in the memory of Matilda, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Rushnara Ali, Annalise Dodds, Maya Ellis, Carolyn Harris, Simon Hoare, Wera Hobhouse, Alicia Kearns, Uma Cameron, Andy McNay, Sarah Smith, Gareth Snell and myself.
Jim McMahon.
Yeah.
Registration of stillbirths, England and Wales Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of September.
Friday the 4th of September. We now come to the general debate on Iran. I call the Minister to move. I call the Minister to move once he's in his place. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion on the order paper. I welcome this opportunity to update the House on the latest developments in Iran, the Strait of Hormuz and the wider Middle East. But first, let me say, as a veteran myself, I know what a remarkable and difficult job Britain's armed forces are doing. From our RAF pilots who have flown thousands of hours and had over 115 successful engagements, to the counter-UAS teams who have helped provide crucial protection to some of our key allies. Our personnel are serving with great courage and professionalism. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are at the critical moment in a conflict which has profound implications for regional stability, the global economy and the safety of British citizens throughout the region. So today, we say thank you to every member of our military in the Middle East, saving lives and working with international partners to defend our interests. Britain is proud of you.
Giving way, he points out it's a critical moment. Could I ask the Minister why the Prime Minister isn't here leading that debate if it's so critical for the national importance of this country?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it's appropriate that we treat this discussion with the appropriate seriousness, and the response comes from those people who have this as part of their portfolio. And so I'm grateful to be able to speak to the House about the contribution of our brave armed forces personnel, which is why I didn't allow his intervention during the middle of acknowledging their service. Madam Deputy Speaker, the situation across the region is fast-moving. The US has continued to strike Iranian targets this week, including the port cities of Bandar Abbas and Bushehr. A key priority is to reduce Iran's capacity to attack commercial shipping after Iranian forces struck 2 UAE tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, killing an Indian crew member and injuring 8 others. Iran has also attacked facilities in Jordan and Bahrain. As a consequence of this volatility, oil prices continue to rise, with Brent crudes climbing above $85 a barrel. Madam Deputy Speaker, even as events unfold, this government's objectives are unchanged. We want to see a diplomatic solution to this crisis. We call for the resumption of a ceasefire and for the United States and Iran to resume negotiations on the Memorandum of Understanding, leading to a resolution in line with international law. We strongly condemn Iran's reckless attacks this week on commercial shipping and its ongoing indiscriminate attacks against our partners in the region, including Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar and Jordan, as well as Houthi attacks on Saudi Arabia. During the crisis, the UK has surged air power into the Gulf, deploying the Joint Squadron in Qatar and sending additional jets to provide defensive counter-air to our partners. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. Just as we were talking about the attacks that Iran are making, I wonder if he would join with me in recognising one of the consistent threats that Iran has posed to the United Kingdom is inconsistent cyber attacks, and we've got to make sure in any negotiation with them that that is prevented and stopped.
Mr.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. As I will continue in my speech, you will learn that the things that we should be concerned about aren't just the manifestation of kinetic attacks within the region. They are also those things which impact us here at home, such as the cyber attacks. We've reinforced regional partners' air defence capabilities in Kuwait, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, as well as embedding aerospace management experts. We deployed HMS Dragon to provide advanced air defence and maritime security capabilities, all of which demonstrates our strong commitment. Madam Deputy Speaker, approximately 1/5 of the world's oil supply passes through the Straits of Hormuz. When that narrow waterway is transformed into a theatre of conflict, working people across Britain and the world pay the price in higher fuel bills and energy bills and in wider costs to the economy.
Alex.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving me. I just wanted to explore slightly further the role that our destroyer has in the Gulf. The Minister said it was part of air defence and security. Is it integrated within a system, or is our Royal Navy acting independently?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. At the moment, the destroyer is part of a UK plan, but it's part of a broader design alongside the French, should it be used later. At the moment, it is not playing that part. That's perhaps something that I can explore with him later, or I can ask in greater detail as I progress. Madam, across the globe, it's the poorest who feel the impact the most. So we will continue to work alongside our allies to restore freedom of navigation through the Strait. The UK is playing its part through the multinational military mission, which is where HMS Dragon would play its role, providing reassurance to commercial shipping and conducting mine clearance operations. And of course, we continue to protect British lives and interests across the region. But it is not just British citizens and military personnel in the Middle East who are endangered by Iran. Iran's far-reaching terror threat extends to the communities and streets and people of the United Kingdom too. Our security services tracked more than 20 potential lethal Iran-backed plots on British soil between October 2024 and October 2025, as they targeted journalists, dissidents and Jewish people living in this country. Britain treats that threat with the great gravity it demands. We have sanctioned hundreds of Iranian individuals and entities, including the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in its entirety. In May, we unveiled a package of measures directly targeting those who threaten security on our streets. And yesterday, the Foreign Secretary announced sanctions of the Islamic Movement of Companions of the Right, otherwise known as Hayya. This is the organisation which publicly claimed responsibility for 7 attacks at locations in the UK linked to Jewish and Israeli communities and to the Persian language media. They included the despicable anti-Semitic arson attack on our 4 ambulances in Golders Green in March. And these, I will in a mo, these are some of the terrible consequences that this war has had in Britain. State actors like these have been working to create division and manipulate young people, including those in my own constituency of Leighton and Wanstead. We must not let them succeed in damaging our social cohesion, and on that point, I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He speaks very eloquently about the threat that the Iranian regime poses to the freedom of religion and safety for Jewish people and others in Britain. And I'm sure he's also aware that people in Iran do not enjoy freedom of religion or belief. I've met Iranian Christians in Morecambe and Loonsdale. The Baha'i people are routinely persecuted, and people who refute religion, who become apostates, are treated abhorrently. I'd just like to put on record the work of Faith to Faithless in the UK supporting people. And so would you agree with me that every person in Iran deserves freedom of religion, freedom of belief, and to live in safety?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her very powerful intervention, and it's important, before I take another intervention, that we note that this regime does not respect religion, freedom of religion. And back here at home, we must, every one of us, regardless of what our faith or religion is, stand up for the others. I give way.
First of all, can I welcome the Minister to his place? I think it's the first time we have an opportunity to do that. I want to put it on record, and I thank him for all his contributions in the former life that he did, which brings expertise and experience to this chamber. I very much welcome the government's prescription of the IRGC. It's something to be welcomed. And indeed, if I had my way, I would eliminate IRGC in its totality, and there wouldn't be any problem for anybody else in this world. But that's something that this government can't do by themselves. Will the Minister confirm that the government will go further to seize all of the IRGC assets, that's buildings and banks and accounts in this country? And is the Minister able to confirm when it comes to making the IRGC accountable for their actions, for their murder of people, the women they've raped and violated, and child killers, all those people will be accountable, and is government already collating and putting together the evidence that is necessary to ensure that those people will be accountable for their actions in this world? I want them to see, I know they'll be accountable in the next world because they'll be in hell burning, but before that arrives, I'd like to see them make them accountable in this world.
Well, I think what a great privilege it is to receive my first intervention from the honourable member. I think it's important that in order to give a full answer, that you receive that in my honourable friend's summation, because I think he covers that adequately in his closing remarks.
Can I place on record from these benches our absolute agreement with his tribute to all of our armed forces personnel serving in the Middle East? But if he looks around the chamber just briefly, will he agree with me and confirm that yet again, when we are debating defence and security, including threats to UK citizens from Iran in this country, there is no Reform Member of Parliament present in the chamber of the House of Commons to participate?
I thank the honourable member for his right honourable and gallant member for his intervention and for the point that he's making. If we are going to tackle division, then we must all be present and we must all contribute respectfully to those debates, and I'm very grateful for his remarks. I won't take any more interventions because I'm fast running out of time, but it's important that we have long been clear that we have long been clear that any nation which poses such a terror threat abroad, that murders thousands of its own people and brutally suppresses dissent at home, must never acquire a nuclear weapon.
I'd like to thank my honourable and gallant friend for giving way. Open source media has highlighted that when the US and Israel struck Iran many, many months ago, a certain target was destroyed in Tehran, and overnight a large proportion of Scottish independence media died. Which highlights my point about division and protecting the right to self-determination and democracy in this country, and that through social media and other means we are allowing foreign states to play in political division here in the United Kingdom. Could my honourable friend give me a little bit of insight as to what we're doing collectively to protect against those threats?
I thank my honourable and gallant friend for his very powerful intervention, and it is why I took a deviation in my own words to highlight just how these threats are manifesting upon our streets, and it is why the right honourable gentleman's intervention about the absence of certain political voices within the chamber at this moment is incredibly upsetting, because when we talk about the threats to our nation, when we talk or speak about the threat of war, we are speaking about nations that are acting within our nation to divide us, to cause division between people and communities, to attack our democracy and to attack our state as it is. And we need every voice and everyone in the chamber to contribute to that fight, because these are the things, the very fundamentals of our democracy that we are fighting for right now. So the IEA estimates that Iran's total enriched uranium stockpile now stands at 48 times the limit set under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Its stockpile of 60% enriched uranium exceeds 10 IEA significant quantities, the threshold behind which the possibility of manufacturing a nuclear device cannot be excluded. Iran does not have a credible civilian justification for enrichment at this level. The international community is not naive about what this stockpile represents, and any final deal must address these concerns comprehensively and verifiably. The UK stands ready to assist alongside our European partners. We have the technical knowledge, the diplomatic relationships and the institutional experience to help bridge these gaps. And we are ready to work with the US, Iran and the IAEA to achieve a final deal, including lifting relevant sanctions if Iran takes verifiable steps to end its nuclear programme.
Honourable and gallant friend for giving way. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We just want him to go on, so we'll keep giving him interventions this afternoon. Just on diplomatic relations, Madam Deputy Speaker, might I put on record my condolences on the death of His Highness Father Amir Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani. Can I thank the Minister for the UK's leadership in countering Iranian actions both in the Strait of Hormuz and in this country, and put on record my own thanks to service personnel acting in the region in our interests.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He is a campaigner for our Foreign and Commonwealth, the FCDO personnel department, the people that are there, the things that it stands for. He understands the importance of soft power and the relationships which he talks about now, and that's why it's so important that we advocate for that department and for the wonderful work that it does, and why it's such a great privilege to be opening this debate alongside one of its most powerful servants. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a complex and fast-moving conflict which has the potential to escalate, but we should not be distracted from our fundamental priorities: to encourage the resumption of negotiations and a ceasefire, to restore freedom of movement in the Strait of Hormuz, to deliver the agreements set out in the Memorandum of Understanding, and to protect British people and interests and stand firmly with our allies. These measures, I believe, are the right ones to dial down hostilities and help us find an enduring, secure solution. But I look forward to hearing the contributions of colleagues across the House.
The question is that this House has considered Iran. I call Shadow Minister Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me first start by welcoming the honourable and gallant gentleman for Leighton and Wanstead to his place on the front bench today. I also welcome this debate because there are few greater responsibilities of government than protecting the security of our country and defending Britain's interests abroad in what is an increasingly dangerous world. And I want to start by touching on the live situation today, which remains very precarious. It's clear that over the past week or so, escalation has spiralled because of Tehran's serious violations of the ceasefire. We have seen Iran once again illegally attacking commercial shipping in the Straits of Hormuz, violating Oman's sovereignty in doing so, and striking our allies, including Bahrain and Kuwait. They must stop. Full freedom of navigation must be restored in the Strait of Hormuz, and the onus is on Iran to comply. Tolls are not the way forward, and we do welcome the decision by the US not to pursue this. But the question is, what is Britain going to contribute to efforts to secure the opening of the Strait? When my right honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, pressed the Foreign Secretary on this last week, few answers were forthcoming. These are serious matters, and I hope the Minister will be able to share more detail about what a potential multinational mission, which the Government has talked much about, actually looks like in practice. Madam Deputy Speaker, Iran is not simply another difficult state. It's a terrorist regime that has brutalised its own people, destabilised an entire region, armed terrorist organisations, pursued nuclear weapons in defiance of the international community, supplied drones for Putin's illegal war against Ukraine, and threatened Britain directly through hostile activity and terror plots here on our own soil. The regime in Tehran has spread fear through its proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis. It has imprisoned, tortured and murdered its own citizens for daring to demand basic freedoms. It has exported anti-Semitism, sponsored terrorism and sought to intimidate democratic nations, including our own. No one in this House should be under any illusion about the nature of this regime or the threat that it continues to pose. An end to the current conflict has to address the reasons it began in the first place. We want a settlement that makes Britain safer, that protects our close security allies and offers the Iranian people hope of a future free from the repression of the terrorist regime in Tehran. Yes, of course.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. She's making a very important and powerful point about recognising exactly what the Iranian regime is. So would she agree with me that members of this House, and certainly some of the party members they represent, elect members they represent, who praise the actions of the Iranian regime in some justification for their warped sense of political priorities, should be utterly condemned and have no place in the political discourse or discussion that we have in this country?
Shadow Minister.
My right honourable friend makes a really important point here. Tough though we have days in this place, it is important that we remember why we are here and we hold respect for one another. And deep down, we also understand the background to some of this conflict. So I totally agree with what he's saying. And it's important that we use the right language in this place and we have the right tone in these often very difficult but important debates. Because in all of this, it means addressing the causes of the conflict, not pausing its consequences, and recognising that any lasting settlement must deal with Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons, its sponsorship of terrorism, and its willingness to use instability as a tool of statecraft, particularly when it comes to the Straits of Hormuz. This is what we are facing and dealing with. And of course, Britain must play its part to help ensure that Iran can never again use the Strait of Hormuz as a bargaining chip with which to threaten international security and hold the global economy to ransom. Those are the outcomes that Britain should be working towards. But what I'd like to ask today is, what are the government's objectives? What does the Minister believe success looks like? And what support, militarily, diplomatically or otherwise, has the government provided to our American allies during this latest phase of the conflict? And what guarantees has Britain secured that Iran's nuclear programme will be dismantled? Will we even be at the table like we were in 2015 with the JCPOA? And what commitments have been obtained to curb... Yes, of course.
Thank her for giving way. She raises the JCPOA and the negotiations that happened with Iran 10 years or so ago. I wonder if she'd reflect, do you think we are closer to a nuclear negotiation today than we were back then? And do you think possibly negotiating at the start would have been a better approach than this conflict?
Before the Shadow Minister answers the question, can I just remind the Honourable Gentleman that you is not used in this chamber because it's directed at me. And I'm sure you are interested in what I think about these matters, but you may be more interested in what the Shadow Minister thinks. Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure he is interested in what I have to say on these matters. I think the point that he made is an important one, but what we are dealing with today is what we are facing today, not 10 years ago. This is 2026. Hence my question of the ministers to ask what guarantees has Britain secured when it comes to ensuring that Iran's nuclear programme will be dismantled. But what commitments have been obtained to curb Iran's support for Hezbollah, the Houthis and other terrorist proxies? And what mechanisms exist to monitor and enforce any agreement? And what role has Britain actually played in shaping these outcomes? Because a ceasefire is not in itself a strategy. Peace is not simply measured by words on paper. It must be measured by whether Britain's security is stronger, whether our allies are safer, and whether Iran's capacity to threaten the world has genuinely been reduced. And on every one of those tests, ministers have serious questions to answer to this place. The Iranian regime has already demonstrated how fragile any pause in fighting remains. It has continued to threaten international shipping in the Straits of Hormuz and menace our allies across the Gulf, where I remind the House there are also thousands and thousands of British nationals too. When British assets were placed at risk, what was the government's response? And when commercial shipping came under threat, where was Britain's leadership? When our allies looked to one of their oldest security partners for reassurance, what practical support did the government provide? Britain has historically played a leading role in Gulf security. We have built partnerships, provided reassurance, and helped shape the international response to threats in the region. Yet throughout this crisis, there has been a growing sense that Britain has been reacting to events rather than helping to determine them. I'm being very generous today.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. She talks about the UK's military support to the conflict. I wonder if she's suggesting that we should have provided support to the Americans in the initial attacks, as some members of the party opposite were suggesting, or whether she's talking about other types of military support. If she can make that clear, that would be helpful.
Shadow Minister.
I think we always make our position very, very clear in all of these matters. So, but today's debate is about the situation that we face today in the Gulf. And it's for the opposition to ask the government the questions, and it's for the government to explain to the opposition what their answers are. So we'll all have to sit in the chamber and wait for those wind-up speeches at the end of the debate. Our allies once looked to Britain as a reliable and dependable partner. Increasingly, that confidence is being tested. This is a time for action, not words. The Straits of Hormuz is not simply a regional concern. It's one of the world's most strategically important waterways, and its security matters to global trade, to international energy markets, and to British families who feel the impact when instability drives up prices. Iran cannot be allowed to use access to this vital route as leverage against the international community whenever it seeks concessions. And preventing that must be a central objective to British foreign policy. Yet, where is the government's strategy to ensure that never happens again? Where is Britain's influence in shaping the future security architecture in the Gulf? And where is our leadership? Instead, ministers have too often appeared to be spectators rather than participants. And at precisely the moment that Britain should have been strengthening alliances and advancing our national interests, this government has appeared distracted and uncertain. That matters because influence is not something that Britain is automatically entitled to. It's something that we must earn. It depends upon credibility, capability, and the confidence of our allies that Britain will stand alongside them when it matters most. That confidence has been weakened by uncertainty over an unfunded defence investment plan and by a government that too often appears reactive rather than decisive. And nowhere is that clearer than in the government's handling of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, and the decision to designate the IRGC as a foreign power state threat is welcome, but it's long overdue. It is not simply another military organisation. It is the principal instrument through which the Iranian regime suppresses dissent, exports violence and spreads extremism. It has crushed protests inside Iran, financed terrorism abroad, facilitated sanctions evasion, spread propaganda, intimidated dissents living here in Britain, and repeatedly threatened our national security. Of course.
Does the Honourable Lady not recognise everything she's just accused the government of not doing is exactly what her government did not do for 10 years? The IRGC are exactly the same now as they were then, and this government did nothing. I'm not a great supporter of that government, as they will be quick to tell you, but please do not take the moral high ground when it comes to prescribing the IRGC.
It's a very interesting point that the honourable gentleman from the SNP makes, but what did his party ever do on this front? And I also remind the government benches that they have been in power for 2 years. They've had plenty of time. It's no good always throwing the 14 years argument at us. You have had 2 years. Now, our security and intelligence services deserve enormous credit for disrupting Iranian-linked plots against individuals in this country, but they should not be expected to carry this burden without the full backing of government. Earlier this year, when protesters in Iran faced violent repression at the hands of the IRGC, we repeatedly offered to work constructively with ministers to pass emergency legislation. Those offers were ignored, and valuable time was lost and the threat continued. The government must now explain how this designation will actually be enforced. How will those acting on behalf of the IRGC in Britain be identified? How will Iranian financial networks operating in the United Kingdom be dismantled? And what steps are being taken to prevent our financial system from being used to launder funds linked to the Iranian regime and its terrorist activities? And when will the ministers finally be able to say that Iran's corrosive influence inside Britain has properly been disrupted? Because announcements alone do not keep the public safe. It's enforcement that does. And nor should we forget the Iranian people themselves. Our argument has never been with them. Indeed, no people have suffered more at the hands of their regime than the people of Iran. Millions of brave Iranians have risked everything in pursuit of freedom, democracy and the rule of law. Many have paid with their liberty, many have paid with their lives. Tens of thousands were slaughtered earlier this year, simply for wanting the basic freedoms that we enjoy. Yes, of course.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and was my right honourable friend just add to that, because I've got constituents who are victims of the Iranian regime of going through torture, and victims of torture carry the scars of victims of mourning, victims of repression, as my right honourable friend has just said.
And my right honourable friend makes a really important point there. It's important that we remember these people, we remember the victims, we remember the broader families as well that are affected by this. And that should continue to push us to seek not just answers but actions and outcomes. Because Britain should always stand with those who seek freedom against those who seek to crush it. Madam Deputy Speaker, this conflict has also exposed some uncomfortable truths for us here at home, because national security depends upon economic strength. Every threat to the Straits of Hormuz sends shockwaves through global energy markets. Every escalation in the Gulf has consequences for British businesses and British households. And every hostile state that we seek to deter requires credible military capability to support our diplomacy. That's why Britain must match its global ambitions with the resources needed to defend them. We continue to believe that Britain should be spending 3% of GDP on defence by the end of this Parliament, because the threats facing our country have changed and our response must reflect that reality. This crisis also underlines why energy is national security. Energy security is national security, We should be strengthening our domestic energy resilience, expanding secure sources of supply and reducing our dependence on hostile regimes that seek to weaponise energy for political gain. A stronger economy, greater energy security and stronger national defence are not separate objectives. They are essential parts of the same national strategy, making Britain more resilient, more self-sufficient and better able to defend our interests in an increasingly dangerous world. Iran remains a grave threat. Its ideology has not changed. Its hostility towards Britain has not changed. And its sponsorship of terrorism has not changed. So we should not judge success simply by whether the missiles have stopped for today. We should judge success by whether the regime's ability to threaten us is weakened, whether Britain's security is stronger, our allies are safer, and the Iranian people are closer to freedom. That requires more than expressions of concern. It requires more than carefully worded statements. Madam Deputy Speaker, it requires a government with clear objectives, a coherent strategy, and the determination to use British influence in defence of Britain's national interests. That is the leadership that has been so clearly missing throughout this crisis.
Yeah, well done.
Dr. Jeevan Sandher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a day of very sad farewells today, so I'd also like to add to those by saying a very sad farewell for all of us across this House to Margaret and Godfrey in the tea room, who I know are leaving soon. I did not expect to be so emotional, but here we are. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for letting me speak today. Today I want to speak of something very clear and very simple about what the Iran war means for us here. And it shows us that our affordability crisis and our security crisis are intertwined and lead onto one another. And more than that, while dealing with both in policy terms, what we also need at this moment is a political vision that can unite us, as we face the most important, most dangerous Parliament in almost a century. Madam Deputy Speaker, since the Iran war has started, we have seen oil and gas prices rise up significantly. We have seen oil prices up by around 30%, gas up by 70%, and of course, the longer the strait remains closed, the worse and worse that will get. And what does that mean for us at home? It means higher prices, it means less affordable lives, but more than all of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, it also means more anger and more fury on our streets. That as people cannot afford decent lives, they get angry at the system that we see, and indeed they get angrier at us in this place here. That if we do not make their lives affordable, we cannot expect them to have a stake in our nation, and we cannot expect them to defend our nation either. Only by ensuring that every single person here has a reason to believe in our lives, in this country, in this place, by making life affordable, can we ensure we defend ourselves at home. We cannot ask people here to give up their lives and risk their lives for a country that does not guarantee them a decent life for them or their children. And for our security crisis as well. What we are seeing at the moment is in a more unstable, a far more dangerous world, the one that we are facing. It is also one in which our economics gets worse and affordability gets worse as well. That while we are dependent on fossil fuels sold by dictators abroad, but especially as we're seeing in the most dangerous parts of the world, that those prices abroad, the less security we have in both energy and abroad, hits us here at home. And we are also seeing, Madam Deputy Speaker, a world that is changing before our eyes. We are seeing now that America's eyes are no longer focused on Europe as much as they used to be. We are seeing them turn to Asia, to the Middle East. And what is clear for us in European NATO, and should be clear to us in this House, is that we must take more steps to defend ourselves. That we all have a responsibility, and I don't say that we as a country, I mean we as individuals, have a responsibility to put forward very clearly that we must defend this nation. Because the only way we prevent war is by preparing for one. That is the only way we keep this country safe, the way we keep our constituents safe for this generation and generations to come. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on that, we are seeing a nation that is far more divided and angry than ever before. Partly because, yes, they can't afford a decent life, but also because as they turn on their screens, they see war in the Middle East, they see wildfires across the world, they see a world that's far less secure and stable. They don't believe in us because they do not see the way we'll provide a decent future for them. And that is on what is on us to fix, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, of course.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I only intervene on him at this point because he said, and finally, so I assume he's coming to the end of his speech. I've not yet heard him, apparently not, there's a power assumption, well, perhaps he's about to come on to this, but I've not heard him yet condemn Iran for its actions, both on its own people and indeed across the region. He talks about destabilisation and war, but Iran is the catalyst, it is the instigator of the destabilisation, not just in Iran, but across in Israel, in Yemen, and further afield. Will he not rise and condemn Iran for all it's doing?
Short answer, yes. Longer answer, I think everyone across this House would as well. Look, the latest conflagration, by our understanding, is that Iran struck a tanker and that led to the end of the ceasefire. Now, it is making us, of course, far poorer at home, but it's also making the region less secure and less stable. And I hope, by the way, at this moment, one thing I would say to every member across this House is that while we disagree on things, and we do disagree on things strongly and deeply, there's also a lot that unites us at this moment. And just as members across this House a century ago were able to unite to face those challenges, I'd hope we would be able to do the same, exactly the same today, as we should now and in the future. Yeah, of course.
I'm most grateful to the honourable gentleman. I'm listening very carefully what he says, and I think he's making some powerful points. And he was talking about how people notice what's going on. So what I'd just like him to explore in his speech, because I know he's excellent at responding on his feet, is people can see things and they can't see things. So when there was a cyber attack on M&S, their shelves emptied. So people could see the direct consequence of a cyber attack on a supermarket. But they didn't see it because they just went to the next supermarket. So in terms of trying to make how we make the public see the threat, I'd like his thoughts to expand that argument.
I think we have to explain it to them. But they also saw the attack on JLR. They understand the attack on sea cables. They're seeing it on the news more and more often. They do understand that Russia is a threat. They do see it at the pump. But what I think is far more dangerous for us is that this slow building crisis is much harder to deal with than a rapid one. The idea that we have war in Europe is now something we accept. But what we don't really take on board is that since 1945, the idea that we could redraw borders by force, the idea is that military action could once again be here, that NATO could be tested, is a new thing for us. So for the same way that we have to tell the public about, yes, war is on our doorstep, it's the same way I have to say that resilience is far, far more important at this point in time. Madam Deputy Speaker, for us, clearly there is a path forward. Two sets of policies that we have to do. Firstly, make life affordable. Secondly, defend our nation. Now, in terms of making life affordable, there is, of course, an immediate challenge in terms of costs. We're seeing higher fossil fuel prices, that's higher energy at home, higher food prices, fertiliser more expensive, all of those things, and ways we can get costs down. Now, for some of this, it's a bit more easier. We invest in clean energy. We can do direct reduction in energy bills. But for other things like food, it is more difficult for us. And that's why we need the second. We need to also create good jobs in this country in every single part, but especially in those post-industrial parts of the country where there have not been enough good jobs for an incredibly long time. The same places that are turning away from us and indeed turning away from most members on that side of the House as well. Yes, of course.
And he's rightly pointed out, but there's a dichotomy here. For his own government have come forward with a defence investment plan that is £5 billion short. So in his esteemed career as an economist, where is he going to get that money from? Or what is he suggesting to his Defence Secretary and future Prime Minister of where he's going to stop that gap? Because he's rightly pointed out, the cost is going up on the taxpayer and those individuals in their cost of living.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank the member for calling me an esteemed economist, as the whips are sitting on the front bench. Thank you very much. And I think, of course, the member opposite would completely appreciate the fact that I'm not going to annoy any Chancellor by putting forward any kind of tax rises today. That actually, in that sense, but what I will say, there is a clear commitment from this side of the House to fund the Defence Investment Plan, and the member is right that fundamentally we do need to fund defence in this country, because the only way we prevent war, the only way we live up to the promise of ourselves, is by ensuring that we prepare for one. And part of that is around funding. And as I'll come to now as well, it's not just about the funding, which is important, and I completely take that, but it's also about your defence economic strategy as well. It's not just about the munitions you're producing today or the drones you are today. It's about how do you scale that up in the case of a conflict? How do you make a conflict so unthinkable because they know the British state will stand with our NATO allies to win it convincingly? Yes, of course.
Taking another intervention, but the Defence Chief said we needed £28 billion to be able to do this. His government has brought forward £15 billion, of which it is £4.7 billion short on how it will even provide that £15 billion. Therein lies the gap and the problem, because there's a difference between what you will need to get to achieve that ability to deter, or at the same time actually providing at the same time. I wonder what his thoughts are on that.
I have every confidence that we will ensure that we prevent war by preparing for it. And I have every confidence we're going to fund it. And I have every confidence as well that beyond the funding, which is important, but on the other side of it, how do we ensure that we can show the scale up that we need? How do we show that we can defend this country? And I will say as well to the honourable member, I know we have a back and forth, but I think we do all agree that we do need to help defend this nation. The only way we do it is so. But there are members in this House, obviously not in their seats today, who don't feel the same way. There are members in this House who do want to divide us, who do believe and are far too pally with Putin, who do want to see us become weaker and more divided because that's how they get what they want. An unholy alliance of ethnocrats and, as we're seeing now, crypto billionaires, where you see anger and division on one side and tax cuts for their billionaire mates on the other. Those are the people we stand against, that we all stand against, I think, in this House at this moment. Whether or not they're arguing with a bin or not, this is where we are. Madam Deputy Speaker, a House divided against itself cannot stand, and nor can our nation. The only way we can ensure that we meet this moment that is presented to us by this war in Iran, but indeed by conflicts around the world, is by firstly making life affordable for every single person, so they have a stake in this nation, but also by securing our nation as well, making it safer, to get costs down here at home. And for us on this side of the House, we know now what we have always known, that the only way we meet this moment is together, that we are more than the sum of our parts, and that we achieve at this moment both affordability and security through our common endeavour. Because together we will, Madam Deputy Speaker, but divided we absolutely won't. Thank you.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson James McCleary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The picture in Iran remains volatile. We've seen renewed military strikes, threats against ships in international waters, and rhetoric that keeps ratcheting upwards. Put together, that's a kind of mix that tips into a spiral that nobody in this House wants. The Liberal Democrat position hasn't shifted on this. Our leader has been consistent in this House. We opposed escalating this militarily from the start because it contravenes international law and because Middle Eastern conflicts have a track record of running on long after the promises made at the start and of leaving the region worse off than it was before. What's needed now is diplomacy and restraint, backed by a real commitment to keep this from tipping back into something far worse. The UK government should be working every diplomatic channel it has to get Washington and Tehran back to the negotiating table as soon as possible. Let me be clear, this was an illegal war started by a reckless and irresponsible president. Trump, together with Benjamin Netanyahu, led the US and Israel into this war without a plan. As a result, NATO is less secure and Trump has been humiliated by his arrogance. None of this, though, excuses Tehran. The regime bears real responsibility for the instability we're seeing, funding terror groups like Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis, targeting shipping lanes, holding foreign nationals without cause and crushing dissent at home. Iran can also never be allowed to develop nuclear weapons, but that goal must be achieved through diplomacy, not through force of arms. Roughly a fifth of the world's traded oil moves through the Strait of Hormuz, so anything that threatens shipping there shows up quickly in household budgets here in Britain, not just in the Gulf. Iran's attacks on commercial vessels on top of President Trump's now aborted proposal to start charging for passage through the strait have made already jittery markets more nervous still. Freedom of navigation is foundational to how trade works around the world. Shipping lanes shouldn't be turned into leverage. The straits need to stay open, secure, and governed by international law, full stop. The government should be coordinating with allies to steady the situation, keep commercial shipping protected, and bring down the odds of things escalating further at sea. And the fallout doesn't stay offshore.
Would the Honourable Gentleman give way?
Certainly.
Just on that specific point where the Honourable Gentleman said we should be keeping shipping protected, how does he see that? What does he think needs to be protected from what area?
Thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. So primarily protected, of course, from attacks through the Strait of Hormuz in future. The first way to do that is to reach a settlement that keeps shipping safe in the Strait of Hormuz, which to my previous point is why we need to get back to a diplomatic solution, because a military solution is not going to keep shipping safe, because ultimately shipping companies assess things by risk, and as long as shipping is held at any risk in the Strait of Hormuz, we will not see a resumption to the previous trade levels we saw. So the fallout doesn't stay offshore. When oil prices climb, it's British households, which is, of course, our constituents, that feel it. In transport costs, in the weekly shop, in energy bills. I hear daily from constituents who are feeling the financial pressure. Families already stretched thin don't need another external shock landing on top. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government shouldn't just be waiting for markets to calm down on their own. There are concrete steps available. Cut fuel duty, bring rail fares down, keep pushing bus fares lower, scrap VAT on EV charging. All of it would ease the everyday cost of getting around. This moment should also sharpen the case for building real energy resilience at home. Certainly.
I'm grateful for giving way. Has he got an estimate of how much those, was it 3 policies would cost?
Thank you, Member, for the intervention. Yes, of course, all of our proposals are fully costed, and if you'd like me to, I can send him some more information on how we would pay for those in future. Every time instability somewhere else sends a shockwave through our economy, it's a reminder of why weaning ourselves off volatile fossil fuel markets is squarely in Britain's own interests. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to raise the situation facing British citizens held in Iran. Lindsay and Craig Foreman have now been in Evin prison for over a year, and today there are reports that Craig's sentence has been extended by a further 2 years. There are reports of hunger strikes and conditions that remain harrowing. No British national should be used as a bargaining chip in a geopolitical standoff. Their continued detention is not acceptable, and the government needs to treat their release as an urgent diplomatic priority, working with international partners to get them home.
Well,
I also welcome the... Certainly.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and he's just outlined a number of ways that Tehran does not respect international law and uses human capital as a bargaining chip. But in the same breath, he mentions that he doesn't see there needs to be a military solution. He believes that somehow Iran can be brought to the table to have some diplomatic solution. How can those two things be compatible?
Thank the honourable member. It's a good challenge. I mean, obviously, what I'm talking about is a long-term solution. The military option has been tried. The United States, which is the preeminent military power on earth, has expended a huge number of missiles and other military assets to try to bring Iran to a position it wants it to be in. This has clearly not worked. Iran is still attacking shipping in the Strait. We're still seeing instability in the area. So it's clear that the military option has not succeeded. And if the Americans can't do it, then quite frankly, probably nobody can. So here is where we need to go back to the negotiating table and try to find a diplomatic solution, which so far has been out of reach. I do accept that. But I think if we want a stable solution in the long term, it's going to come through diplomacy, not military means. I welcome the recent decision by the government to designate the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps under the National Security Act, but a designation on paper only matters if it's backed by enforcement. This House will expect the government to act firmly against anyone using UK soil to intimidate dissidents, run cyber attacks on British institutions, or do a hostile state's bidding here. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, a word on Britain's own role in this. The government has said UK bases have only been used by the US for narrowly defined defensive purposes. That distinction is worth holding on to. And this House deserves ongoing clarity about exactly when and how British territory might be used if things escalate further. Our alliances matter, but they do not relieve the government of a duty to make its own judgment calls on how sovereign UK territory gets used. The priority now has to be stopping any slide into a wider war in the region, starting by rebuilding diplomatic channels, keeping shipping lanes protected, and holding the line on international law, while backing our allies without handing over our own judgment. Above all, it means remembering that every step further into escalation has real costs for civilians in the Middle East and families back here at home. It's a reminder of the limits of armed force, and that one of this country's greatest strengths is our soft power: diplomatic, financial, cultural. Britain has influence that it can use to cool this down, rebuild some diplomatic momentum, and help get the region and the wider world to the stability everyone so desperately needs. Sorry, finished.
I call Brian Leishman.
Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker. Life for ordinary Iranian people is getting ever more difficult. Right now, they are caught between a rock and a hard place. There's the brutally repressive and theocratic regimes, systemic economic mismanagement and rampant corruption, and an inhumane and suffocating package of US sanctions that hurt the Iranian people long before any regime official feels the pain caused. The two devastating waves of US-Israeli military strikes in just over a year have pushed the country to the brink, making virtually every aspect of daily survival an enormous struggle for most ordinary Iranians. Madam Deputy Speaker, the latest developments in relation to the rapidly re-escalating conflict between Iran and the United States are incredibly alarming. This could very easily become an all-out, full-scale war with devastating consequences, not just for the people of Iran, but for the wider Middle East region, and of course for hundreds of millions more, with the economic and environmental impacts reaching across the globe. By actively seeking to assert unilateral US hegemony, the Trump administration is dragging the Middle East and the wider world into a perilous situation that is worsening by the day. It is abundantly clear that diplomacy and international law is in tatters. We can see this by three recent developments. Firstly, the illegal and indiscriminate US-Israeli 40-day-long military bombardment of Iran. This was following the equally illegal and unwarranted 12-day-long barrage of the country in June 2025, both launched when the Iranian government were sat around the negotiating table. Secondly, the rapid unravelling of the subsequent ceasefire under Trump's maximalist attitude, with him having stopped the military campaign his administration had started in the first place, with no agreement or approval of it internationally. And then, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio declaring the launch of a campaign to systematically dismantle the International Criminal Court under the pretext that the Global Tribunal is interfering with US military and law enforcement operations and thereby threatening US sovereignty. There is no doubt we are entering a phase where the US feels emboldened, given short shrift to the basic tenets laid down in the UN Charter and in international law. Iran is the arena to wage war at any time, all while demanding that independent and sovereign countries like the UK fall into step, providing direct support without question. Without the consideration of entering a protocol of diplomacy, then that is the abandonment of international law and basic humanitarian principles. Now, despite rhetoric on both sides of the conflict claiming some sort of major victory, the reality remains that Iran, and primarily the beleaguered Iranian people, have suffered immense loss and devastation, while the Trump administration has clearly failed to achieve any of his constantly shifting objectives. We now witness a new cycle of rapidly worsening tit-for-tat military action, with the Islamic Republic government targeting commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz and US assets in neighbouring countries, and the US. They are launching blunt force bombardments primarily of cities and areas along Iran's southern coast, but also elsewhere in the country. Innocent Iranian civilians are the casualties of war. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Trump administration, on the one hand, cites the illegality of Iran's attempt to exact a toll on the Strait of Hormuz. It's an international waterway. But also, they talk about exacting their own 20% tariff of traffic through the strait on the other side. This blatantly demonstrates the US imperialist aims regarding control of the strait and the wider Persian Gulf. They are completely in line with the various recent stances the US have taken in regard Venezuela, Greenland, the Panama Canal, and even neighbouring Canada. This should serve as a stark warning to all countries, particularly those attempting to appease Trump by accelerating their own militarisation in compliance with his diktats, as recently demonstrated at the NATO gathering in Turkey. I believe.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. Is the honourable gentleman suggesting that the only reason that European defence spending is growing is because of the President of the United States? Because several presidents of the United States have demanded increased defence spending, and the current president has actually achieved it. But Europe really does have to increase its defence spending, and since the first Trump presidency has almost increased it by €1 trillion. But that had to be done. So I just wanted to clarify with the honourable gentleman, is he criticising Europe for doing what Donald Trump asked? Because Donald Trump is not the first US president to demand more European defence spending.
Thanks very much to the right honourable gentleman from the other side there. I think that Trump is absolutely throwing his weight, his heft, his influence politically and militarily across various parts of the globe. I think he is, and his behaviour is in contravention of international law. I think it's heinous in the extreme, and I think he is a danger to the broadly speaking phrase of world peace. There is no doubt about that. However, there are obviously, as we see in Ukraine, as we have seen in other parts of the world, for example, Kashmir is very much on the brink. We've seen mass displacement, ethnic cleansing of millions. The biggest humanitarian, I may be wrong, and pardon me if I am wrong, but the biggest humanitarian disaster we have seen is in Sudan. So there are various bits of the world. I think when we amalgamate it all together, I can see we see the world is on the brink, it's on the precipice. I've often in this place as well quoted the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. I think we're now 85 seconds to midnight, the closest the world has ever been to annihilation. And a lot of that is down to environmental aspects, but it's also down to politics and politicians and political decisions that are made in various bits of the globe. I would like to think that international leadership would be to say no. And the Honourable Gentleman, the Right Honourable Gentleman behind me is well aware of my own position on regard of military spending. I think there are bigger priorities we have than that, because we have a nation with crumbling infrastructure. We have 3.5 million people and rising using food banks. We have 14% of children in the United Kingdom that live in food insecurity. That's the things that are in my inbox. That's the things that I want to tackle.
Well, my honourable friend give way.
I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and just building on the intervention across the chamber. Is it not as simple as this, that in recent years, while presidents have called on the European Union countries and Britain to spend more on defence, we haven't, because America would fund the defence of the Western world? What we're seeing with President Trump is a refusal to do that. What we're seeing is his willingness to look to other parts of the world to meet America's strategic interests, and as a consequence, European countries are stepping up. But missing in this debate is the realisation by the Americans that they gain by playing a fair contribution to the defence of the West. What they are doing is not just burning their bridges with their allies, they are actually harming their own defence. And we in this chamber ought to be emphasising that we will invest in our defence, but that we will also call out American behaviour where it's harming alliances that actually endanger US security.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend there as well. He touches on something I just want to expand on a little bit further. What he said there as well is spending for defence isn't just limited to weapons, drones, etc., etc. But something that we've done, and something that I regret that my Labour government has done, has been the cuts to overseas development aid, which is very much an echo of what Donald Trump did with the US aid package as well. Because obviously everyone with the most marginal, minute bit of analysis appreciates that overseas development aid is an investment in other, more dangerous, volatile parts of the world to actually combat another thing that is very much a hot political topic in this country at the moment, and that is immigration. So there are more than one way to spend to secure your borders. The UK must join the moral and principled calls for an immediate and lasting ceasefire to be followed by a swift resumption of negotiations. We must also openly denounce and separate ourselves from the Trump administration's dangerous and hypocritical tactics, specifically his willingness to initiate and pursue illegal wars while claiming to negotiate. And above all, we must keep in our minds that the vast majority of Iranian people desire peace and wish to rebuild their shattered country. This devastating war has set back the vital efforts of and the painstaking progress made by civil society and trade union activists who have been valiantly struggling to achieve genuine freedom and social justice and steer Iran towards a democratic, popular, fair and progressive transition. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the future of Iran remains the sole preserve and remit of the long-suffering and long-struggling people of Iran themselves, and absolutely only them.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by spending a few minutes on the context of why we are having this debate, because of course it was rushed in as an emergency process to have this debate, cancelling down 2 opposition day debates that were going to be put in place. I was in the statement when the leader spoke about it, and I've listened very carefully. I'd like to quote some of the important points he made when he justified why we should have this debate. And I listened very carefully, and here are some of the words that he said. I appreciate the frustration of members when business is changed at short notice and when debates are postponed, but they will appreciate the importance of the House being able to discuss the escalating and fast-moving situation in the Middle East before the recess, he went on. But I'm reminded that there is a crisis escalating across the Middle East. Further still, I point out to her and to the opposition members that the situation in the Middle East is unusual. We could well be in the midst of a greater conflagration in that region. He continues, I am talking about the situation that is erupting once again in the Middle East. Tomorrow's business is being altered because we are on the verge of conflagration. He then finishes up by saying, as I have said, the new Prime Minister will come to this House and set out his plans, but we deem this crisis unfolding across the Middle East to be of sufficient priority to change tomorrow's business. I apologise that this is the case. Nobody wanted to do it, but that's what the importance of the situation demanded. I am sorry if the opposition cannot get their heads around that. Well, gosh, as an opposition MP, I heard that and I thought, wow, I better make sure I am here. So I've only been here 6 years, but I'm slightly surprised because I walk in here and the Prime Minister isn't leading this debate. OK, fair enough. Well, he is stepping out. Well, you could expect the Foreign Secretary to be here leading that debate, given the urgency of the situation we've just heard. They were in the chamber earlier. Well, no, they're not here. OK, fair enough, fair enough. Well, they might be doing the diplomacy. What about the Defence Secretary? No, still no Defence Secretary. We have a brand new minister, and I'd like to welcome him to his place, but he is opening this debate. OK, fair enough, the department's busy. But of course, you'd expect the backbenches to be full. And it's a rather pleasant surprise for me not to have a time limit to be able to speak on this speech, given that there are at least, 6 backbenchers in to speak? But of course, the one who's missing the most is the member...
Thank you very much. Will the honourable gentleman agree with me? It's actually about quality, not quantity.
Amen. And across this side of the House, we definitely agree with that. But they don't make diamonds the size of bricks, and I intend to be erudite in exactly what I say. But I still have a few more points to get on the record, because... No, I will take another intervention.
My honourable friend has outlined very clearly what the justification from the government bench was for this debate. Did my honourable friend pick up during the new minister's opening speech, and I welcome him to his place, anything that related to the urgency of which we've described as to why this debate had to happen right now?
He is absolutely right, and it may well be that it was the Foreign Secretary or Defence Secretary or Prime Minister who knows something more urgent and is dealing with it, but I'm yet to hear. I hope in the wind-ups we will hear about the matter of the urgency for this being put in directly today over Opposition Day business, considering the fact that it is a highly unprecedented move to put a general debate on over Opposition Day debate. But I will take another intervention.
I'll try and make it a nice intervention because I'm going next and he might want to repay the favour. But would he not welcome that the new minister is a honourable and gallant friend of mine, an honourable and gallant member, and his experience, and often the party opposite are critical of this side of the House for not having enough business people talking about in business debates. So would he not welcome the fact that we have, in fact, a right honourable gentleman on both sides of the chamber in this debate, and that's something that we should celebrate.
He makes a fantastic point about how the experience of lived experience coming to this House is important, but equally that experience is hugely important given the leader of the House said this is the biggest crisis being faced. They've had to cancel the debates to happen. Now, the new member has only been in the ministry for a couple of weeks, I believe, so therefore he may not be as up to speed as someone like a new defence... Oh no, we've got a new defence secretary, so a new foreign secretary. But actually the one person missing, given the severity, given what is facing the UK and the world that I thought might be here, was the member for Makerfield. I even asked the leader of the House if he would write to the member of Makerfield to turn up here. Alas, that seems to have gone amiss. But I, for one, actually, am very glad we are debating this important debate on Iran. I will.
My honourable friend has alluded and danced around the topic, but shouldn't we place it on the record that it is now entirely clear why the opposition business was cancelled yesterday, and we're having a debate where I think only 2 Labour backbenchers are speaking? It is because three Labour backbenchers speaking. It is because the honourable member for Makerfield and the government decided they didn't want to have the scrutiny of the new Prime Minister, and that should be placed on the record because that was an absolute disgrace.
Au contraire, how could that possibly be a suggestion made from my friend on this side? But the public will, of course, see what that looks like. Yeah. But did he not listen to the words of the leader of the House of why it was so important? But clearly, other members are too busy dealing with something that is even more important than that. But as I was just getting to the point is I am actually very pleased to be debating Iran because it has an impact on all parts of our lives. But the question actually is not about the debate of Iran itself, but actually the decisions of the man who will be taking charge in 4 or 5 days' time. The government today is effectively asking us to debate a storm without understanding where the captain wants to direct us through and how to steer us through it. That's what we're doing today, and this is why it matters. Let's start with energy. We've heard from both sides of the House the impact that's going to have on energy. Will the new Prime Minister think about opening new licences? What is he going to do about the cost of living? What is he going to do about fuel prices? We don't know that answer. That's going to have a big impact. We know the cost of energy is going up in this country, despite the promises at the election that they would fall, and we don't have an answer to what the member for Makerfield will do. We're not 100% sure what he will do on net zero. We also don't understand what he will do, considering only the UQ we just had before was about resilience and possible blackouts in this country. I'd be quite keen to understand the person who's going to be in charge in 5 days, what his thoughts to deal with that and grow resilience in the country are going to be. And we've heard rightly from the other side about defence. Now, there's been a lot of turmoil in the Labour government's defence. Of course, we've lost a defence secretary. We've had a defence investment plan come forward, but as I rightly pointed out earlier, it was expected to need to hit £28 billion. It's £15 billion, and that's the funding that's been committed. But of course, there's a gap there, isn't there? £4.7 billion short. That's the handover the member for Makerfield is going to have to look to fill. So how is he going to do it? I will.
He's making a very good speech, but he shouldn't undersell it. On top of the 4.7 billion that hasn't been approved by the Treasury, there's 10.7 billion that has to be generated by cuts to the MOD budget and then recycled. So put them together, that's 15 billion, which is more than all the new money put together.
He makes a very excellent point, and if the member for Makerfield was here, I'd love to have put that question to him. I expect it would have come more eruditely from the member at the front benches. But this is precisely my point. We don't know how that will be resolved. Of course, the member opposite who spoke before me spoke about the humanitarian situation, hugely important. We have no idea what the member for Makerfield's decisions will be when it comes to dealing with international aid. After all, the current Prime Minister castigated the previous Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, for making cuts on international aid, then himself went and actually made those cuts. So the question is, will the new Prime Minister make that same decision, hold to it, or reverse it? I don't know. This chamber doesn't know, and that's the point. But when it comes onto the dip, it actually hits our domestic policies too. Because, of course, the funding to get to the dip, to defend our nation, to make sure we're protected from the likes of Iran, has to have some capital expenditure cut, 1% in health, 1% in education. So which frontline services in health are going? Which hospital programmes aren't going to be built? Now, there was a negotiation between the US and the UK on pharmaceuticals and the trade deal there. That was signed off with the US, who have the tendency to use leverage on us when it comes to international issues like Iran, but also for tariffs. And we still don't know from this government where that funding will come from, because it has to come from the front line when it comes to the NHS. And I would love to ask the new Prime Minister, what does that look like? How will he fund the new drugs that we need? But alas, we're sadly not going to get that opportunity. And when it comes to education, the 1% off there, what does that look like to school budgets? Especially when we have the likes of VAT on private schools that has meant that 100 schools have closed, and actually we have less teachers from when this government came in, even though they promised fewer. Thank you, I will make sure Hansard correct it. To point out 1,900 fewer teachers from the education department. So I would pose the question to the member for Makerfield who's taking over. How does that factor in to the Iranian debate when it comes to funding defence, when we're going to have to make those cuts and considerations. And of course, what about the reporting on Iran? It's the BBC that's reporting. I would like to ask the member for Makerfield, what is his vision for the BBC, given the Charter is coming up? We don't know these questions. We haven't had the chance to ask him. And yesterday, that was kiboshed when we could have extended Parliament to pose these very pertinent questions to him. To that point, Iran is one of the best reasons to have this debate, because it shows the scrutiny that we need to place on the incoming Prime Minister. Because I am shocked, I tell you, to hear from others outside this chamber that the government was falsifying the information, changing the rules to be able to suit and hide from scrutiny, using the fog of war to dull out the light of scrutiny when it comes to what a new Prime Minister. I won't have that, because I trust that surely they wouldn't be that stupid, surely they wouldn't be that Machiavellian, surely they wouldn't make that naive decision to give the perception to the public that a new Prime Minister does not want to take scrutiny when it comes to the likes of things like Iran. We're going to now go for 6 weeks not getting the chance to debate the likes of Iran. We've had a red carpet rolled out for a coronation, but it could appear that the green benches have been rolled up for those 6 weeks to allow the king in the north to come down to his United Kingdom. The question is, at some point, he's going to have to face his subjects. And at some point, he's going to have to tell us how he will deal with the domestic issues, how he will deal with the international issues, and how he will deal with Iran. I will.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I think he's 12 minutes into his speech and we haven't yet got into a debate about Iran. So I wanted to ask a question here, which is, if he were the Prime Minister, imagine, and he were having to deal with President Trump, and as he has said, there is a one-sided dimension to the relationship where the US is vastly stronger than the UK at this moment, what would he do to achieve his aims in trying to bring peace to that region and to try and protect our cost of living and to try and further the UK's national interest? What would he do? What substantively would he do?
I would come to the chamber to answer questions from Parliament.
I call Chris Vince.
Sorry, apologies. You took an intervention right at the end, which kind of threw me. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak in this debate. And can I also take this opportunity to thank my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Leighton and Wanstead, who, as I've mentioned this place before, is very much a friend of Harlow, to his place, and for opening this debate. And I want to join him and, of course, others from across the House in paying tribute to our incredible armed forces personnel. I've said it a number of times in this House, but I am the son and, of course, the grandson of armed forces personnel. And I know the huge sacrifice that they make and their families make, actually, to keep us safe. And as I say, my honourable and gallant friend has done that on more than his fair share of occasions, and I thank him for that. And actually, when it comes to talking about things like this, and I think members across the House actually recognise the huge importance of debating this, and also the very concerning times that we live in, and that's probably putting it mildly. I can't think of anybody else I'd want to see at that other than maybe the honourable gentleman sitting next to him, debating these issues. And can I also, because I think it is really important, I take the points made by members opposite, to absolutely condemn the Iranian regime. Let us not forget the way that Iranian regime have treated the people of Iran. It cannot be right that people in Iran are not able to express their religious beliefs. They are not allowed to be the people that they want to be, and that's hugely important. I think we should always frame any debate about Iran in those terms.
I will.
I thank him, and I think he's very clearly put on the record his own condemnation of Iran, and I join him in the way that Tehran treats its own people. But Iran's malign influence on civilian populations goes way beyond its own people. It's funding of places of terrorist organisations like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis, causing devastation and destruction to civilians, populations across the region and beyond. So will he also condemn them for that?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that, and he's absolutely right to do it, and I absolutely would. And I think I would also add to that, and I wanted to somehow shoehorn in my support for the BBC World Service, so I'm going to do that, bear with me, because I think it's also important that we recognise the malign influence that the Iranian regime has in this country, and it's been touched upon by my honourable and gallant friend from Birmingham, Sellyhoke, earlier, about the fact that when the use of these bad state actors, these malign influences on social media, and I think the BBC World Service is a really important tool in our armoury to tackle that disinformation. And we know, and I'm going slightly off on a tangent, I will take an intervention in a second when I've finished my tangent, that we know that when the BBC World Service and the BBC Monitoring Service has been withdrawn from certain countries, that Russian media sources have taken that space. So it's hugely important that we absolutely condemn the behaviour of the Iranian regime and its proxies, but also recognise the malign influence that Iranian regime has in this country, and we need to be prepared to tackle that. I will take the intervention.
Thank you, honourable friend from Harlow, for giving way, and he's absolutely right about the malign influence. So he will have seen the same report that I did, that when following some of the attacks in Iran and the Iranian people seeking to change their leadership, the Iranian government turned off aspects of their domestic internet, and hundreds of Twitter accounts, X accounts in this country purporting to support far-right activity, but also Scottish independence, fell silent. So I do think there is something hugely important that we have to look at about where those malign disinformation accounts in the UK are pursuing domestic political agendas in the UK, but actually being funded and operated by non-existent bots sitting in Iran.
He makes a really important point, and my response, I don't want this response to sound sort of joking, I don't mean it to be, but if I, for example, wanted to really promote for example, sadly we got rejected, but say I wanted Harlow to be the UK capital of culture, the way to achieve that might not just be to be really directly to say to people, come on, let's get behind Harlow, but actually what I'm trying to suggest is I'm not suggesting that these bad state actors are sort of pro-Scottish independence necessarily, but you use views that aren't your own to sort of slowly sort of manipulate people. So it's not necessarily, as a member of the SNP over there, I'm not trying to suggest that that they're trying to promote Scottish independence to, well, okay, maybe they are, okay, but I'm saying what I'm saying is that they you know, if you want to, I've started an argument, sorry, if you want to try and, yes, please.
I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, the point he's making is that the Iranian state is sponsoring these bot farms which are pumping out political points in the UK, which are a perfectly legitimate debate point, but are not underpinned by real people expressing real views. They're done in the most reductive way to stimulate dissent rather than discussion.
Yeah, absolutely right. And actually, if you want to put forward your...
Order. Can I remind the honourable gentleman that he keeps referring to you. You in this chamber means me, and please don't ascribe those views of the Iranian government to me. Chris Fiennes.
I apologise for that because I get really annoyed when other people do it, so I've just done it as well. So I will move swiftly on and get on to the main point of my speech. That since the beginning of the crisis, the government and indeed the Prime Minister have been clear that our approach has been guided by what is in the best interest of the British people and the best interest of our country's security. Unlike some members across the House, the Prime Minister was clear that we would not be dragged into a US-led war with no apparent plan and without reflecting on the impact. I am also proud that the Foreign Secretary convened more than 40 countries to help build international pressure to open the Strait of Hormuz. You know, I was chatting to my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Birmingham Sellyhoke, previously to this debate. It is hugely important that we build those international alliances because actually, you know, we can't do that on our own. I asked the Minister when closing on how he addresses the economic impact on the UK of not getting the peace process back on track and trade flowing through the Strait. This recent conflict shows the regime in Iran have no scruples about hijacking the world economy by blocking that strait, and we've seen the huge consequences of them doing so. And again, we should of course condemn the Iranian regime. Briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I said I would mention them, I'm very proud that Raytheon UK, which is based in my constituency of Harlow, is leading the consortium that has won a £20 billion contract to build British Army's new AI training systems. But I think we have to be aware that the nature of war and how we fight war is training, and I'm very proud that my town is going to play its part in that endeavour. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I pay tribute to the Prime Minister for his leadership on the international stage? I believe his leadership has put Britain back on a world stage, and working with our allies is the only way we can deal with these issues.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I too would like to congratulate the Minister on his appointment and welcome him to his place. Call me naive, perhaps, but I honestly do believe that there is nobody in this chamber, for all their absenteeism and their manifest faults, who is a supporter of or an apologist for the regime in Tehran. It's a regime which has, for decades, sought to export its version of Islamic revolution across the world by organising and financing armed groups and militias, while simultaneously being absolutely brutal in crushing any form of dissent from inside its own borders. It was always a hope that one day the people of Iran, weary of the internal repression and worn down by the collapsing economy, would turn against the regime and overthrow those leaders and begin a new chapter in the history of that wonderful country. And there have been moments in recent years when we thought, indeed fervently hoped, that that could happen. And many of us here will remember the Women, Life, Freedom movement which swept across Iran in late 2022, when those incredibly brave Iranian women took to the streets in their tens of thousands to protest against the murder of Masha Amini, the 22-year-old Kurdish Iranian woman who died in police custody, having been arrested for not wearing her hijab properly in public. Those brave women and girls were soon joined by students, by workers, by members of ethnic and religious minority communities who'd had enough of the subjugation of women, the repression of minorities, the religious fundamentalism, the police brutality and the endemic government corruption. And so, to the cry of women, life, freedom, and in an act of incredible bravery and in deliberate defiance of the regime, they removed their headscarves. And of course they knew that in so doing that bravery would come at a huge personal cost to so many of them as individuals and to their families. Because as Professor Adzia Kian, the director of the Centre for Gender and Feminist Studies at the University of Paris, said at the time, what these women were doing in Iran is a revolution. It is at least a cultural revolution. But it was a revolutionary act which could not be tolerated by the regime, and it was one which they punished the only way they know how, and that was with extreme violence. And in the immediate aftermath of those protests, hundreds of protesters were killed and thousands more were arrested. Yes, in the short term, it cleared the streets. But no matter how the regime in Tehran may have wished, no amount of brutal repression was going to crush the dreams of millions of predominantly young Iranians. And it was only a matter of time before they took to the streets again. And they did so at the end of last year, December the 28th, 2025, in the biggest display of civil unrest since the '79 revolution. Millions of Iranians took to the streets. They took to the streets amid a collapsing currency, soaring inflation, a deterioration in living standards, and so much more. And it spread quickly to over 200 cities. And in the inevitable crackdown which followed, thousands of those protesters were killed, and the IRGC, using live ammunition, turned on unarmed protesters over 2 days of January the 8th and 9th. And in the days that followed, tens of thousands were arrested, and there was reports, verified reports of mass killings, putting the death toll at upwards of 30,000. The brutality of this Iranian regime is almost beyond comprehension. But the regime must have known that those popular uprisings were only going to become larger, and they were going to become more frequent. And the regime must have known that in late January, early February of this year, that as the economy collapsed, with their continual brutalisation of women and girls, with the imposition of these strict religious laws and the suppression of minorities, they must have known that the people of Iran had had enough, and that pressure was building. And as sure as day follows night, the regime's grip on its population was loosening. But then, on the 28th of February, President Trump began his illegal war. And one of Trump's many and varied reasons for this massive aerial bombardment was, of course, to prevent Iran from developing a nuclear weapon. But this was the same President Trump who told us following the bombardment of 2025 that monumental damage was done to all nuclear sites in Iran. Obliteration is the accurate term. And his assessment was backed up by his Israeli allies, who announced, "We significantly damaged the nuclear programme, and I can also say we set it back by years, I repeat, years." Yet between them, in the face of what was happening inside Iran, the United States and Israel took the decision to attack. And it was in that first wave of American attacks that 165 wee girls, aged between 7 and 12, were killed when a US bomb hit their school when they were sitting in their classroom. And that same evening, Trump announced, "To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand." I suspect that for many Iranians, particularly the parents of those dead children, freedom had never felt further away. And 5 months on from that initial attack, the freedom that was promised to them has turned out to be no more than the gimmicky soundbite we suspected it might be. Because what's become clear over the course of the last 5 months, that despite this ill-conceived illegal war of choice, although it remains unclear if it was Trump's choice or Netanyahu's choice, there is no plan, there is no strategy, and there is no sign of an off-ramp to bring this war to an end. All this war seems to have achieved is to have all but destroyed the civilian economy, thereby harming the very people that Trump said he was acting to liberate, while at the same time giving the regime in Tehran a huge strategic advantage, one which they are currently exploiting to great effect. And one would have thought, one would have hoped and expected that someone in the White House, when they were planning or scenario planning this attack, someone would have asked the obvious question: what will we do if the Iranians block the Strait of Hormuz? Unfortunately for the rest of the world, when it comes to someone so desperate to deflect and hide from a scandal or a crisis at home, sometimes the bleeding obvious can become obscured. Because in response to that attack, the very first thing Iran did was to cut off the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most strategically important waterways in the world, leading to what the International Energy Agency described as being the largest supply distribution in the history of the global oil market. Iran's response sent fuel prices rocketing, and the cost of just about everything else which relies on oil, either for its manufacturing or its transportation, soaring. And there isn't a family anywhere in the United Kingdom who has not paid a direct price for Trump's reckless behaviour. And even if this war were to end tomorrow, the economic shockwaves would continue for years to come. The European Central Bank recently warned that a prolonged conflict will likely trigger a period of stagflation, a period of low growth rates accompanied by inflation, and push major energy-dependent economies, including Germany and Italy, into technical recession by the end of 2026. And yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, time and time again, Trump has told us since that initial attack back in February that in one form or another, Iran has been defeated, or that they are begging for a peace deal, or that the Strait of Hormuz is about to return to normal service. None of that has been true, and every ceasefire that has been brokered has collapsed within days, and the dire economic consequences of Trump's war of choice continue.
Will the Honourable Gentleman give way?
I will give way.
I thank him very much for giving way, and there is little in his analysis that I disagree with, including what I could generously call the maladroitness of the American response. But given the human rights violations, the utter disdain that the Tehran regime has, not only for its own citizens, but citizens across the world, what does he think should be the correct response to a regime that is so brutal and so fundamentally different and outside the societal norms that I think he and I think are acceptable?
I thank the Honourable for that question, and it's a difficult question to answer, because I'll tell you what should not have been done and what will never work. You do not free people from oppression by indiscriminate aerial bombardment. You do not free people by killing the people and killing the children of the people you purport to be there to liberate. And of course there are ways. There are ways in which any democratic country can support a freedom movement within a repression regime or a repressive regime. But what America have done with their Israeli allies is the absolute antithesis of what should be done, because all they've done is they have strengthened the regime, they have polarised the world, and they have irreparably damaged the movement for freedom within Iran. And I shall, of course.
Thank you very much. Does the honourable gentleman, and I have to say I agree with everything that he said so far, he's making an excellent speech. Does he agree with me that Trump and therefore Netanyahu's actions are not born out of some sort of passion for liberation for the Iranian people, but really it's an imposition of imperialist forces, and with imperialism, therefore, naturally, comes capitalism, and it's ordinary Iranian people that are suffering on the back of that.
I congratulate the honourable gentleman for his usual erudite explanation, but the point he's making is fundamentally correct. This was not done to assist and help liberate the people of Iran from an oppressive theocracy. This was done because American security and American belief that they had some kind of God-given right to the mineral wealth that was below the ground in the Middle East and beyond. And that's what this war is about. It's not about liberation. And even yesterday, Trump announced that once he had U-turned for the zillionth time on his latest plan, he announced yesterday, we are going to knock out all of their power plants. So even after all that has happened, even after all that this man has said, he is still planning to knock out power plants. The power plants that supply the electricity, that keep the lights on in the houses of the people that he is supposedly determined to liberate. And of course, we all know that targeting civilian infrastructure is a breach of international law. But sadly, as this year develops, what regard has either Trump or Netanyahu for international law? Madam Deputy Speaker, this reckless and illegal action has set back the cause of human rights in Iran by decades. It has strengthened the position of the regime in Tehran, allowing it to portray itself as the victim rather than being made to account for its appalling human rights record. America and its allies have sacrificed international law and have once again shown that their doctrine of might is right will somehow prevail. It has brought financial hardship to every single home in every single community in every single part of the United Kingdom. And for what? The world is less safe. The Iranian people are suffering more, and the Epstein scandal has not gone away.
Order, order. I will now announce the result of today's deferred divisions. On the draft Trade Unions Permissible Means of Voting and Employment Rights Unfair Dismissal Amendment, Order 2026. The ayes were 330, the noes were 109, so the ayes have it. On the draft Code of Practice on electronic and workplace ballots for statutory trade union ballots, the ayes were 330, the noes were 109, so the ayes have it. I now call Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's actually been a fascinating debate so far this afternoon. And I think probably a lot of what the Honourable Gentleman has just said is indeed, without a doubt, in the effects it's had. And therefore, I think this debate today has to be set into the what we now deal with scenario. And really what's going on in Iran is going to show as an example of why some of the things that we have to make tough decisions on are so important. I am currently until November one of the vice presidents of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and most of my career in this place has been dealing with soft power, which indeed that body is a soft power body, and it has become quite difficult in recent years to maintain the reputation of the United Kingdom amongst allies, because we are seeing countries, especially in the eastern allies of NATO, accelerating their spending enormously quickly, up to serious levels way beyond what would have been suggested, because they recognise the threat. And the Honourable Gentleman for Loughborough, who's not in his place now, earlier was talking about how we make people recognise the threat. I don't believe we can always make people recognise the threat. I think history has shown that we can't make people recognise the threat. The Honourable Gentleman for Harlow and myself have often over a cup of tea had a discussion about what was happening in the 1930s, why the then Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald ended up in the situation of the cabinet he had to form. Why Winston Churchill went through those years being detested when he was trying to warn of the coming dangers. Why indeed Neville Chamberlain, often described as an appeaser, but recognising that this country was nowhere near ready for war in 1937 and was having to push things back. And of course what's often described as the phony war from September 1939. Why are we doing this? Right up to the point where the bombs started to fall. And as I made comment to the Honourable Gentleman for Loughborough earlier on, people can see things, but people can't see things. And therefore, how do we get the message across? Now, you will hear people say today, well, I'm not going to go and fight for my country. Why should I get involved in it? Why should I defend the Baltic states? I will remind the House that way back in the 1930s, the Oxford Union had a debate that this House would not fight for king and country. That was a debate which took place, where, get my maths right, 90 years ago? About 90 odd years ago? Now, the situation of how people regard the defence of their country has never changed, and that's where tough decisions come in. That's where it is the responsibility of governments to do the things that are not popular. I suspect that the Minister, who I have debated many times and I have a great deal of respect for, I suspect in his notes, in his winding up speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, that he may refer to defence spending under the 14 years of Conservative government. I suspect that might be tucked away in there somewhere. But I think it does a disservice, because what has to be recognised is that from roughly 1989 onwards, defence spending was cut and cut and cut. And it hovered around that 2.3, 2.2 to 2.5% of GDP. The Labour Party have said that when they left governance that their defence spending had risen. In blunt terms, that is true, but what they don't say is just how much was coming out of the reserves to fund the wars, which a lot of Labour MPs stare at their feet about now. But it did get cut further. It did get cut further under the coalition government. Danny Alexander was the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. The Liberal Democrats often like to speak about what the Conservatives did to defence spending, conveniently overlooking who the Chief Secretary was who pushed those defence cuts through. My right honourable friend for Rayleigh and Whitford on the front bench, I believe, is one of the most experienced men in this party when it comes to analysing defence budgets and understanding what defence needs are. And I'm sure when he winds up, his words will be worth listening to, as they always are, because he understands and he understood at the time that the decisions being made would have a knock-on consequence. And I'm trying to not make these as party political comments today. I am trying to make these comments, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the threat that our nation has right in front of its eyes today. Because what's clear in today's debate is that this general debate on Iran was not because there's an incoming barrage of missiles and we're going to have a conflagration and therefore we had to cancel all business to have a general debate. It's just clear that the government didn't want to call the right honourable member to Makerfield to have to come to the House for 6 weeks. That is obvious. But it doesn't take away the underlying point that we have to accept in this country. Now, going back to that point about defence spending, I've been in here when the Procurement Minister and when the new Secretary of State for Defence were at that dispatch box and were trying to talk about how much they're funding defence, saying we're spending records amounts on defence. Well, I'm spending records amounts on diesel in my car, but it doesn't mean I'm investing more, it means my revenue costs have gone up. And the reality is that the Secretary of State of Defence said the Treasury is not supplying or the government is not willing to spend the money. The Honourable Gallant member for Birmingham Selyoke, who was in his place earlier on, is no longer here, made clear that in his view there had to be a more hybrid approach to defence. And I actually think he's right, that it does. It doesn't mean you chuck everything else away with it. And I was relieved that the Type 26 programme, the Type 31 programme for the Royal Navy is still in place. And I am open-minded and indeed intrigued, and I think perhaps there is a positive outcome to what's going to replace the Type 83 with the Type 90s, let's just call them the Destroyer programme for now until they have a proper name, but with the drones attached to them, because it is indeed need of flexibility to a workforce. Wars always accelerate innovation. The speed at which drone technology has developed in the Ukraine war is incredible. But we've seen this before. Look at the speed that we went to the V1 rocket to the V2 rocket. Look at the speed that we were very close and indeed did develop atomic weapons just in the 6-year period of the Second World War. It does create that, and I'll develop that argument further. I'm just going to give way to my fellow colleague on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly.
Very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He's making a very good speech, as always. I just wanted to come in and make the point which I think is often underappreciated when we talk about drones and drone warfare. The Ukrainians are, of course, world leading, but the thing that I think many of us in the West did not appreciate is how much Iran has advanced its drone technology, and its Shahed drones, Iranian Shahed drones that have been used by Russia to harm civilians in Ukraine. Does he agree with me that we've got to make sure we're closely watching not just what our allies are developing, but what our adversaries are developing too?
So I'm most grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, because that is indeed the point I was moving towards as this debate today is about Iran and the consequences that Iran have had on that conflict and the consequences that that poses to our country and the defence of Europe. Because one of the things which is clear now, the weapons that we have remaining in our warehouses, the Russians know how to defeat those, because when you use a weapon, they learn how to defeat it. So we have to accelerate our innovation, we have to accelerate how we adapt, and a lot of that is drone warfare. There is always a need, though, for traditional weaponry that we've seen, and that's why I look at the plans for the Royal Navy, and I think that actually they seem to be a sensible way forward. But I know that my right honourable friend at the dispatch box would be in a much stronger place to comment on this than myself. We have to accept where the Ministry of Defence get it really, really wrong. And when I was the procurement minister for a short period of time, every day Ajax was on my desk. And the reality is, my right honourable friend, member for Raleigh and Wickford, knows about Ajax like most people in this house knows what's in their wardrobe. Okay, he knows every nut and bolt. And he is right. He is right when he says that we have to accept at some point that some projects must be scrapped. Yet it's... I will give way to my honourable friend.
He referred to me. On Ajax, the government published a written ministerial statement yesterday, which had a great deal of verbiage in it, but it still didn't say when Ajax would enter operational service, even though it's now 9 years late.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been speaking to officers who command Ajax tanks. Now, when an officer is interviewed, he has another officer stood behind him making sure he says the right things. When an officer is interviewed on the record, he's not going to say a lot. You have to go and speak to some of the officers who are commanding these tanks in the pub. You need to have a proper conversation with them, because they will tell you that this thing is going to be useless in a war. The very fact that they cannot communicate in real time between each other when on the battlefield should send a shiver through us all. And the point I'm driving at here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is again building on my honourable friend for the honourable gentleman for Glasgow South, who was making the point about Iran's supplying of technical drones, how they've gone into Russia, how Ukraine have moved ahead of those, how Russia will catch that up, how we have to adapt. But we also have to accept that some of our programmes are just simply not fit for purpose, because we do not have a budget in place to fund the defence investment plan. It is smoke and mirrors. And I will be pushed back on that by people on the opposite side. But the figures are there. £15 billion to be spent, even though the demand was £28 billion. £5 billion not identified, £10 billion of savings within the MOD. So that is not a penny more into the MOD. It's just not there. And we should be terrified about that. And these are not my words. These are the words of the man who was the Secretary of State for Defence. This isn't coming from the opposition, it's coming from the man who was in the office. A man, by the way, who has the Labour movement etched through the middle of him like a stick of Brighton rock. Okay, there's no way that he would have wanted to do anything to criticise his Labour government. Neither would the noble Lord Robertson, another man who has the Labour Party dripping through his veins. But they have pointed out just how exposed we are. And I think there's too many people who raise the question, and again this comes down to the education of, well, why should we defend the Baltic states if Putin wants to go in? I've heard people say, yeah, but they're Russian anyway, they were part of the Russian Empire. I've heard people say, well, Ukraine started the war with Russia. NATO pushed them into it. I've heard people say all these things. And do you know what all those people have in common? They all started off by looking at particular right-wing websites. I don't mean far right. I'm not talking about extremism. I'm just talking about the sort of right-wing websites that push these sort of things. And the Russians and the Chinese have been watching what you click. And they are the ones developing these algorithms. And they are the ones who then feed that line with an algorithm that takes you further and further down a particular path. And it is to do with that undermining of the basics of society, what underpins our society, bringing that down to him. Because when you get people, and these people are sensible people I've known for years, parroting back exactly what's happening out of the Kremlin, you know this is having an effect. Give way to the honourable gentleman at the back first.
Honourable gentleman for making this point. He's absolutely right. It's also a point raised by my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Selly Oak, earlier in the debate about the threat of hostile states like Iran and Russia in terms of social media disinformation. I wonder if he shares my concern that given the significance of this threat to our democracy, there doesn't seem to be a single lead in government for dealing with this issue. There's the Security Minister in the Defending Democracy Task Force, there's DCIT, there's DCMS, there's of course the MOD. Does he agree with me that there needs to be a single point of focus to lead on tackling disinformation online?
Sorry.
Yes, absolutely, and I think that we all have a role to play in how we talk to the country about how we basically make people realise what's happening, but I don't think they want to believe you. There's too many people who are quick to jump on, especially from some of the right-wing parties. We must defund the BBC. Why? I hear people say to me, I hate the BBC. No, I think you hate BBC News because it doesn't agree with your opinion. Okay, and I think you're being fed online things which say that it's wrong and it's lying. And I agree with the honourable gentleman. I believe the honourable gentleman from Harlow was the one who said it about the importance of the World Service. You know, I listen to World Service a lot. You know, in fact, I recommend to people, if they can find the time, for just half an hour a day to listen to, they call it News Hour, but for half an hour a day, just listen to that. Listen to what's going on in the world. You know, some of these stories eventually break through to the mainstream news, but it really gives you a picture of what is actually going on in the world, and we should trust it. Now look, I'm not making excuses for the BBC. Boy, oh boy, have they got it wrong in recent years in some areas, and that undermines faith, and that is exactly then what the bots pick up on, what the Russians pick up on, and they feed that in and they undermine it further. I will take the intervention.
I thank the honourable gentleman for taking an intervention. I like the way he said we discussed Ramsden Dodd of the 1930s over a tea and no other beverage earlier. I very much messed up my words earlier when I was trying to answer my honourable friend from Stoke, but the point I was trying to make is the problem we've got with some of these malign influences and hostile states is the drip feeding of this information. It doesn't come all at once. It doesn't just say you should support Russia or it's just this drip feeding, and that's what's really concerning, and that is a real challenge for us to tackle, is it not?
And I'm grateful to the honourable member for Harlow of that, and this is the point I am now driving at, bringing all that together about how this undermined lack of confidence is slowly starting to build in society through what they're doing, is why we now have to take some really, really unpopular decisions. And the leader of the opposition, the leader of the Conservative Party, has made it clear that we would cut welfare to fund defence. These are unpopular decisions. But it has to be done because you are not going to convince people as to what the threat is. History has shown people are never convinced until it happens. People don't understand geography. They think that Ukraine is so far in the distance it doesn't affect us. But as what has been said by so many people today, it affects all of us. It affects all of us with the energy crisis. Now, the honourable gentleman for Alloa and Grangemouth, he and I have debated each other in this chamber many a time, and I have a huge deal of respect for him because he takes a view that I fundamentally disagree with, absolutely fundamentally disagree with, about not spending money on defence and spending it on welfare, etc., and what moves forward and those societal needs. But he's clear and he's honest about it, and he backs up to why he believes it. But what I believe is that if you are not ready to go to war, you cannot have a peace. And if you don't have that peace, you are going to go to war. Now, that war doesn't necessarily mean the bombs raining down. It could well mean cyber attack. And therefore, the decisions and the spending areas that the honourable gentleman for Alloa and Grangemouth thinks we should be spending on collapse anyway. Society collapses. And we have to make that investment because Ukraine shows just the enormous loss of GDP. 50% of their GDP lost through the invasion of another country. And where I have always taken issue with, forgive me, the honourable gentleman for the SNP, but where I've always taken issue with the SNP is when they call Trident a nuclear weapon. Trident, in my mind, and I think in a lot of people's mind, is not a nuclear weapon. It is called the nuclear deterrent. When people say you would never use Trident, we are using it every single day. We have used it every single day for nigh on 60 years, continuously at sea. And yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's creaking. And yes, we are sending people out for too long. And yes, there has been a ridiculous delay in getting the Dreadnought class out because of the lack of reactors when we needed them. But it's absolutely vital that we invest in that, because it is a deterrent. And it is the best example I can give of why we have to invest in defence. And the reality is, the Iranian conflict is showing just how much this is affecting our world. I could go on forever about the energy situation and why I believe that the actions of the Energy Secretary have put this country at enormous risk. At enormous risk. But I don't want to try the patience of the House or Madam Deputy Speaker after being on my feet for 18 minutes. But I will just say this. 90 or 19. But I will say this. A lot of people say we cannot be reliant on petrochemical dictators. But we are utterly reliant on the Chinese. They're no more reliable than the petrochemical dictators. All of our processed materials for renewables are coming through China. And why are they coming through China? Because it's cheap and it's being supplied and they've cornered the market. But Madam Deputy Speaker, and I know you cannot comment from your chair, but I would urge people to look at your history of work in this place and understand exactly how the Chinese are making these products so cheaply. And the very fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm not sure whether you are still sanctioned, but I don't know. You are still sanctioned, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I don't mean to be speaking for you, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I know that this is something you've felt passionate about. And you have been sanctioned because you called out the human rights records of the Chinese and the way they have been exploiting the population of the Uyghurs to fund and put forward this energy that we now rely upon. And therefore, what I would say is this, and this was going to be the second topic of our Opposition Day debate, and again we weren't allowed to debate it today for clearly a debate that wasn't quite perhaps as urgent as the Leader of the House was making out. But, you know, we have taken terrible decisions in our energy policy in this country. We are leaving ourselves more and more exposed to other areas. Yes, we can't control the price of oil and gas. We all know that it's traded in the international markets, but it does help secure the supply. All the gas goes directly into our system. I think 3% of our gas comes from LNG. We can start to reduce that risk of what comes from sea. So Iran has a huge malign influence and has a direct effect on us all, and we must make sure that we're ready to defend. But the point I want to really get across today is we have to make decisions that are really, really unpopular and really controversial. We do have to slash an out-of-control welfare bill, and we do have to spend it on defence. And when people say, where would you get the money from to buy all this defence, I think we've been crystal clear about that, no matter how unpopular or popular it is. But it's not just coming from our side. Lord Robertson, the noble Lord, has said that as well. It is vital. And I'll just mention quickly, because the Honourable Gentleman for Birmingham Selly-Oak is in his place, but I was just saying, and he'll be able to look this up in Hansard, that I do think he makes some very important points about having a hybrid force. But I do believe that we are going to have to make sure that we invest in what's needed and recognise the projects which have just failed, like Ajax, and work out how we're going to do things differently. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Clive Jones, are you able to stand? Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate the Minister, the Honourable Member for Leighton and Wanstead, on his recent promotion. Most members of this House will agree that the repression of Iran's population by its government is an absolute disgrace. But Trump and Netanyahu's war, illegal war in Iran, has unleashed chaos across the region. This conflict, backed by both the leaders of the Conservative and Reform parties, has put British nationals directly in harm's way. Renewed US and Iranian strikes now risk damaging the region, dragging the region back into full-scale war. Trump's actions have caused immense suffering across the Middle East and have had real consequences for the people of Wokingham and across the UK. The conflict also reminds us that we cannot neglect our relationships with our European allies and that we cannot rely on Trump. Driven by ego rather than diplomacy, Trump's reckless strikes have undone weeks of negotiations with Iran and shattered hopes for a peaceful resolution. Most recently, President Trump has announced plans to impose a 20% tax on shipping through the Straits of Hormuz, before reversing course just a few hours later. That proposal amounted to economic extortion, a flagrant violation of international law, and would have further increased costs for UK families already struggling with the cost of living. My constituents in Wokingham are feeling the effects. Rising instability in the Straits is pushing up fuel prices at a time when household energy bills remain high. Will the Minister therefore consider Liberal Democrat calls to cut fuel duty by 10p, to reduce bus fares to £1, to cut rail fares by 10%, and remove VAT on public electric vehicle charging? I won't, if you don't mind. I'd like to carry on. Thanks. Iran's continued attacks on vessels in the Straits are fueling instability. This conflict shows little sign of ending while Trump refuses to acknowledge that military escalation has failed and admit that he was wrong. His reckless and unpredictable approach should strengthen the government's resolve to deepen cooperation with our reliable European allies. That is why I urge the government to back the Liberal Democrats' proposal for a new growth and defence partnership with the European Union. Such a partnership would strengthen our economy, reinforce our security, and help Britain respond more effectively to international crises. Finally, the government must do everything it can to encourage the United States and Iran to reform, to return to negotiations, restore stability in the Straits of Hormuz, and work towards ending this devastating conflict.
Final backbench contribution, Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start on the main topic of Iran, I just want to put my condolences on the record to the family and friends of Anne Widdecombe. I met Anne Widdecombe, the only time I think I met her was when I was a teenager, late teenager, at the Oxford Union, and she was, like me, a former treasurer of the Oxford Union. And as the Honourable Member for Wetherby and Easingwold mentioned the Oxford Union, the King and Country debate, as he referenced, I also know that the other formative debate that the Oxford Union has every year is the no confidence debate. Yeah. And the no confidence debate always happens in September, October, the start of the academic year. And this year, as in the last academic year that we're just coming to the end of, the Oxford Union voted overwhelmingly to say it did not have confidence in His Majesty's government. Now, I'm not naive enough to believe that Labour members were following that debate carefully, and that is the reason why they have ousted the current Prime Minister. But I think it will be interesting to see that once again, the reason that we are here today, the reason that we are debating Iran is not because Iran is a serious issue, though of course it is. It is because the outgoing Prime Minister, the incoming Prime Minister, and Labour members did not want to have scrutiny of their new Prime Minister. They were so frightened of whatever they thought their new Prime Minister was going to say at the dispatch box, that they have given him cover for 6 weeks until he's had time to think about it. But we know from his own campaign manager, he's been plotting this coup for over a year. You would have thought that in that time he could have come up with a few answers, a few ideas, a few ways forward. But he won't speak to this House, he won't speak to journalists, presumably he doesn't even speak to Labour backbenchers. But hopefully, over the summer,
let them know what's happening.
Yes, hopefully over the summer, we will get to a point in September when he will come before this House and we can scrutinise him. Because as the Leader of the Opposition said today, in 1 second, as the Leader of the Opposition, my right honourable friend, said at Prime Minister's questions time today, the problem here is not the Leader of the Labour Party. or whoever is Prime Minister leading the Labour Party. It is the Labour Party fundamentally itself. And if this Labour Party has allowed their incoming Prime Minister to evade scrutiny, then they should all be ashamed of it. But I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. My Jewish constituents will be watching this debate, and I want to put on record my support for the government's ban of supporters of the IRGC. I also welcome the fact that the government has sanctioned that organisation and 500 Iranian-linked entities and individuals. I know he is an outspoken critic of that organisation. Would he use this debate to repeat his criticism of it and support the government's moves?
Well, the honourable member is entirely right, and I will come on to the RGC in my speech, and he is right to raise the concerns that his Jewish constituents, but not just Jewish constituents, I think all of our constituents of any faith or none, should fear the malign influence of the IRGC and the way that it has not just brutalised its own population, but again works here and other European and Western nations to the detriment of that. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to bring it to Iran, for centuries, Iran has been a nation of immense historical, cultural, civilizational importance. It's produced some of the world's greatest contributions to literature, to science, to the arts, to philosophy. So before the 79 revolution, Iran was widely regarded as one of the most advanced and outward-looking states in the Middle East. It was a country with a growing economy, expanding diplomatic ties with the West, and a strategic role as a regional partner for us here in Britain, but also in the United States and other democratic states. I don't say that to give honourable members and right honourable members a history lesson, but only to highlight that it is not the Iranian people or Iran itself that we have a problem with. It is the current fundamentalist regime in Tehran. And because that picture that I painted before 79 fundamentally changed during that revolution, because the previous system of government has essentially produced prosperity, while the Islamic Republic has fundamentally a different view and has pursued, I would say for 4 decades, the destruction of its own country. And the Iranian people have suffered from increasing restrictions on political freedoms, suppression of dissent, economic mismanagement, and a state apparatus that has too often prioritised ideological ambition and external confrontation over the prosperity and liberty of its own citizens. And I was very disappointed, and I'm afraid he's not in his place anymore, he seems to have gone, the honourable member for Wokingham's speech, because it spent all its time blaming Donald Trump. And as I said in interventions, I've no love for Donald Trump or the way he has dealt with the issues in the regions, but not to stand and condemn Iran was shocking. And I did a quick search, and the honourable member for Wokingham has mentioned Donald Trump in 18 speeches in this House. Today was the first one where he mentioned Iran. And I think that balance is probably the wrong one. So the current regime does not represent the aspirations of millions of ordinary Iranians who've repeatedly risked their lives demanding greater freedoms, accountability, and the right to determine their own future. Our quarrel is with the regime that has systematically denied its citizens basic liberties, exported terrorism and instability across the Middle East and further, threatened our allies, and conducted hostile activity here in the United Kingdom. The courage of the Iranian people deserves all of our admiration. Since the end of last year, protests have spread across all 31 provinces, driven by that soaring inflation, the economic hardship, the corruption, and the decades of political repression. The response from the authorities in Tehran has once again demonstrated the methods upon which this regime relies: intimidation, arbitrary detention, restrictions on communications, and the use of force against those who simply demand a better future. Therefore, support for the Iranian people must go hand in hand with a clear-eyed assessment of the wider threat posed by the Iranian regime. For decades, Iran has sought to project power beyond its borders, not through normal diplomacy, as some in this chamber seem to think it has, but through intimidation, terrorism, and proxy warfare. It is armed, financed, and directed militant organisations across the Middle East in pursuit of its strategic objectives. It has threatened Israel, our Gulf partners, and other American allies. And this culminated in the attack on a number of our allies earlier this year and last year. And I had the opportunity in May last year to go to Bahrain to see our troops there. And to think that they were being bombed by Iran is utterly disgusting. And we need to have a robust response. And I have to say, I found the response of the United Kingdom government and of the current Prime Minister at best weak-willed. Because he seemed to be happy to allow American fighter jets to take off from our bases. He seemed to be willing for us to shoot down, to use British fighters to shoot down incoming missiles. But he wasn't willing to use our bases and our fighter jets to shoot the launchers of those missiles. And that seems to me utterly bizarre. And I think the Prime Minister was extraordinarily fortunate that one of those incoming missiles didn't hit and kill personnel at Akrotiri, or didn't hit a hotel in Dubai full of British citizens. Because I think if that had happened, the British public's mood towards this Prime Minister would have changed, and changed rapidly. And I do hope the incoming Prime Minister will have a much more robust response when dealing with these threats from not just from Iran, but a number of its proxy actors. I will.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. And in that one sentence, does my honourable friend not sum up what the problem with today's debate's been? Is that clearly from the speeches that have been made from the front bench and from the contributions that have been made, that this does not represent a debate as outlined by the Leader of the House yesterday with such urgency. It clearly was there to stop a motion being put to this House to make the new Prime Minister come to this House, and that we are now going to go through weeks and weeks, at least a month and a half, before we have any ability to answer any of the questions that my honourable friend has just made.
My right honourable friend is entirely right. The fact that the incoming Prime Minister has run away from any kind of scrutiny, whether it be from us, whether it be from the press or anybody else, I think does him a disservice. And I think he will come to regret that decision, because I think actually, not that I know the right honourable gentleman personally, but from my understanding from Labour members that I've spoken to, he is a man who is good on his feet. He can talk. So it surprises me that he doesn't want to come and answer those questions. Nonetheless, we are having this debate, and it is an important one, because the proxies that I've spoken about, Hezbollah, for example, remains a heavily armed organisation despite international obligations and years of diplomatic pressure. Hamas has not abandoned violence, and the Houthis continue to threaten freedom of navigation and regional security well beyond Yemen. Iran's network of proxies may be under pressure, but it remains one of the principal drivers of instability across the Middle East. And that brings us to the role, as the honourable member on the opposite benches talked about, of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The IRGC cannot simply be treated as an ordinary branch of government. It is the institution most closely associated with Iran's external military operations, its support for those proxy groups, its intimidation campaigns abroad, and its efforts to undermine the security and safety of Britain and our allies. Earlier this year, I co-signed a letter to the Foreign Secretary calling for the IRGC to be proscribed under the Terrorism Act 2000. I did so because the evidence is compelling and recent developments have only strengthened the case for action. So I welcome steps taken in recent years to respond to the increased threat proposed by Iran. Last year, the Iranian state was placed on the enhanced FIRS scheme. This was an important national security measure to increase transparency around activities undertaken on behalf of foreign powers. More than 500 Iranian individuals and entities have been sanctioned, restricting their access to the international financial system, imposing consequences on those responsible for the malign activity, and demonstrating, I think, that Britain will not ignore threats to our national security. That is also why I welcome the Home Secretary's announcement that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps will be prescribed under the Terrorism Act. I think that is a really significant step, and I welcome it, because it reflects the reality that the IRGC is not merely a political or even a military institution of a foreign government, but an organisation that is responsible for activities that pose a direct threat to Britain, our citizens and our allies. I'd like to note that colleagues on this side of the House have been calling for that prescription of a terror organisation as early as 2023, and I also know that there are, across this chamber, others who have done so, and I thank them for their efforts to getting us to this point. So the government has taken a number of important steps to respond to this threat posed by Iran. But this is an important national security measure because it is designed to increase transparency. But we should also be clear about what those measures were and what they're not. Sanctions matter. They're really, really important. despite what some honourable members on the opposite benches said. Foreign influence registration matters. Action against Iran-linked organisations matters, but they're not the same as prescription under the Terrorism Act. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate also takes place against the backdrop of Iran's continuing nuclear ambitions. Britain has consistently supported diplomacy in the region. Where diplomacy can succeed, that remains the right approach. But nobody should underestimate the consequences of further military action and escalation in the Middle East. Because diplomacy cannot succeed without pressure. It cannot succeed without enforcement. And it cannot succeed if Iran believes that international commitments can be ignored without consequence. Sanctions, international coordination and robust enforcement all have a role to play. The international community must remain determined that Iran cannot acquire a nuclear weapon capability that would further destabilise an already fragile region and place additional pressure on our allies. From past engagement, we know that the Iranian regime has historically responded not to weakness or ambiguity or pleasant overtures, but to strength, unity and resolve. Iranian state-linked actors have been responsible for hostile activity directed towards the United Kingdom, including the intimidation, espionage and threats that I mentioned against individuals on British soil. Protecting the British public must remain the government's first duty, and our response must therefore match that scale of threat. Madam Deputy Speaker, undoubtedly Iran faces profound internal challenges of its own. Its economy, its regional position, the public confidence in the regime are, as altogether, a real pressure on that regime. But unfortunately, none of that internal pressure means that change is inevitable. So the British public expect this government not merely to recognise the threats, but to confront them. So in closing, I wish to ask the Minister a few questions. First, what is the timetable for completing the legal process for bringing the prescription fully into force? Second, what steps has the government taken to ensure that the evidence base and legal reasoning underpinning this What steps has the government taken to ensure that the evidence base and legal reasoning underpinning this decision are sufficiently robust to withstand any potential judicial challenge? Thirdly, what assessment has the government made of the likelihood of any appeal or judicial review, and what contingency planning is being brought should legal proceedings be brought? Fourth, what additional operational benefits will prescription provide to the police and security services in identifying, disrupting and prosecuting IRGC-linked activity in the United Kingdom? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, how will the government work with our international partners, including the United States and other allies, who have long recognised the threat posed by the IRGC, to ensure this decision has maximum impact?
Close. He talked about the importance of international cooperation to stop Iran from acquiring that nuclear capability, and I completely agree with him. Where the UK has had success before has been in concert with the French and also with the Germans. With the French presidential election this year and the moving on of the current president, would he agree with me that there's a real opportunity for Britain to lead that European cooperation to try and address the possibility of Iran acquiring a nuclear capability?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I agree that Britain should be the leader and at the forefront of any negotiations and any international coalitions, not just because I think we have the skills and the history to be able to do so, but because I think it demonstrates to our European allies and perhaps even more importantly to the Americans that we as a country are willing to stand up and do our bit. So, in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government really must now ensure that the decision that it's taken, the right decision it's taken, is implemented swiftly, defended robustly and enforced effectively. The decision has been made, now the test is the delivery.
The Shadow Minister, Mark Francois.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by saying it's an absolute pleasure to follow my honourable friend for Farnham and Borden, who, as I think the whole House knows, spoke extremely well and in detail about the threat posed by the IRGC. I agree with every word he said, and that'll be something I will be returning to later, although I suspect not as eloquently as he did. He also mentioned the 1933 Oxford Union debate, as did my honourable friend for Wetherby and Easingwold. It's worth, on this topic, just reminding ourselves what happened there. The actual motion was voted on the 9th of February 1933, barely a fortnight after Adolf Hitler had become Chancellor of Germany. And the motion itself was that this House would under no circumstances fight for king and country. And it went through by a majority of over 2-1 on the night. Now, we don't know how each individual student voted that night, but we do have a good idea of those who were there, many of whom subsequently signed up to fight for king and country in 1939. So that just shows how attitudes can change. And I have great faith that were it ever to come to it, the young people of this country, if they really believed we were under threat, would rally to the colours again. And I think it's worth placing that belief on the record. Also, I just wish to reiterate the point I made in the intervention on the new Minister for Veterans and People, and it's good to see him in his place earlier, which is, unfortunately, yet again when we debate defence and security, the first duty of government is the defence of the realm. Reform are not here. These plastic patriots love to wrap themselves in the flag, but when we talk about those who serve to defend it, they can't be bothered to turn up. I don't live in Clacton, but if I did, I would vote for the bin. Now, the Iranian regime has for many years been the most prolific sponsor of global terrorism, from Hezbollah and Hamas to the Houthis, who themselves have been attacking British ships in the Red Sea for some time. Iran has been at the heart of all of it. The regime has repeatedly called for the destruction of Israel and uses hostile anti-Western rhetoric. Indeed, the former Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, despicably called for Israel to be eradicated, uprooted and destroyed. The Iranian regime has also been accused of supporting proxy conflicts across the Middle East, contributing to instability in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq and Yemen, all facilitated by the enforcers, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Now, as that very proactive think tank, the Coalition for Global Prosperity, have warned us, and I quote, "Despite the disruption that Iranian proxies have seen to their activities, there remains the potential for their regrouping due to the weak governance and poor economic stability that engulfs parts of the Middle East." And I think that is a sage warning. The Iranian regime in recent months has deployed thousands of drones supported by a variety of ballistic missiles which have been fired at Israel and a number of fellow Middle Eastern countries, including Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, all allies of this country. Indeed, on the 1st of March 2026, as my honourable friend pointed out, one drone reached as far as Cyprus and hit our own airbase at RAF Akrotiri, thus directly endangering the lives of our service personnel. Mercifully, no one was killed or wounded, but they could have been. So given this, on behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition, I should like to place on record our admiration and thanks to all of our armed forces personnel deployed in the Middle East, and crucially, their loved ones who support them, even though many of them are separated back in the home base in the United Kingdom. Our armed forces are deployed in the Gulf in support of our long-standing allies, but also to help defend our nation at home too. Indeed, the Director General of MI5, Sir Ken McCallum, speaking at Thames House on the 16th of October last year, revealed that since the start of 2020, MI5 and the police have disrupted 19 late-stage attack plots. And as he said, we've intervened in many hundreds of developing threats. He went on to say that MI5 has tracked more than 20 potentially lethal Iran-backed plots in just the 1 year. The whole House will know it's very unusual for the Director of the Security Service to be so candid about threats to the home base, and therefore I think we need to take his words extremely seriously. They offer a stark warning to us all about the threat of the Iranian regime and the IRGC, both in the Middle East and here in the United Kingdom. Many of the UK's closest allies, including the US, have already prescribed the IRGC as a terrorist organisation, thus increasing pressure on its leadership, restricting its ability to operate internationally and making it clear that support for terrorism and violent destabilisation carries consequences. That is why we on these benches welcome the decision to prescribe the IRGC as a foreign state threat. When the Minister sums up, perhaps he could explain to the House exactly where the government will go from here, whether legislation will be required, either primary or secondary, and if that is the case, they will most certainly have our support on these benches. Turning to nuclear weapons. For decades, the global consensus has rightly been that preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon is a critical security objective, given the profound risks this would pose to regional stability and the wider global effort to prevent nuclear proliferation. The acquisition of a viable nuclear weapon by the Iranian regime would fundamentally alter the security balance in one of the world's most volatile regions. The possession of nuclear weapons by the Iranian regime would increase the risk of miscalculation, escalation, and a wider nuclear arms race. This would create a far more dangerous security environment, making existing tensions between countries more difficult to manage and increasing the likelihood of future conflict. This was emphasised by the UK's statement to the United Nations Security Council in June of 2024, which stressed, Iran's unabated nuclear escalation makes the region and the world far more dangerous and makes escalation by others more likely. And this would create further consequences for UK interests specifically. Any conflict involving a nuclear-capable Iran would risk threatening the security of British personnel and assets in the region, disrupting vital trade routes on which the UK economy relies, and undermining global energy stability with wider consequences for consumers and businesses, as indeed a number of honourable members have referred to this afternoon. And these risks are not theoretical. Following the United Kingdom government's decision to grant the United States use of military air bases for strikes on Iran, the Iranian ambassador in London warned that any facilities, properties or bases used against Iran would be considered legitimate targets, demonstrating the potential for wider escalation and the direct risks posed to United Kingdom interests. This highlights the broader challenge of responding to Iranian aggression while maintaining the stability of vital international waterways. That brings me on to the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. The Straits are one of the world's most important waterways for global energy supplies and international trade. Iran's attempts to threaten freedom of navigation and bring shipping through this vital route to a standstill, contrary to international law, represent a deliberate effort to weaponise trade and hold the global economy effectively to ransom. The Iranian regime's actions, including the reported recent attack on the Cypriot-flagged container ship travelling through the strait, demonstrate the clear need for a firm response to protect international shipping and regional stability. That's why we wholeheartedly support efforts to strengthen maritime security, including the deployment of minesweeping equipment where necessary. Minesweepers are a defensive capability designed to protect freedom of navigation, safeguard global energy supplies, and prevent any state from using maritime disruption as a tool of coercion. The UK must ensure that no regime can threaten one of the world's most vital economic lifelines without facing resistance. The UK's approach should also recognise the growing importance of technology in modern defence, something I know the honourable member for Birmingham Selly is very keen on. The Defence Drone Strategy of 2024, delivered by the then Procurement Minister, my right honourable friend the member for South Suffolk, highlighted the potential of uncrewed systems in the maritime domain, including their use for mine countermeasures. These capabilities demonstrate how the United Kingdom could use innovation to protect vital international infrastructure while responding effectively to emerging threats. And at this point, Deputy Speaker, I should declare an interest Some will know my late father, Stoker First Class Reginald Francois, served on a minesweeper named HMS Bressay during the Second World War, including on D-Day. So, as the son of a minesweeper man, may I ask the Minister, when he winds up in a moment, if he could update us on the deployment of RFA Lyme Bay to the Gulf? And I realise there are certain operational constraints on what he can say, but could he give us some idea, at least, of when those capabilities might actually be deployed and under what circumstances? We have, working with the French and others, the capability to clear the straits, and can he give us some idea if and when we might be required to use it? The Iranian strategy at present would appear to be effectively to play cat and mouse with the Trump administration. They will no doubt seek to humiliate the president in the run-up to the midterm elections in November, approximately 4 months away from now. The Iranians have form on this. The House may remember that they sought to humiliate President Carter over the American hostages and only released them on the day of President Reagan's inauguration, a quite deliberate act. And I may be wrong, but I suspect the Iranians will do everything they can to try and keep the straits blocked between now and the midterm elections in November. Time will tell if that proves right. And I'd like the Minister to tell the House what we, working with the Americans and others, are trying to do to prevent that scenario, not least because of the economic consequences for us at home. And turning to that, some 20% of the world's oil passes through the Straits of Hormuz. It would appear at present that very few tanker captains and or their shipping line owners are prepared to effectively run the gauntlet through the strait. That being the case, surely it is strategic madness to deny the ability to grant future hydrocarbon exploration licenses in the North Sea. Surely, for reasons of strategic and energy security, we should be encouraging the oil companies to drill in the North Sea if we believe the Iranians are going to continue to block the Straits of Hormuz. And this strategic imperative, I'm afraid, overrides any ideological obsession, and I use the word deliberately, by the current Energy Secretary. I will.
Grateful to my right honourable friend. And again, does my right honourable friend recognise that mincing around with words by saying oil and gas plays an important part and we pump millions of barrels every day is simply not good enough? We need to exploit what's there because it gives us energy security. Yes, the price is set on the international market, but the gas that we would grill in the North Sea goes directly into our system. That's what gives us energy security.
Well, my A-level economics is a bit rusty, but price is based on the relationship between supply and demand. And if we can increase the domestic supply of oil and gas, that has to be materially to our advantage. And that brings me on to the Defence Investment Plan. I'm going on to the DIP. That brings us on to the Defence Investment Plan. I tread warily because both the Defence Secretary and the member for Birmingham Selly Oak honourably resigned because they believed, it's in their resignation letters, that the resources were not sufficient to defend this country. The outgoing Defence Secretary resigned, as he was very clear, because the Treasury were only offering 2.68% of GDP by the year 2030, and yet the new Defence Secretary seems to be content with 2.69% of GDP in the same time frame. And part of the government's plan for the DIP, remember the Chiefs of Staff wanted 28 billion extra over the next 4 years, partly to implement SDR, and they've been offered just over 15. and 4.7 billion of that has not even been cleared by the Treasury and is subject to a subsequent public expenditure review, and a further 10.7 billion, as I said earlier, is actually financed by cuts, including to operational spending and training within the Ministry of Defence, who'd then be allowed to recycle that money into the DIP rather than surrendering it to the centre. So when you add those two figures together, they more than match the so-called 15 billion of extra spending. So it's all smoke and mirrors. To all intents and purposes, for all the bluster, for all the years' delay, for all the waiting, there is no extra money for defence in the Defence Investment Plan. And I regret to tell ministers, but the Russians can read, and so can the Chinese, and so indeed can the mullahs in Tehran. And we are not going to deter those people from further adventurism if the government of this country cannot even tell us in which year they would achieve 3% of GDP. It is laughable to think that the Defence Investment Plan is a credible piece of deterrence to our potential aggressors. Yes, he gave way to me, so I must return the compliment.
Thank the right honourable member for giving way. It's you will excuse me, Madam Deputy Speaker, in requesting of him some commentary on the fact that the opposition's equipment plan had a between £7 and £28 billion gap in it. It was filled with unfunded programmes such as the aircraft and the ships. And I really struggle to understand why £298 billion worth of funding is unfunded.
I've got two things to say to him. I'm not sure what he said is exactly right, but even if it were true, they're all still unfunded, pretty much, when you read the Defence Investment Plan, because there's no new money in it. And secondly, a small revelation, Madam Deputy, I wasn't going to mention this, but now I will, which is that my honourable friend mentioned that no confidence debate that was won at Oxford, at the Oxford Union last autumn, and Labour were slaughtered. And the two proposers of the motion on the night were Sir Robert Buckland and myself. And we've been invited back this autumn, so we'll see whether we do better next time. So hang on. Yes, certainly. I'm coming towards the end, but I'll let him in.
Thank you for giving way, particularly if he is drawn to a conclusion. Of course, the big no-confidence debate was the 2024 general election, and perhaps people were reflecting on the performance of defence when they voted. Can we go back to oil and gas and his enthusiasm for more exploration? I mean, the most optimistic timeline puts recovery of oil and gas from Jackdaw and Rosebud to be 5 years away. It could be 10 years away. How is that going to help us with the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, in response to his second question, all the more reason to get on with it. And in response to his first point, I must say, I know we're all on our best behaviour with the Prime Minister in a second, but it does have some brass-neck cheek to talk about big victories on the day that the Labour Party have effectively sacked their own Prime Minister. I mean, you know, I give him marks for chutzpah, but really that is going a little bit too far. And for the record, for Hansard, he's even grinning at me while I say it. So, the last two things to say. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all know why this debate was put on. It was because the honourable member for Makerfield had gone AWOL, and Labour didn't want to debate about the fact that he didn't want to face scrutiny. But no, he's had his go. If I were him, I wouldn't embarrass himself again. Just sit down and take a break. So that's why they've put this debate on, and this debate is likely to finish more than 2 hours earlier. Yeah. So these silly games that the government, I said around 2 hours, these silly games that the government play don't help them, don't impress, and there's a lot of hubris in this. So if I were the honourable gentleman, I wouldn't take too much for granted. Now, to finish on what I hope will be a consensual point in the House, there will never be peace in the Middle East while the mullahs run Iran. We now know that the horrific October the 7th attack was carried out by Hamas, but we now know that it was almost certainly ordered from Tehran in order to preempt the signing of an Abraham Accord between Israel and Saudi Arabia. That's why it was done. The theocratic regime of the mullahs do not want stability. They don't want peace. They want destruction and death, be it in the Gulf or, if they could achieve it, back here in the United Kingdom. I hope and pray, in much the way that Margaret Thatcher said 3 years, as it turned out, before the Berlin Wall fell down, one day those people in Eastern Europe will be free. And I hope and pray, and I hope the House will join me in this, that one day the ordinary, decent people of Iran will be free, and the Gulf and the world and they will be all the better for it.
I call the Minister, Minister Hamish Faulkner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by joining with the honourable gentleman from Farnham and Borden in offering my condolences to the family of Anne Widdecombe. I'd like to also join with my honourable friend in thanking Godfrey and Margaret in the tea room, who I know retire today. And I know some representatives in this chamber may not entirely agree with this, but I'd also like to thank Richard from Strangers Bar. I have only been here 2 years, but I have been very well looked after by Richard many times in Strangers Bar, as I know many others have, so I want to pass on my thanks as well.
It'd be remiss of me if I didn't also put on record my thanks to Godfrey and Margaret, my Nigerian mum here in the tea room. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm also grateful to the members for the valuable interventions to this debate, and I'll endeavour to respond to all of the points raised. I may leave the Oxford Union points, if that's okay, to the other benches. There was extensive debate about who won what debate, and I'm very glad that we're now going to have a Cambridge Prime Minister rather than an Oxford one, so perhaps we don't need to go in quite so much into debates previous. That may not be the most controversial thing I say. I will give way on that point.
Will we ever see the Cambridge Prime Minister come to a debate?
I am sure that the honourable gentleman will not be disappointed. He had an opportunity to hear from the future Prime Minister yesterday, but we have a current Prime Minister until the end of this session, as he knows. Let me move on to some of the specific questions that were raised by the Conservative benches, particularly in relation to the statutory instrument, which is the question about the designation of the IRGC and the other two entities as well. I don't wish, Madam Deputy Speaker, to prejudge the decisions of this House and the House of Lords, but I would hope that the statutory instrument will pass this place immediately after this debate and then make its way through the other place very swiftly, I hope, by the end of the week. It will then be enforced by the end of the week. Let me turn to some of the other points that have been raised. I will.
I do thank her for giving way. I think some colleagues have questioned the need for this debate today. And like others, I welcomed the news that we were going to prescribe the IRGC. But what I've seen online was people who were basically anti-Semitic, claiming this was some kind of plot, Jews were taking over the world, and they were behind this decision. And that's why it was right to have this debate today. And it was fantastic to hear colleagues across the House reminding us just how barbaric that regime is and also the role it plays inside the UK. So I do thank them for the prescription, but also thank those that took part in this debate and raised the case of that barbaric regime. So thank you.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the intervention. It is important that we designate all three of these organisations. Two of them have links to Iran. One of them has been named in relation to barbarous attacks on the Jewish community in this country. It is right that we take this action. I'm very pleased to be joined by the Security Minister in her place, who will be introducing the statutory instrument shortly. I heard from the benches opposite a desire that we had moved quickly on this question. I recognise that there has been a concern across this House, and it was reflected in some of the debate this afternoon, to balance the need to take firm action against the Iranian regime while also maintaining diplomatic relations with it. You could hear that in some of the exchanges and interventions between members The tools that we are introducing following the Jonathan Hall review, I believe, gets that balance right. These are firm measures in response to totally unacceptable behaviour. I have summoned the Iranian ambassador within the last week. I have instructed my officials to do so again. I think the honourable gentleman from Farnham and Borden referred to normal diplomacy. We've got to be absolutely clear that we wish to maintain diplomatic relations with Iran, but we will not accept attacks on people in our country, whether they are Jewish, whether they are diplomats from elsewhere, arson attacks on ambulances. This is all totally unacceptable. And the United Kingdom, and I believe supported by everyone in this House, will put in place the measures we need in order to ensure these attacks cannot continue. I will give way.
I've long called for the prescription of the RGC in this House. Last year, the Joint Committee on Human Rights, which I sit, undertook an inquiry on transnational repression, which found that Iran was one of the most flagrant perpetrators of national repression globally. The RGC uses proxy criminal networks, surveillance, and direct threats to silence journalists, opposition groups, the Iranian diaspora in this country. How will they be protected by prescription?
I'm grateful for the question from my honourable friend. I know that many members of the House will have looked carefully in the judgments the Friday before last in relation to an attack on a journalist here. Let me say a little bit, and I think it's neater and more accurate, Madam Deputy Speaker, to refer to the power as designation rather than prescription, should this statutory instrument pass, as we hope it will. The statutory instrument and the designation that should then follow will give powers both to the police and the security services to take action against anyone who is a supporter of the groups that are designated. MI5 in particular have been clear that this power is welcome and will give them an additional ability to disrupt. It is clearly not the only tool in our arsenal. We already have extensive sanctions against the Iranian regime. We are already taking action, or rather more properly, the police and the security services are taking action under the existing National Security Act. The legislation passed with royal assent on the 8th of July and now supplemented by a statutory instrument will provide further powers to the police and the security service. And I know that the House will understand that I won't allude to how the police might use the new powers that they have. That will be an independent operational matter for them. But I am confident to reassure the House that they will have greater ability to go after groups of concern. I will.
I'm exceptionally grateful to the Minister giving way, and I think he makes a very, very important point there about the operational independence. But we have seen elected councillors, really, across the country in different parties, who blatantly ignore these terrorist organisations and go out and support them. They are there for the anti-Semitic comments that get made. They've been shown recently to be stabbing effigies. These are elected people, so it will be important. And also, I can see the Honourable Lady, the Minister for Security, is in her place, that there is no fear of going after councillors, especially just because they're in an elected position, if they are to make these comments, that they must be called out. And may I just also place on the record, Madam Deputy Speaker, just the opportunity I've not had before to say how much I regretted and how much I supported the Prime Minister and his family in the disgraceful firebombing attack on their family home. But did it also highlight that councillors, perhaps from another wing of politics, put out the most disgusting allegations as to what that story was about, which was completely untrue, but clearly had come straight out of Moscow, being brought into the cyber and cognitive despair that we're seeing get built. And I just wanted to make those points, because I haven't had a chance before, Madam Deputy Speaker, but to say to the Minister that it is important that anybody who thinks that they can flout these laws that are being brought in have the force of the law brought upon them.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for the courteous and generous question. Let me be absolutely explicit about the effect. If Parliament approves these designations later this week, anyone supporting, assisting or obtaining material benefit from these groups will now be subject to new criminal offences, which could face up to 14 years in prison. The law operates without fear or favour, regardless of position. Of course, our speech in this place is protected, but that is not the case elsewhere. So you would expect the law to be applied evenly throughout the country. I will.
For giving way, just to push him on the point about social media disinformation raised by the Honourable Member and also my Honourable and gallant friend here. This is one of the biggest issues affecting our democracy and Western democracies around the world, not only the threat of Iran but other hostile states as well. I'm no closer to understanding which part of government is responsible for leading on tackling this challenge. Where is the plan? Who is responsible? I wonder if he can clarify.
It's a really important question for my honourable friend. I saw in my own career as a diplomat the extent to which disinformation, hostile efforts to influence others changed throughout that time and changed incredibly quickly. I referred to the honourable gentleman describing Iran as not doing normal diplomacy. It is not just Iran. I think the last intervention also mentioned the obvious efforts from Moscow to seek influence in a whole range of ways, whether that's through the Wagner Group, now Africa Corps, whether it's online. I'm afraid to inform my honourable friend, if he's not already aware, quite a lot of the state-backed Russian media spend quite a lot of time talking about just how awful we all are in this house. This is a really important area of work. The Security Minister leads the Defending Democracy Task Force, driven from the centre of government. Of course, we in the Foreign Office have an important role to play, but so do many other arms of government as well. There is no lack of urgency on the part of the government on dealing with this problem. It is, of course, difficult to delineate between disinformation and disagreement, but you know it when you see it, and many of us in this House with experience of foreign affairs will have seen just how dramatically this has risen as an issue. I think my honourable friend from Selly Oak referred to the notable drop in commentary on the merits of Scottish independence, and I don't wish to disagree with friends in the chamber here on the merits of that case, though I am an ardent unionist, as you might expect, with an English mother and a Scottish father. But the member for Selly Oak is right in saying that there was a noticeable drop-off after the interventions. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg your forgiveness just to try and make a little bit of progress on what is actually happening in Iran, lest I leave the Conservative benches complaining that I have taken the full 2 hours. So let me also, and I don't like to do this, but let me gently correct the Right Honourable Member for Wetherby and Islington. There are missiles flying, I'm afraid, and they are flying towards our friends. And so I wish to condemn in the strongest terms the reckless attacks on commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz and indeed on countries in the region. That includes Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman and Jordan. I was asked by, I think, the Conservative spokesperson on what support we have given to those countries. We do still have British fighter jets in the air seeking to defend our friends and partners. We have the Sky Sabre programme. We have forward deployed a range of support from the RAF, and let me just join with the Conservative Defence spokesperson in thanking both our armed forces themselves. I think the honourable gentleman referred to the home base for many of the Royal Air Forces, Lincoln, and I'm particularly grateful to the families there. We have called out what is intolerable aggression from Iran, not just ourselves, not just with our counterparts in the region, but with friends elsewhere, including France and Germany. The House should be clear about what it is that Iran has done over the last week. They are seeking, clearly, not only to strike our friends and partners, but to try and assert control very clearly over what are Oman's territorial waters. They have been explicit that one of the things that they are most offended by has been the passage of ships through what is sometimes called the southern channel of the Straits of Hormuz. That is practically the beaches of Oman. Oman is a long-standing friend and ally of this country. It has its full rights to its own territory, to its own waters. And what Iran is seeking to do is a terrible threat to a principle that this House has valued for a very, very long time, which is the freedom of navigation. We want to see no tolls, no restrictions, and we want to see a return to diplomacy. We want to see the MOU being clearly in force, implemented in good faith, verifiable and in line with international law. Our priorities remain de-escalation, the protection of civilian shipping, the full reopening of the Strait, but also, as many honourable and right honourable members have said, Iran must also never have a nuclear weapon, and we continue to engage closely with our partners in the region and indeed be clear with Iran itself. What must Iran do in relation to that question? We've talked a great deal for understandable reasons about the Straits, but let me just return to the clear and verifiable steps that we expect of Iran in relation to the nuclear issue. We must have now full cooperation with the IAEA and full access for them to all nuclear sites in Iran. Let me return to the Straits of Hormuz. What happens there, as many members, honourable and right honourable, have said, affects all of our constituents. I want to condemn unequivocally Iran's attacks on commercial shipping. These attacks have cost innocent seafarers their lives, they have damaged the environment, and they have left global trade unable to flow freely. Many of these strikes have been in Omani waters. The MOU between the US and Iran in no way abdicated Oman's rights to its own territorial sea, and we stand with Oman. As a result of Iran's reckless actions, particularly over the last few days, we have now seen daily transits decline from around 150 vessels a day before the conflict to just a handful yesterday. No country has the right to hijack international shipping or to hold the global economy hostage. This crisis will be felt by some of the world's most vulnerable people who will bear its brunt most extremely. Iran must halt these attacks on international shipping, and it must support the reopening of the Strait and a return to de-escalation and diplomacy as envisaged in the MOU that they signed. We will continue as the UK to stand for freedom of navigation, both in the Straits and across the world. Our priority in the Straits negotiation is to ensure unimpeded transit passage without the threat of violence, tolls, fees, or conditions. We will continue to stand up for international law as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, the freedom of navigation, for global navigational rights, and also for seafarer safety. We will continue, alongside France, to lead efforts to reassure international shipping. That is why we've established the multinational military mission to support demining, reassure shipping, and help reopen the Strait. 28 countries have now pledged their support for these efforts. The Foreign Secretary convened a meeting of over 40 countries, as well as the IMO and the EU, to build consensus and determination across the international community to secure freedom of navigation and reopen the Straits. We welcome the IMO's evacuation corridor initiative and its mandate to restore safe and unhindered transit through the Strait. The IMO must be enabled to resume that work as soon as possible.
Without asking him to reveal any operationally sensitive information for reasons we all understand, is it the government's position that they will not use that international coalition for demining? They will not seek to use that capability to clear mines from the Straits unless, in effect, they have Iranian consent for the demining? Is that the government's position?
We have to be extremely clear about the circumstances of the Strait. It is absolutely clear that Oman has the right to do what it wishes within its own waters, consistent with international law. I am sure the honourable gentleman will have seen the statement from France and Britain recently about our intent to support the Omanis in demining, if that's what they want. We have been clear that the MMM is an effort which is intended to be defensive. It is not committing the UK into the wider conflict between the US and Iran. It is a defensive measure. It does not require, we do not require, the consent of Iran to be in Omani or international waters. That is an important principle that this House has upheld for many, many decades, perhaps even centuries, and we will continue to do so. Let me turn back from the Straits to what happens here at home. There were important points made through the debates about the role of Persian language media organisations and their associated journalists. I'm afraid it is true that the Iranian intelligence service has a long-standing pattern of targeting Jewish and Israeli people, and there appear to have been efforts to target journalists as well. We are firm in our commitment to protect the Jewish community, and we will continue to work urgently to stamp out vile anti-Semitism. As foreign states increasingly seek to promote threats on our streets, we are taking concrete measures to crack down on those who try to undermine our country and its security.
Would the Minister give way?
I will.
On the issue of threats to British citizens, there are 2 British citizens who are currently detained in Iran in Evin prison, Craig and Lindsay Foreman. They are innocent. They've been arbitrarily detained there for over 1.5 years after a flagrantly unfair trial, and it's been reported that Craig has now been sentenced to a further 2 years for reasons which seem entirely opaque. The couple have been on a hunger strike for 68 and 59 days, and both have lost significant weight. I welcome the Special Envoy appointment on consular cases. I welcome the state threats designations on the IRGC, but I wondered if the Minister could comment on what steps the government is taking that will give the Formans and their family hope that welfare items will reach them, that full communications will be restored, and that the government has a plan to get them home.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend who's been a doughty advocate for his constituents. I'm deeply concerned by the reports that he alludes to. I'm aware of them, and I'm urgently seeking an update from the Iranian authorities on whether or not those concerning reports are indeed true. We have spoken many times about the case of his constituents, and I continue to meet the family regularly. He refers to the appointment of the envoy, which is a welcome step, and I'm sure that Mr. Burt will make a real contribution in the role. I recognise that the Foreman family the family of both Formans will continue to be anxious for updates, and I'll provide them in as timely a way as I can, often outside this House for reasons he'll understand. My honourable friend rightly turns the discussion to human rights in Iran, and I thought there was very powerful interventions indeed, including from the SNP representative on the circumstances for Iranians in Iran. I know many honourable and right honourable members have constituents with family links in Iran, and they will be all too aware of the absolute horrors that have faced many who have sought to stand up for their rights in Iran. That's why we now have 105 human rights sanctions against the Iranian regime. We must not forget the legitimate aspirations of the Iranian people, in particular Iranian women, and the honourable gentleman spoke movingly about one such very brave leader who stood up for their rights and was treated with absolute hardship by the Iranians as a consequence. We will continue not only to take action ourselves, but lead alongside international partners efforts internationally to keep attention on these questions. We've called special sessions in the Human Rights Council to address the deteriorating human rights situation in Iran, and we've repeatedly taken advantage of our human rights ambassador to make sure that we use that forum to warn Iran not to seek to exploit this conflict to inflict further violence on its own people. And we did so again on the 16th of June. Since this conflict has begun, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have summoned the Iranian ambassador to the United Kingdom on 5 occasions, most recently yesterday, in response to our attribution of attacks in London to Iranian state-backed organisations. We will continue to hold this regime to account. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to once again underline this government's commitment to tackling the Iranian threat, however and wherever it manifests itself. And I'd like to take the opportunity too, having been the Middle East Minister for 2 years, to place on record my thanks, which I'm sure is shared by the House, not just for armed forces personnel in the region, but the many members of the diplomatic service, including those in Tehran, in a range of places which are not easy to be, often for long periods of time, often in situations of great uncertainty. I come to this House always armed by their insight and their wisdom and their relentless efforts to try and see a resolution in the region in accordance with the wishes of this House, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to pass on my thanks. Thank you.
The question is that this House has considered Iran. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. Mr. Sobel. Marvellous. Motion number 3 on national security. I call the Minister to move. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the National Security Act 2023 Designated Bodies Regulations 2026, which were laid before this House on the 13th of July, be approved. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the House for its consideration of this draft instrument, which will see 3 bodies: the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Islamic Movement of the Companions of the Right, and the GRU Volunteer Corps designated. Madam Deputy Speaker, threats from foreign powers and their proxies have grown in scale and complexity. We've just indeed had a debate about one of those areas of the world where these threats emanate from. Designation is a powerful tool for disrupting state bodies and those acting in concert with them, and it sends a strong message of the UK's commitment to tackling foreign power threat activity globally. The Home Secretary has determined that these 3 bodies are involved in foreign power threat activity. As such, we propose to designate them under this new power. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I give more detail on the bodies in question, it's worth setting out the legislative basis of the decision. For a body to be designated, the Home Secretary must reasonably believe that it's involved in foreign power threat activity, as defined in the National Security Act 2023. The definition of foreign power threat activity covers the most serious offences in the Act, including espionage, sabotage and foreign interference. It also covers broader activity, which constitutes a serious threat to life or public safety when carried out for, on behalf of, or with the intention to benefit a foreign power. If that test is met, the Home Secretary must then consider whether designation is necessary to protect the safety or interests of the United Kingdom. She will take account of such considerations as foreign policy and impacts on human rights. Once a group is designated, it's a criminal offence within the UK's jurisdiction to support that designated body, to assist that designated body, or to obtain material benefits from that designated body. And the penalties for those offences are imprisonment for up to 14 years and/or a fine. Where an individual commits certain espionage conduct or sabotage for a designated body, this can attract sentences of up to life imprisonment. Designation, therefore, enables law enforcement and intelligence agencies to disrupt designated bodies more effectively. Given its wide-ranging impact, the Home Secretary will only exercise this power after thoroughly reviewing the available evidence, including intelligence material and cross-government advice. A decision to designate is only taken after great care and consideration. It must be approved by both houses. Madam Deputy Speaker, I now turn to the bodies in question. The first one, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The long-standing threat posed by Iran and their proxies is well established, and indeed we have literally just been debating it. We know that the Iranian intelligence services have a pattern of targeting dissidents, Persian language media organisations and journalists, as well as Jewish and Israeli communities globally. The IRGC Quds Force and the IRGC Intelligence Organisation, together with the Ministry of Intelligence and Security, form the Iranian intelligence apparatus. As a key component of the Iranian state's security apparatus, the IRGC is answerable directly to Iran's supreme leader. Its role extends beyond conventional military operations and includes intelligence activity, the use of proxy actors, and influence operations designed to advance Iranian state objectives. Activity linked to the IRGC has included threats to life and intimidation on UK soil, including credible plots to target individuals in the United Kingdom. It also supports militant groups overseas and has been associated with cyber and other state threats actively aligned with Iranian state objectives. I move on now to the Islamic movement of Companions of the Right. The IMRC have publicly claimed 7 attacks at UK locations linked to Jewish and Israeli communities and Persian language media, including the anti-Semitic arson attack on 4 Hatzola ambulances in Golders Green on the 23rd of March. Sitting behind the IMCR were members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Quds Force, who almost certainly directed attacks across Europe by the IMCR. These incidents, including acts of arson and intimidation, have caused real fear and distress and have a profound effect on those communities affected. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's clear that this sustained activity directly threatens the safety and the interests of the United Kingdom. Madam Deputy Speaker, coming on to the GRU Volunteer Corps. Russia's threat to the United Kingdom extends far beyond conventional military action. The Kremlin increasingly relies on proxy organisations to pursue its objectives, seeking to undermine our security whilst maintaining a degree of plausible deniability. The so-called GRU Volunteer Corps is a clear example of that approach. It's not an independent force, nor a loose collection of volunteers. It's a proxy organisation operating under the direction and control of the GRU, Russia's military intelligence service. These formations are directed, supported and sustained by the GRU and are already operating across conflict zones, most notably in Ukraine in support of Russia's illegal invasion. What we are seeing is a conscious attempt by the Russian state to blur the lines between military action, intelligence activity and criminality, using deniable forces to carry out sabotage, destabilisation and violence beyond its borders. This is not conjecture, Madam Deputy Speaker. It reflects a pattern of behaviour that underpins Russia's aggression in Ukraine and has been seen repeatedly across Europe, including here in the United Kingdom. In 2024, 2 men organised an arson attack on a Ukrainian-owned business in East London on behalf of the Wagner Group, another proxy body that acts on behalf of the Russian state and which is proscribed as a terrorist organisation in the UK. It's notable that large parts of the Wagner Group have been absorbed into the so-called Volunteer Corps, which demonstrates the threat posed to the UK by this group. Madam Deputy Speaker, with this House's consent, these bodies will be designated. Having carefully considered all the evidence, the Home Secretary has decided that there is sufficient evidence for her reasonably to believe that each body is involved in foreign power threat activity and that designation is necessary to protect the safety or interests of the United Kingdom. Designation will strengthen our ability to disrupt these bodies and those who support and facilitate them. And more broadly, it sends a powerful message to any foreign power or proxy intent on harming the United Kingdom or our interests. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will do whatever it takes to prevent such activity on our soil. It's a significant moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate, the first use of a new power introduced by this government to answer an urgent need. We take action because the 3 bodies in question, in their different ways, pose a threat to our country, and because designation is a necessary and proportionate response to their activities. With that, I commend the regulations to the House.
The question is as on the order paper, and I call the Shadow Minister, Matt Nicholas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's right that these measures have been brought forward and the opposition will support them. The powers Parliament created through the National Security Act exist for precisely this purpose. They're there to respond to hostile state activity and those who threaten our national security. It's right that they are now being used. That said, we've consistently argued that these powers should have been deployed sooner, particularly against the IRGC. We made the case repeatedly because the threat was clear. While it's disappointing it's taken this long, it's nevertheless welcome that action is now being taken against these organisations. As we've heard throughout today's debate, Iran continues to pose a serious threat to the United Kingdom. It seeks to intimidate, to interfere and to undermine our security, often through the use of proxies and affiliated organisations. That's why it's right that today's regulations do not focus solely on the IRGC itself. The Iranian regime does not operate through one organisation alone. It relies on a network of proxies to spread fear, conduct hostile activity and threaten those it regards as opponents. The Minister has already set out clearly why each of these organisations meets the test for designation, so I'll not repeat those arguments. But it's important that we recognise the danger they pose.
I do thank him for giving way. I mean, he does say that he wished the government acted sooner. Did the act not just get royal assent a week or two ago? I think our ministers acted very quickly indeed.
Yeah.
We put in place powers that assist in this. The first duty of any government is to keep the public safe, regardless of which party is in office. We introduced the National Security Act. The Minister and I have had many debates on this subject, actually pushing for action. We've been clear and consistent that they should have been used much more quickly. If government are now doing what is necessary to protect the public, they'll have our support. National security should not be a political football. Groups such as the Islamic movement of Companions of the Right, demonstrate how quickly new organisations can emerge, often acting on behalf of hostile states while targeting people here in the United Kingdom. We know that their activities have included threats against dissidents and particular hostility towards Britain's Jewish community. That brings me to a wider point. The rise of anti-Semitism we've seen in recent years is deeply disturbing. Jewish people in this country should never have to look over their shoulder because of who they are or what they believe. Equally, those who have come to Britain to escape authoritarian regimes should be able to live here free from intimidation and fear. Protecting those communities is not optional. It's a fundamental responsibility of the state. These organisations and those who support them should face the full force of the law. Parliament has provided the powers. Now they must be used robustly. When the National Security Act was before this House, we spent a great deal of time scrutinising how these powers would work in practice. We asked whether there were gaps in the legislation and whether hostile actors might find ways around them. I'd therefore be grateful if the Minister could reassure the House that the operation of these new powers is being kept under close review, that their effectiveness is being assessed, and that, if weaknesses emerge, the government will not hesitate to act. But legislation alone will never be enough. The organisations we are dealing with today are driven by ideologies that reject everything this country stands for. They seek to divide communities, spread hatred, and undermine confidence in our democratic way of life. They do not believe in debate, they believe in intimidation. They do not persuade, they threaten. That is why our response has to be broader than enforcement alone. Of course we need strong policing. Of course we need capable intelligence agencies. Of course we need robust legislation. But we also need confidence in who we are as a country. We need to defend the values that unite us: democracy, the rule of law, tolerance, freedom of religion and freedom of speech. Those are not abstract ideas. They are the very things these organisations seek to attack. If we're serious about protecting our national security, we must do both. Relentlessly pursue those who threaten us while strengthening the resilience of the society they seek to undermine. That is why we support these regulations today. They're an important step, and they send a clear message that those acting on behalf of hostile states or supporting those who do will find no safe haven in the United Kingdom.
Al Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Russia becomes increasingly boxed in Ukraine, they look towards horizontal escalation. And I really welcome the announcement today and the move to prescribe some of these groups. IRGC, GRU, SVR, multiple different organisations are seeking ways to undermine our democracy. Physical, electronic, financial, diplomatic and a multitude of other avenues to try and undermine the right to self-determination, the centrality of democracy in the Western world and, importantly, the way in which we govern. As we move towards an increasingly fractious and dangerous period of time with Russia and in the Middle East, could I ask the Minister in particular, in her summing up, what more we can do to really clamp down on Russian disinformation in particular, and indeed hostile state disinformation on social media?
Democrat spokesperson James McCleary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats will support these regulations. They're welcome, but of course they are somewhat overdue. For years we've argued that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps should face much tougher action here in the United Kingdom. And despite successive governments recognising the threat, they did not act until now, and that is very welcome indeed. The IRGC is central to the Iranian regime's repression at home and its destabilising activities abroad. It is backed by backing proxy groups, targeting dissidents overseas, and poses a direct threat to people here in the UK. These new designation powers recognise that modern threats extend far beyond conventional warfare. Espionage, cyber attacks, foreign interference and intimidation carried out on behalf of hostile states all threaten our national security. I also recognise the designation and welcome the designation of the Islamic movement of Companions of the Right and the Russian GRU so-called volunteer corps. However, designation alone is not enough. So can I ask the Minister to tell the House what additional resources are being provided to ensure these powers are properly enforced? How will the government identify and prosecute those acting on behalf of these organisations here in the UK? I also hope the Minister can say a bit more about protecting those most at risk. Members of Britain's Iranian diaspora and our Jewish communities deserve confidence that these measures will deliver real protection. Finally, these regulations should form part of a wider strategy. Hostile states increasingly rely on cyber operations, disinformation and political interference. Britain must continue to strengthen our resilience and work closely with our allies to meet those threats. These regulations are a welcome step and the Liberal Democrats will support them.
Final backbench contribution, not on a 5-minute speaking limit, but 60 minutes it seems. Mark Stewarts.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. 60 minutes to make 60 points. No, I will speak very briefly today, Madam Deputy Speaker. I feel I've already taken enough of the House's time on this particular issue. But I did just want to speak briefly about the designation of the IRGC. The first thing I wanted to do was commend the government, not only for bringing this legislation forward, but also designating the IRGC almost as soon as the legislation received royal assent. And I would just gently say to the opposition spokesperson, who said many things that I agreed with, but to talk about the length of time this has taken, it was delivered by a Labour government. It wasn't delivered by a Conservative government, despite all of the time that they had in office. But that is the only party political point I'll seek to make today, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know the IRGC. He tempts me, but I'm not going to take the offer. We know the IRGC is a direct threat to the safety of the British Jewish community. We have known it for a long time, and unfortunately the evidence has stacked up as the years have rolled on. We've seen ambulances set ablaze, Hatzola ambulances set ablaze, that serve the whole community, not just the Jewish community. We've seen synagogues and community centres firebombed, and we've seen Jewish people stabbed on the streets of Golders Green. It is past time that we designate the IRGC as the threat to this country that they are. And I am reminded, especially on today of all days, after the Prime Minister's final questions, that it was him who went to the Jewish community in April and made two promises. One, that this legislation would be brought forward in the King's speech and prioritised, and two, that he would use it to designate the IRGC. And I am so pleased that on today of all days, after his final Prime Minister's questions session, that he has fulfilled both promises. And if you will permit me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will just say that I am eternally grateful for the work that the Prime Minister did to transform my party. I think back to 2019. I think back to the worst defeat that we had suffered since 1935. I think back to those feelings that I had in those moments of feeling my party may never come back. But he turned it round, he made us face the public, he rid us of the poison of anti-Semitism, and he delivered the second biggest majority in my party's history. And as I make the short journey over to the PLP office to nominate the member for Makerfield to succeed our party in the spirit of unifying behind our next leader, assuming this debate is done by 6 p.m. I do just want to place on record my personal thanks to the person who delivered this historic Labour majority and is directly responsible for my job and many of my colleagues' job, because after all, serving as a Member of Parliament is the greatest privilege in the world, and I'll always be grateful to him for that.
Mr. Seward, you've left many, many minutes on the clock for a change. Minister Eagle.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm tempted to say hold my beer if there's 50 minutes left, but I suspect that many people will want to have their beers elsewhere in front of a larger screen than we can see in this House. So with the leave of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to all of those colleagues who've contributed to the debate. The bodies we've discussed today, the IRGC, the IMCR and the GRU Volunteer Corps, represent different manifestations of a common challenge: foreign power threat activity conducted directly by states through proxies. Why has it taken so long to do this? This power has been developed specifically to address the growing challenge posed by state-linked bodies where existing counter-terrorism powers are not always appropriate to use. It provides targeted and proportionate means of disrupting those involved in foreign power threat activity based on the recommendations made by Jonathan Hall, KC, the independent reviewer of states' threats legislation. So that the answer to the Honourable Member for Stockton West's question of why has it taken so long is that we had to have that review by Jonathan Hall. We had to have a look at the way that current terrorism legislation is working, and we then had to change the law to create this new designation which is akin to prescription but in the different context of states. So one can't prescribe a state and suddenly announce that it doesn't exist, but one can designate proxies who are acting on behalf of states, which gives our intelligence and police services very, very similar powers to deal with the malign influence that they are seeking to bring to bear on our shores. So designation will disrupt them and those who support or facilitate them by providing stronger tools to law enforcement and intelligence agencies, and it will mean that anyone who supports, assists or obtains material benefits from these organisations will face sentences of up to 14 years in prison. It will make it easier to prosecute certain offences under the National Security Act 2023. And again, the Honourable Member for Stockton West talked about that Act getting on the statute book in 2023. I was at the time on that side of the House, but on the Intelligence and Security Committee, and the Intelligence and Security Committee actually brought to the House various amendments to that Act of Parliament, we thought, to make it better. I now see from the other side that it has made it easier to use, and I also note, just so that the House can take an assessment, that the foreign influence registration designations are also up and running, something else that this government did, which makes it easier for us to keep an eye on what is going on our shores. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Selly-Oak, and indeed the member for Lewis, actually widened slightly the debate about the threats that are facing us to talk about the threats to destabilise our democracy, and to ask also what we can do about social media companies and the disinformation and misinformation which is swirling around us at the moment. I can say that in the context of designation, this now introduces offences for supporting the GRU Volunteer Corps, the IRGC and the IMCR, and we expect platforms to act responsibly and not provide space for state threat-linked activity, propaganda or recruitment. And we will be keeping a close eye on that, and also, obviously, liaising with the social media companies to tell them about how this law impacts on them. We are clear that any harmful propaganda and material has no place on the internet, and will continue to take robust action in response if we see it there. The designation introduces the supporting offence, and that enables us to talk directly to those that are hosting such material. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, members, particularly the member for Lewis and also the Honourable Member for Leeds South West and Morley, talked about how important it was to defend our Jewish communities, and we all understand and support that. We all want to see anti-Semitism driven out of our country, and this government has introduced support for the Jewish communities who have been threatened and directly targeted by IRGC proxies. Just a couple of days ago, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, announced an extra £250 million in policing to ensure that we can support and protect our Jewish communities. And of course, in general, the kind of attacks on our democratic ways of life, which my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Selly-Oak, talked about in his speech, have been aimed also at the Muslim community, and the rise of hate speech, intolerance, grievance and division is an issue that I, as the person currently who chairs the Defending Democracy Task Force, I'm only too aware of, and it's something that we have to tackle across government. I promise the House that we are doing that. Meanwhile, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, the debates highlighted the seriousness of the threats posed, and indeed the debate we had before this one highlighted that seriousness. Taken together, all of these cases underline the need for a robust response to proxy activity on our streets, which is state-directed. The United Kingdom faces a growing and evolving threat from foreign states and proxies acting on their behalf. Through this action, with this statutory instrument today, we are strengthening our ability to respond effectively. We will protect our national security, support our communities and ensure that those who seek to undermine this country are met with a clear and firm response. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this instrument to the House.
Yeah. The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'm moving on to petitions. Do the ministers wish to leave before I do that? Petition, Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Mid-Cheshire pertaining to unadopted estates in my constituency. Around 4,700 households, equivalent to more than 12% of all properties across Northwich, Winsford and Middlewich, are on new build estates where basic infrastructure, roads, drains and sewers remain unadopted by public authorities. The petition, which alongside an accompanying online petition has been signed by over 720 people, is as follows. The petition of residents of the constituency of Mid-Cheshire declares that homeowners and tenants in newly built properties are waiting too long to see their streets and sewerage infrastructure adopted by the relevant authorities, and further declares that residents are living with years of uncertainty and potential future liabilities. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to A. Develop a clear standards framework for infrastructure adoption, B, ensure that housing developers, local authorities and water utilities work together to bring about the timely adoption of infrastructure. And C, if necessary, legislate to ensure that infrastructure is adopted and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition infrastructure adoption.
Petition, Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to present a petition on behalf of the residents in Wimborne about road safety in the Walford Mill area. The location is on the route of 3 local schools, is close to a nursery, GP surgery, local shop and sits alongside elderly residents' flats, including a complex junction and ancient bridge which has a pavement on just one side. Despite 2 large housing developments increasing the use of the route by pedestrians and increasing traffic, no meaningful improvements have been made to the ability to cross the road, and the installation of a zebra crossing and pedestrian refuge would provide a clearly defined protected point for crossing Wimborne Road, not only enhancing safety but offering reassurance to families and the wider community, reducing the likelihood of accidents, encouraging more people to walk to school and improve traffic flow. And whilst the Council is finally expected to work to take place to introduce pedestrian cycles elsewhere, this does not present a solution. So my constituent Rosanna, who is in the gallery today, started this petition, which now has 1,766 signatures. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons request the government to support the installation of a pedestrian crossing and 1 pedestrian refuge near Knob Crook Bridge and the BP garage on Wimborne Road, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition safety of Wimborne Road.
I beg to move that the House now adjourn. The question is that this House do now adjourn. David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a real pleasure to be able to stand and open this debate on the A1 through North Northumberland. It is actually a debate that I've been seeking to have in the House, some aspect in the House, for months actually, and I did take note when I saw that it was this particular date and time, and wondered, the original date and time that is, and wondered if someone somewhere had decided that this Scotsman didn't really need to see the big match that was on tonight. But I'm delighted to see the business has come forward today, and now I will obviously be able to watch that game. But on a serious note, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a matter of huge importance, not just to my constituency of North Northumberland, I actually think to the whole of the northeast of England. And in this context now of us thinking about how do we push power and control and resources out to the regions in a devolution settlement, how great infrastructure projects are actually delivered in the regions of this great country. Madam Deputy Speaker, according to the Newcastle Chronicle on the 31st of May, Emma Bartlett-Scott said to her husband that they shouldn't use the A1 as part of their journey that day. And I quote, "I had a bad feeling that day," she said. We'd had the recent fatalities, and I said to my husband that I didn't know if we should go on the road. Her worry was proven right. As the Scots neared the end of their journey and waited to turn off the A1 stationary in the middle of the road, they were rear-ended and pushed into the other lane. If the drivers coming the other way hadn't been alert, they would have been hit head-on at 60 miles an hour. Thankfully, Madam Deputy Speaker, the couple are okay, but the dreaded necessity at times of using the A1 is felt deeply throughout Northumberland. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like today to outline the condition of the road, welcome the support of the Government and National Highways for planned improvements on the road as part of Road Investment Strategy 3, and advocate for greater investment for the A1 in the years ahead. You see, the road is the issue for my constituents. It's an issue that I am contacted about daily. There isn't an issue that I am contacted more on than safety on the A1. It's a critical part, you see, of my constituents' lives, but presently it's one that they would rather have to do without. The A1 holds North Northumberland back and is littered with overlapping problems. It's not a safe road. But it's also become a bit of a totem for the frustrations of my northern constituents. They feel rightly that investment is always going somewhere else, to the deep south, you know, Manchester or Leeds or somewhere like that, instead of to the true north. With the new rules of the Treasury's Green Book and with a devolution agenda, as I've said, coming to Westminster, I hope that the government will increase its attention on this road now and in the years to come. So what's the current situation with the A1? From Morpeth to Berwick, it stretches nearly 50 miles in my constituency, which is the third largest in England. I'm a bit disappointed to be gazumped by the Honourable Member for Hexham, who is the largest constituency in England. I should mention that the A1 also runs through his constituency. But it runs for 50 miles through my constituency. It's part of the National Highway Strategic Road Network and is the road from London to Edinburgh. It's the East Coast equivalent of the M6. And if you think about the M6, if you've ever been in the M6, even through Cumbria, you know, 3-lane highway, etc., there is no comparison. It's also the central feature of my constituency in North Northumberland. It's the way that my constituents get about. They use it in their thousands as part of their daily lives, including me and my family and my team. And almost all of the 10 million tourists that come to Northumberland every year, many of them from abroad, will use the road as part of their travels too. Now, tragically, since the beginning of May, 6 people have died on the A1, with more injured, and 11 people have died on the road over the last year alone. And my prayers are really with them and their loved ones. Now, police data, which hasn't yet been updated with the most recent incidents, suggests that since 2014, there have been 768 accidents along the A1 through Northumberland from Seatonburn to Berwick. 176 of those were serious, and 24, sadly, were fatal. And while less serious accidents, or the number of those accidents, are falling, serious and fatal accidents remain persistent. No one should lose their life on our roads. Now, there are several problems with the A1. The first problem is the vast majority of minor, or the vast number of minor at-grade turnings. So my office counted 140 of these turnings from Morpeth to Berwick. At these junctions, stationary local traffic must merge with highway traffic along the same gradient, often onto a single lane. There are rarely slip roads to help build up speed. They're very abrupt. Cars wanting to cross to the other side must wait for gaps in traffic and time their crossings expertly. It's actually, I'm a very experienced driver of about 30 years now, and it is actually very worrying when you get to one of these crossing points, especially if you're going from one side to the other. Some of these crossings are so narrow that long vehicles and vans extend into the road, obstructing traffic going past them at 60 miles an hour. I saw this the other day. These crossing places are amongst the worst elements of the A1 and are loathed by everyone who has to use them. Now, data from 2025 suggests that intersections are responsible for 43% of crashes from Alnwick to Berwick and 30% of crashes on the southern section of the route. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you say Guy's, Charlton, Hebron, Shevington, Fenwick, Belford, Denwick, in my constituency, people will think, villages. The next thing they'll think of, though, and probably even more so, is the high-risk junctions that those names represent. The second problem is overtaking and unsafe driving. In 2021, the Planning Inspectorate found, and I quote, that the A1 suffers more overtaking accidents than would be expected on a road of this type. Stretches like Mouse and Bends and the merging of lanes at dual and single sections are notorious. My point was made when I actually had the Regional Director of National Highways and his team visit me to see the road last year, and we did a drive up and down the road. We barely entered the single lane section when we were overtaken by a car driving above the speed limit and into traffic. Now, there's no improvement on the road that could fix that type of reckless behaviour, but it was in some ways emphasised by the merging of the road where we were. It was also tragic to learn that 2 of the recent fatalities that I've mentioned involved foreign nationals. And as North Northumberland becomes ever more popular in summer, tourists who lack local A1 know-how are risking their own lives and the lives of local residents without knowing it. The third problem is mixed traffic use. Now, it's not unique to the A1 in North Northumberland, but it's quite unusual to have a road where there are ordinary family cars, HGVs, tractors, every manner of transport that you can imagine. And on the single lane sections, this has the effect of slowing down traffic and generating driver frustration, leading to the reckless overtaking that I just mentioned. Linked to this is the fourth problem, which is congestion. Now, average seconds per vehicle mile, a measure of traffic speed and congestion, are much higher than the national average north of Alnwick and are double the national average around Berwick and the Scottish border. Congestion on the A1 is so high because it lacks resilience and capacity, and although we talk a lot about road safety, as we should, as the #1 priority, that congestion really wears down the people that live in Northumberland. It's near constant. The single lane stretches and frequency of collisions mean that even a minor incident has major consequences. Traffic's delayed and redirected through tiny rural villages with the effect of gumming up the entire region. And all of these problems contribute to each other: risky junctions and crossing points, dangerous or unfamiliar driving, mixed vehicle types and slow travel times. All of these create a road that lacks safety, resilience and capacity. There's no silver bullet for these problems, but dualling would certainly fix some of them. The great thing in the North East, and certainly in Northumberland, when you mention the A1, the first thing that people think is dualling of the A1. This is a saga that in many ways has gone on for over 50 years. Now, in 2014, the last government, the Conservative government, promised that they would dual the A1 from Morpeth to Ellingham, which is a 13-mile stretch. And between 2014 and 2024, those governments did a variety of things. They left the EU. They went through 5 Prime Ministers, and of course they saw the Scottish football team reach a major tournament for the first time since 1998. But one thing that they couldn't do is lay 13 miles of new road in North Northumberland. The costs ballooned in that time to about £500 million, and the funding for the project was quietly withdrawn in 2021 before being briefly resurrecting to all of our surprise just before the 2024 general election. And no one at any point seemed to have figured out an answer to the most basic question: where will the money come from? And that is despite my predecessor for the area being, albeit briefly, the Secretary of State for Transport. So while it's certainly true that dualling would do a lot of good for the road, it's also true that a particular dualling project was long dangled and never delivered. Now, I would like to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to see recently the attempts at a cross-party focus on the road and a desire to encourage the government to get to a place where we could get these safety improvements and ultimately dualling. And I welcome that, and I will work with anybody who seeks to achieve that. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear to me that we need most urgently, what we need most urgently, are sensible safety improvements that tangibly improve the quality of the road from Morpeth to Berwick. Includes improvements at key junctions, but also signage, markings, speed cameras and the like. Now, because of that long-promised dualling project, there actually haven't been any improvements on the road, nothing significant, no significant safety improvement for over a decade. I was told that by National Highways. I would be happy to give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is making a, as always, well-informed, passionate speech advocating on behalf of his constituents. Is it not the case, though, that dualling is not just necessary for the safety of his constituents, my constituents, the constituents of the North East MPs in the Chamber, but also for the economy of the North East region as a whole? That dualling it would not just make people safe, it would also make the region better off. It would benefit the entire east coast of the country, enhance connectivity between Scotland and England, and fundamentally save lives.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, Madam Deputy Speaker, with my honourable friend from Hexham, and I'll come on to that in a moment, but this goes back to what I was saying about the Green Book and the Treasury's investment and rules and how we decide where government money ultimately goes, public money ultimately goes. And it is very much about the economy and about as it is about safety. Now, over the past 2 years, my office has been working with National Highways to deliver 2 what's called route treatment studies of the full 50-mile route. That's where National Highways assess what needs to be done to the road. So we know exactly where the problems are and what the road needs. And I was really pleased that Funding has been secured as part of Road Investment Strategy 3 so that the A1 can have the necessary improvements that make journeys safer. I'm very grateful to the Minister and to his predecessor for the time and attention that they have given to the A1 so far. And I also want to share my appreciation for the National Highways team at Yorkshire and North East, who continue to work hard on improving this vital road. Planning's still continuing, but I'm looking forward to driving on an A1 that has seen new improvements for the first time in over 10 years. But as I hope I've demonstrated, Madam Deputy Speaker, the problems along the A1 are varied and overlapping. And to be absolutely fair, as I've said, they're 50 years in the making. Previous governments, including of my own, have not done what's been necessary with the A1. And I think we also have to be honest that fixing these problems will require years of attention. It's not going to be possible for any government to click its fingers and sort 50 miles of the A1 in North Northumberland, but we do have to begin. And I do wonder, might this be the government that will fix this road once and for all? I truly hope it will be. And that's why, ahead of the next Road Investment Strategy 4, or RIS4, in the coming years, I want to make the case for everything to be on the table for the A1. That includes ongoing uplifts for the road's condition, major improvements at problem junctions, and yes, dualling for the entire length of road. I've mentioned the Treasury Green Book a couple of times, and those reforms have made clear that value for money is about more than cost and more than purely financial ROI. And the new Green Book sits squarely behind the ambitions of place-based growth and long-term transformation rather than short-term purely financial yield. And as my honourable friend was saying for Hexham, the economic benefit to that locality. This means that regions like the North East can be prioritised based on how their growth can be unlocked, which means recognising where weak infrastructure is limiting the potential for new housing developments, tourism growth or business confidence. The focus on transformational change, where a project might take decades to be fully realised, is a quiet revolution that changes the way we think about improving the A1. All of these changes must be acknowledged as we enter the RIS4 cycle. So I want to ask the Minister what consideration he and his department will be giving to the road as part of RIS4 and in light of these Green Book changes. I fully support a menu of improvements to the road, and I believe that there's a sustainable case to be made for them. There is also a political case. Madam Deputy Speaker, when the £11 billion Lower Thames crossing gets the nod ahead of the A1, and when the London to Birmingham HS2 will cost as much as the GDP of Belarus, my constituents might be inclined to suspect that, just occasionally, there is a north-south divide. I'm thinking of Northern Powerhouse Rail, the Transpennine route upgrade. All of these are great, welcome projects. I'm genuinely pleased for the people that live in those parts of the country. But what about infrastructure in the true north of England? If we are serious about devolution and unlocking regional economies, and I think we really are, then the A1 is the place to start. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the A1 dominates the lives of my constituents in North Northumberland. It's unsafe, it lacks resilience and capacity, and it's not fit for the future of a region that is booming in tourism and has so much to offer. This hangs over every journey that my constituents make. It hangs over my head every time I'm going up and down to constituency visits or to spend time with family. It's a mess of overlapping problems that chokes the region's potential, and that's why I'm so pleased that we have secured the first substantial improvements in over 10 years following Labour's investment earlier this year. Instead of a long-dangled but never delivered dualling for the south of the constituency, we will have necessary improvements from Morpeth to Berwick. But I do want to go further. My expectation is simple: a safer A1, including dualling. All options should be on the table. If we're serious about devolution, I urge the Minister and the Government to apply these reformed Green Book rules and deliver maximum improvements on the A1. The Scott family that I mentioned at the beginning thankfully survived their collision. Others, tragically, have not, and there will be more to come. It's our job to ensure we do all we can to minimise the risks of this road. And I believe that we have no time to waste. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
John Lamont.
Thank you
very much. It's a pleasure to speak in this important debate, and I congratulate my neighbour, the Honourable Member for North Northumberland, for securing this debate. Now, I understand there's a football match taking place tonight, and I want to reassure colleagues that I'm not going to detain you all until 7:30. It will be a relatively short intervention. Madam Deputy Speaker, the A1 is not simply a road through Northumberland. It is one of the United Kingdom's most important strategic routes, linking London, the north east of England and the south east of Scotland and beyond. For my constituents in the Scottish borders, the A1 is a vital economic and social artery. It connects communities in the eastern borders with Newcastle, Edinburgh and the wider national transport network. It is used every day by people travelling to work, attending hospital appointments, visiting family and transporting goods. Yet large stretches of the A1 through Northumberland and the Scottish borders remain single carriageway. That is simply not good enough for a road of such national importance. The last Conservative government approved plans to dual 13 miles of the A1 between Morpeth and Ellingham. Those improvements would have created a continuous dual carriageway from Newcastle to Ellingham, improving journey times, strengthening connectivity and, most importantly, making the road significantly safer. It was therefore deeply disappointing that the Labour government cancelled the scheme shortly after taking office. Years of planning had taken place, development consent had been granted, and tens of millions of pounds of taxpayers' money had already been spent. The decision to abandon the project was short-sighted. Businesses do not recognise the border between England and Scotland when they make investment decisions or move goods around the country. The failure to properly invest and improve the A1 in Northumberland has a direct impact on businesses, workers and families in my own constituency in the Scottish borders. Now, too often debates about transport investment focus on major cities. Rural and cross-border communities are expected to tolerate slower, less reliable and less safe infrastructure. That imbalance must be readdressed. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to not just focus my frustration about this road, the A1, on the UK Government. Of course, the Scottish Government, which is responsible for the A1 on my side of the border, is equally responsible because they have responsibility for roads investment. And they have also failed, significantly failed to invest in the A1 in the Scottish borders in Berwickshire. Serious accidents happen which cause serious significant diversions through very small rural communities, upsetting local residents all too frequently. And there's also great concerns about some of the junctions on the A1, particularly around Reston, where local campaigners have been campaigning for years. And I pay tribute to Barry Forrest from Reston and the team there, the Community Council, who've been campaigning for the A1 junction at Reston and Coldingham to be improved, because they rightly identify that as being a safety concern. So the Scottish Government need to play their part in improving this important road as well. Upgrading the A1 would support tourism, agriculture, manufacturing and the many small businesses that form the backbone of the economies of Northumberland and the Scottish borders. It would improve access to jobs and services and help unlock investment across the wider region. There is also an overwhelming safety argument, as we've heard already from the member for North Northumberland. Anyone who regularly travels along the single carriageway sections of the A1 understands the risks caused by heavy traffic, slow-moving vehicles and the limited opportunities to overtake safely. Minor alterations and isolated safety measures are not a substitute for the substantial upgrade this route requires. This should not be treated as an English project or a Scottish project. It is a United Kingdom infrastructure project. Yes, happily give way.
Member, my neighbour, for giving way on that point. And we might not agree on all things about the narrative of what happened over the last decade, but I'm sure, would he agree with me that, as he seems to be saying, that these infrastructure projects are not just about day-to-day use, they are actually about what binds our country together across the border.
The Honourable Gentleman makes an important point. I think part of the reason why the Scottish Government, I notice none of the SNP members are in this debate today, but part of the reason the Scottish Government are perhaps not invested in this road, in this route, because they see it as a road going to England. They perhaps invest in other parts of the Scottish transport network, maybe not ferries and maybe not the A9, but they make decisions to invest elsewhere. But routes going to England undoubtedly don't get the share of the resources that they require. So this is undoubtedly a United Kingdom infrastructure project which both governments should be investing in. So I therefore conclude by urging the government to reconsider its decision not to go ahead with these improvement works, restore the Morpeth to Ellingham scheme, and to work with the Scottish Government to set out a credible long-term plan to upgrade the A1 through Northumberland and the Scottish borders. Our communities have waited long enough. They deserve a road that is safe, reliable and fit for the purpose. Fit for the future.
Simon Lightwood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to be here once again with you in the chair to answer tonight's adjournment debate. I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for North Northumberland, for securing this debate and on the determined and constructive manner in which he's represented the views of his constituents on this issue. Can I also mention the persistent lobbying of my honourable friend, the member for Hexham, and very recently, once again, the member for Cramlington and Killingworth, who joins me in the front bench this evening, have all lobbied for action on the A1. I recognise the strength of feeling locally about the safety of the A1, and I'd like to acknowledge, of course, the tragic fatalities on the route. My thoughts and prayers are with the families, friends and communities affected. I know that the future of the A1 has been a matter of significant local interest for many years. It is a subject on which members from across Northumberland have campaigned vigorously, and I fully recognise the importance attached to the route by local communities, businesses, freight operators and visitors. The A1 is one of the country's most important strategic roads. It earns its historic title as the Great North Road, continuing to move people and goods throughout the United Kingdom. Through Northumberland, it links the northeast of England with Scotland, supports economic activity, facilitates tourism, and provides vital connectivity for communities along the route. It is a road of great significance, and everyone should feel safe driving on it. Nor do I underestimate the disappointment that many constituents felt following the government's decision not to proceed with the A1 Morpeth and Ellingham dualling scheme, given that we inherited a number of unfunded capital commitments from the previous government. This evening, I want to explain what the government is doing to improve safety on the route and how we intend to continue engaging with local communities and stakeholders going forward. It is entirely right that these matters should be discussed in this House, and I welcome the opportunity to respond. Madam Deputy Speaker, the proposal to dual the A1 between Morpeth and Ellingham has been under development for many years. During that period, considerable work was undertaken. Consultation took place, design options were developed, and statutory powers were ultimately secured. The government recognises that many local people viewed the scheme as an opportunity to improve connectivity, support economic growth, and address concerns about safety and the reliability of the route. However, governments have a responsibility to make decisions based not only on ambition, but also on evidence, on affordability, and the prudent use of public funds. When ministers reviewed the portfolio of strategic road schemes in 2024, really difficult choices had to be made across the transport network. The evidence presented showed that the Morpeth to Ellingham scheme represented a comparatively weak value for money proposition when assessed against competing investment priorities. At the same time, ministers faced wider pressures on public spending and had a duty to ensure that limited funding was directed towards investments capable of delivering the greatest benefits across the network. The decision was therefore taken to cancel the scheme alongside a number of other strategic road projects. Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst the government concluded that the full dualling scheme should not proceed, that doesn't mean we've ignored concerns regarding safety. Indeed, quite the opposite. Safety remains the foremost priority of both the Department for Transport and National Highways. Following the cancellation announcement, National Highways commenced a dedicated safety study covering the Morpeth to Ellingham section of the route. The purpose of that work was to identify practical interventions capable of improving safety, whilst representing a responsible use of public funds. National Highways has examined a range of possibilities, including improved road signs and markings, vegetation clearance and improvements in visibility, speed management measures and junction improvements. Where schemes are sufficiently developed, affordable and deliverable, work will commence during the current road period. That work reflects a determination to identify practical steps that can improve safety, even where a larger scheme has not progressed. A number of colleagues have argued that cancelling the scheme risks constraining economic growth in Northumberland and the wider North East. I recognise those concerns. However, the government's approach has been to prioritise investments that can demonstrate the strongest overall return on taxpayers while supporting growth across the country. The decision should not be interpreted as a lack of commitment to Northumberland. The government continues to invest significantly in transport infrastructure across the region, and decisions on individual schemes must always be considered within the broader context of national transport investment. Through the Transport for City Region settlements, we are providing the North East with £1.8 billion between 2027 and 2032. This unprecedented long-term funding could be spent on improvements to local roads or safety improvements. I also want to place on record my appreciation for the constructive engagement shown by local members of Parliament. Following the cancellation, National Highways has met with my honourable friend to discuss concerns about the route and to consider options for future improvements. National Highways has subsequently indicated that further work would take place to examine safety issues on sections of the A1 north of Ellingham towards Berwick and seek to identify additional route-based solutions where appropriate. That reflects the reality that most motorists experience the A1 as a continuous corridor. Certainly will.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. I'm not a Northumberland MP, but there's a couple of things I would really want to press the Minister on. The fact that it's not just important to Northumberland and Scotland, but the whole region. You know, Hadrian's Wall, while it's not on the A1, people travel to the house there, to Vindolanda, on the A1, so that and that's a worldwide heritage centre, attraction and centre. Has that status. But what's concerning me is the fact that the Minister says some brilliant things about the North East, but doesn't he agree the urgency, the number of fatalities that continue to happen make this a priority. The North East does lose out. Manchester is the southwest to us, so I really feel concerned about the fact that fatalities are not higher up the list.
Thank my honourable friend for her intervention. Just as a sand dancer, as someone from South Shields, I understand where the North is and the North East is, but I hear your concerns about road safety, which is why National Highways is undertaking this work to see what additional work can take place to mitigate any safety concerns. And also, just to reiterate, £1.8 billion, £1.8 billion has been given to the North East between 2027 and 2032, which could be used for improvements on local roads and safety improvements. Now, I welcome my honourable friend's continued engagement with National Highways on improvements to the safety and performance of this strategic route. I will indeed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Thank you, Minister, for giving way. Just to pick up on the comments around Treasury engagement, what is the Minister's opinion of recent changes to the Green Book and the approach that Members of Parliament should take to engaging with his department, possibly now the King of the North West Midlands is due to take up office, what we should be doing in terms of driving that investment forward now that the rules have been changed under us and ministers are considering perhaps a different context and a different set of rules?
I think I'll come on to future funding within my speech, and of course National Highways and Department for Transport will reflect and follow the changes to the Green Book. Now, I don't want to raise unrealistic expectations this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government has not reversed its decision regarding the Morpeth to Ellingham dualling scheme, nor am I announcing a replacement major capital programme tonight. However, that doesn't mean that nothing will happen. National Highways has continued assessing safety-focused options. And in terms of RIS 4, future proposals will be considered in the normal way, taking into account evidence, affordability, deliverability and value for money. And any future improvements will be subject to viability and funding considerations within future investment programmes. And I'd encourage of course, National Highways to continue as well, to continue to liaise with the Scottish Government and local stakeholders. Now,
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I thank Madam Deputy Speaker for her forbearance. Just to press a little bit on this point with RIS 4, one of the changes to the Green Book is about place-based approaches. And I would ask my right honourable friend if that will be under consideration, that ultimately the financial basis or the financial return on investment is not the be-all and end-all, but about the place-based impact of some of the decisions that we make.
Reiterate, the Department will follow, of course, the changes to the Green Book. Accordingly, we'll continue to liaise with members regarding future investment. Now, the Government recognises the importance of the A1 in Northumberland. We recognise, I'm going to make progress because I think we're going... Go ahead.
Grateful to the Minister. He's been very, very generous. I just want to reiterate the point. I know the Minister said that the Highways Agency is engaging with the Scottish Government. I think it's really important that at a ministerial level there's engagement. I mean, there's cross-party support for improvements to this road. I think we all recognise the importance of it. But unless you get that ministerial drive pushing it forward, I don't think we're going to get what we want.
Absolutely, we continue to engage, and the Secretary of State does liaison meetings with her counterparts in Scotland, as do I. So, as I was saying, but the Government recognises, of course, the importance of the A1 in Northumberland and further afield. We recognise the concerns that continue to be expressed regarding safety, resilience and economic growth. National Highways has undertaken significant work to identify targeted improvements capable of improving the safety en route, and further work continues on wider sections of the A1 in Northumberland. This Government remains committed to engaging constructively with local communities, National Highways and honourable members as that work progresses towards delivery. I want to thank the honourable member once again, not only for securing this debate, but for the important points that he has raised, but also for his campaign on this issue on behalf of his constituents. I want to reassure him and other honourable members that I take this matter extremely seriously, and I will continue this conversation to see what we can achieve to provide a positive outcome for road users in both the short and longer term. Thank you.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.